My entrance into this work around climate change happened through a series of events in southern Louisiana. I was living in New Orleans right before Hurricane Katrina. I had just moved to southern Louisiana, maybe 6 months before that, and seeing the effects of that hurricane, and most importantly, the response to the future of that city, led me to really, find my own way into this. And part of that kind of interest has to do with the inability for us as kind of a human society to imagine a future we haven't seen yet. This is where I find design has the greatest kind of efficacy in this, in this work around climate. We may know what's going to happen tomorrow, but we have a very difficult time of understanding what's going to happen over the next century. And so how can we be slightly more humble as designers? What does design mean when we can't say what tomorrow is?
Accelerating sea level rise is forcing a lot of adaptation and loss. Like that's a kind of inherent part of that, the loss of some lands and histories and values. But it's also an opportunity for reimagining the future. It's sort of forcing a reckoning that I think provides some means for optimism. My work addresses how to build coastal and fluvial infrastructures using natural processes and forms. The Preserving Coastal Parklands project is also a collaborative research endeavor. That's through the Army Corps of Engineers as part of their Engineering with Nature program. For us, the really compelling part of the project was that the parks allowed us to combine the preservation and conservation paradigm, where you're sort of preserving cultural resources and conserving natural resources. And to do that in a context of sea level rise through natural forms, natural infrastructure, is the aim. Yeah, it's not merely a question of loss, it's a question of justice and beauty. The question is, what kind of wetlands, what kind of coast do we want?
At Morven, I'm studying multiple ways we can engage plants, common agricultural grading practices, and monitoring and adaptive management techniques. This work is very much a personal outgrowth, for better or for worse, of who I am and where I come from. So I was raised in semi-rural central Kentucky. I am attempting to contribute something back to that legacy, the history of people who come from rural places, and the ways in which we can be inventive and creative in the face of a new challenge. Most of the farmers that we have thought about, that we're engaging in the ideas surrounding nature-based infrastructure, are experiencing changes and transitions that are moving beyond the rate of change and also beyond the level of expectation. Because of the scale of nature-based infrastructure, it really mandates that we find a way of collecting information at a similar scale, both in time and over physical space. So out here at Morven, we have the opportunity to use things like drones, use things such as non-visible spectra sensors, use things such as LiDAR, which are all ways of studying the way that plants form, grow, and change at a scale of space that's not perceptible to the human eye, but is necessary in understanding the way that they function. And so we have out here the great privilege of using these tools on a regular basis to try out ways of propagating plants, installing them in the field, and coaxing forth their transformation.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome back for day 2 of our Climate Transformations Symposium. For those of you who weren't here yesterday, I'm Malo Hudson. I'm the Dean and Edward E. Elson Professor of the School of Architecture. We had an absolutely delightful day yesterday. Today is, as I said, round 2 of that. You get to hear more about our innovative research, to thinking about policy, and so forth. So we're really excited to have our panels today. I just want to remind you to please silence your cell phones and take your seats, and we'll get going. The next session we're going to engage in is slow change, interrogating the unseen and vast landscapes. And so with that said, I would like to invite Professor Aaron Patalik to the stage to kick us off. Aaron, the stage is yours.
Thanks. It's really a pleasure to introduce this panel, which Jen Lawrence, right there. And I co-organized with a lot of help from Sneha Patel and Andrew Monshine. So thank you to you both and to Malo and to everyone at UVA. It's really been a pleasure. As you can see, there are a lot of us. So I will be very quick with introductions, and we will also move very quickly between presentations. So if you could hold questions or thoughts until the end, that would be great. And this work collectively explores approaches to landscapes that are very big and that often change very slowly. But instead of relying on the generalized abstractions that big frames like climate change often provoke, this work tries to root ideas of climate transformation in the specific moments that challenge blanket solutions, enable surviving and thriving amidst environmental instability, and offer bottom-up ideas of what resilience might or already does look like. Marantha Dawkins leads off the presentations by stepping back to consider the energetic systems of climate, seeking the particular in lieu of the generalizing, and imagining what that conceptual shift might offer to conventional approaches to coastal infrastructure. Brian Davis and I follow on this with a close read of a series of historical landscape forums on the Eastern Shore of Virginia, seeing them as long-term climate negotiations. And Michael Lugering, also working in part on the Eastern Shore, demonstrates what a more careful attention to the specificities of salt-tolerant plants and their root systems might offer natural infrastructural approaches. Jen Lawrence shifts our attention to the Gulf Coast, framing the transformative potential of reconceptualizing the production of and response to disaster, and what it means to understand socio-ecological harm as bound up within political and economic systems. And finally, Diane Jones-Allen somehow manages to hold all these threads together in a beautiful vein of recent research, also on the Gulf Coast, that is both specific and capacious, immediate and generations deep, and simultaneously about large, slow disasters and the stories of resistance, resilience, and thriving that rise to meet them. Thank you so much for coming this morning.
Hi, I'm Marantha Dawkins. I'm a PhD student in the constructed environment in the Department of Landscape Architecture, and I'll be talking about climatic particularity. So, climate is a big, complex thing bound up in a planetary system of motion, of air, of water, and heat. But even though it's global, it's textured, differentiated, and it lands in different regions with extreme particularity. And I'll talk here today about how much that has to do with form and materiality, with tangible things rather than big abstractions, using 3 short vignettes from large to small. So at every one of these scales, there are wrinkles or sort of loose threads in the planetary dynamics that govern climate, which are tied to human life. And in my work, finding these sort of strange moments or these particular landscapes is critical to designing for climate. I see them as sort of points of entry. So to begin, here we are. We're sort of mid-Atlantic coast. And this is a really unique place in the world, here on the western edge of the Atlantic Ocean, where the rotational direction of the Earth slams water and weather at our continental landmass. So the little strings on the image are hurricane tracks, and the big yellow ribbon is the Gulf Stream with other sort of oceanic currents peeling off of it. And we can see this sort of funny behavior in the Gulf of Mexico at the bottom of the Mississippi River Basin. It's a little place where the Gulf Stream loops up and slams between Cuba and Florida. It's called the loop current. And through hydrological modeling, I'm learning at this largest scale about the behavior of water. Over the past couple hundred years, the way this part of the ocean works to make this loop current has changed drastically given the intense human use of fresh water in the Mississippi River Basin, right? So thousands of dams making the Gulf of Mexico much warmer and saltier than it would otherwise be. Holding all this water back from flowing down the Mississippi River means that storms can get much stronger, much more quickly over the warm Gulf, creating devastating weather. So while climate is planetary, work like this demonstrates that it's also very human. Human systems over vast distances have created networks that affect weather thousands of miles away. So in other words, these human landscapes are operating as climate infrastructures, which reveals how much climatic challenges have to do with sort of how we really live on the land and what we build on it. So moving north, following the Gulf Stream up to the Chesapeake Bay region, we encounter these huge landscapes whose fate can change in a matter of inches, entire regions flooding, ecosystems changing, all governed by immense, invisible shapes of riverbeds, which we've been changing since at least the late 1800s when we started dredging the rivers for navigation. Riverbed form, illustrated here, can affect entire regions' relationships to the ocean, changing how salt water moves upriver and how fast, which is a huge question as sea level rises. Through modeling work, again, I'm learning how whole economies, whole cities, whole ecosystems are reliant on this very sensitive interface between fresh and salt, controlled, as you can see on in the diagrams, by shape and speed and ultimately form that's been intensely managed for hundreds of years. These invisible histories embedded into ground are like a sort of elemental memory that keeps records of the past, but which also has a massive effect on how regions encounter climate futures. This perspective, which highlights the importance of memory, informs how I think as a designer, right? So shaping climate futures is something that landscape form and design can be a part of. So for the last little picture of the relationship between kind of climate dynamics and landscape form, we're going up the James River from the Chesapeake Bay to Jamestown and touching on a project that I feel very lucky to work on under Brian and Aaron. We're talking next. But pictured here, we can see how the island is transformed over the past 10,000 years. This place was shaped by the river, by its floods, by its power. It's a dynamic landscape whose history is hidden under the water, and now a national park looking to protect itself from changing sea levels and flooding that we can expect as climate changes. And these stories are not separate from one another, right? It's not just a human story with a beautiful natural background. Working in places like this makes it kind of abundantly clear that nature isn't timeless, right? It's very timeful, and I think that's really meaningful when we think about design. With offshore breakwaters like this and other pieces of infrastructure that are used to cope with changing climate, we're generalizing our world around us for optimization and trying to sort of freeze landscapes in time. And that approach has wiped the world clean in many places, not just of human culture and experience, but also from an ecological and morphological point of view, from the point of view of these sort of longer landscape dynamics and histories. And so these protective infrastructures often profoundly misunderstand what makes these places by using design as a matter of defense or of reactivity. So what I've been learning is that human landscapes aren't these kind of pawns in a large game of emissions and all that other big stuff. Human landscapes can have deep, lasting impacts, and I think understanding these impacts can help inform what we do, even at the small scale, and can help us think timefully, enable us to treat design as a way of creating feedback loops or things that build over time, right, rather than sort of castles in the sand. And I'll close by saying that, yeah, climate change isn't just a big abstract thing that happens to a place or that happens to people. It's radically shaped by the way that we live, by the thousands of dams in the Mississippi River Basin, or the ways that we dredge riverbeds. And so climate is something that is carved into the land itself, and something that we are a part of making.
Great, thanks, Marantha. So my name is Brian Davis. I teach in the Department of Landscape Architecture and co-direct the Natural Infrastructure Lab here at UVA with Michael Lugering, who y'all will hear from next. Much of my work involves developing natural infrastructure approaches for coastal and riverine environments. And this is an image from one of those projects. It was done as part of a $3 million research endeavor to develop a new coastal form, or a new form of coastal protection in Illinois Beach State Park on Lake Michigan. What you're looking at, because it's not obvious, is the light white bar there in the middle. Can you point with the, yeah. That is the thing. This is a series of underwater ridges that were designed to create in-water habitat and protect a special habitat that was here on the dunes. So the work we're going to, I would like to talk about this project for 45 minutes, but the rest of my panel would not like that. So I'm going to, Aaron and I today are going to present a small piece of a project that we've been working on together, developing here at UVA since October of 2020 with funding from the Environmental Resilience Institute and a lot of work from Marantha Dawkins. This project set the stage for much of my own work here as well, including an ongoing effort that Marantha referred to earlier that's also with Aaron and others developing natural infrastructure for the national parks in the Chesapeake Bay, as well as a new $10 million congressional initiative to fund natural infrastructure for research in the nation's bays and estuaries. So I say all these things to give a sense of the scope and scale of the endeavor. Every coastal community faces hard problems. Some of those are how to restore lost habitats, protect vulnerable communities, and preserve the things that we love. But the hard problem of coastal protection is no mere search for solutions from my vantage point. It's a question of values. Beauty, love, history, and shared possibilities for a more just future. The possibility of protection flows from these things and not the other way around.
My name is Erin Patalik, and I'm a historian. I work between landscape and architecture. And I experiment with forms of narrative, micro, and oral history in order to bring ideas about long-term human engagement with large dynamic landscapes into contemporary coastal resilience conversations. So this work is part of multiple projects for both of us, but we wanted to use our 8 minutes to make 3 simple claims. First, many of the coastal wetlands that are currently being considered primarily through the lenses of infrastructure and conservation must also be valued as rich historical and cultural landscapes. Second, the history of human valuing of and living in these places can often be read in the human-made and maintained landscape forms that have persisted through time. And third, these landscape forms are evidence of a deep history of both climate negotiation and cultural values, and these two things are very intertwined. So this field work takes place on the eastern shore of Virginia, on the bay side of Accomack County, and specifically at a series of intersections, transitions, and negotiations between water and land. The distributed infrastructural system of agricultural drainage ditches on the eastern shore demonstrate a kind of long-term land knowledge and negotiation that has been necessary to persist in a place like this. And this beautiful drawing by Marantha shows the shallows of the bayside, and you can see with all of the small red lines weaving through the marsh how much of the bayside margin is affected by these ditching systems. In their time, these ditches and embankments stabilized dynamic and marginal land into arability. They brought the easily worked and loamy soil into a range of salinity and saturation that allowed the cultivation of crops, or at least the pasturing of livestock, at least for a while. Not only do these ditches represent negotiations between human and natural drainage systems, but between neighbors. This 1794 statute, brought to our attention by Eastern Shore historian Brooks Miles Barnes, formalized the fact that land drainage bound properties and fates together into one massive interconnected drainage system. You can see here this sort of ditched rectangle that probably once surrounded a strawberry field. And in the speck below, leaning against his truck and patiently humoring me while I fly my drone around, MK, a retired Army Corps engineer whose family has lived here on the Eastern Shore for many generations, reflects on the effort it must have taken to carve out a living here and why. But it is an open why, full of deep love and attachment and appreciation for this place. Many of the whys and hows of places like this have been about leaving. MK makes us think about hundreds of years of the whys and hows of staying. So really quickly, I'll click through some of the next steps of this work, which has been constructing a chronology of these ditches, at least stretching back at least to the early mid-19th century, and attempting to build an oral history of environmental change around them, with a focus on the area along Misongo Creek, which you see here.
So these landscapes are fundamentally entanglements of cultural values and environmental change, at least from our perspective. And they're places that have been made habitable through human practices and artifacts. The bay, the Chesapeake Bay in particular, has no shortage of landscapes recognized as culturally significant. These include things like shell middens, plantations, national parks, and military forts. But the marshes themselves are mainly considered as background, as scientific subjects or targets of conservation, if they're considered at all. But there's another dimension to these landscapes. This painting by Martin Johnson Heade from the 19th century captures the character of these cultural landscapes. They're places of work and beauty, ambiguity, and atmosphere. They hold and frustrate aspirations and desires. So our project, which was titled Bay Migrations, was a search for the artifacts and practices of people in this place. One of the lessons for us is that of access, especially to the great commons that is the bay itself. As roads reach the bay, they never just end. This is some evidence for this idea. Each road end is treated in a kind of dignified and particular but humble way. So here's another view of the same landscape you just saw. And you can see here that the road end was made, but the coastline shifted around it. So that which originally provided access to the bay no longer does. Over decades, persistent storms and longshore sediment transport had closed off access. And so now, a couple hundred yards before the end of Ann's Cove Road, there's a new road. And it's just called New Road. And this one now ends properly at the water, reestablishing that relationship and that access. That seems kind of obvious to point out or pedestrian, but in a small rural town, the construction of these types of forms is no small matter. It takes a great deal of the resources. So the duration of these forms and their practices is a critical characteristic in this place. That is the idea of duration. Even as environmental and political systems change, the values have remained, such as the idea of access. Here you can see home sites in the marsh. So can you point with the laser, because they can't see them? Like a couple of the little dark spots on the map right at the edge of the water, those are home sites. And in this case, in the 1850s, the home sites had access to the commons, but there was no road. They just directly got in a boat from there. So nowadays, in this same landscape, if you keep your eye on that little curved shape, you're seeing the same thing now. The road connection is critically important, and the home sites themselves are rather tenuous, slowly disappearing, at least many of them. But the desire for access to the commons has been reinscribed in the form of the road end. So when seen from above, the patterns and figures, stands of trees, waterways, they emerge and seem to make the place sensible. But at the ground level, the near monoculture of the marsh is irreducible in its complexity, even though that complexity is easy to see as a thing that is singular. Here, too, I think artists have pointed a way. I'll end with this photo. So this image by Via Selmans describes the qualities of a landscape in a way that is non-figural and not abstract. So in that way, it has some affinity with science. It captures the complexity and specificity without generalizing. And if all this emphasis on aesthetics seems trivial in the face of massive environmental change, ongoing economic inequality, and histories of violence and loss, consider that it is through aesthetics that we understand the intrinsic value of things. Aesthetics gives us the way to value things on their own terms.
Living in a town like Saxus, like so many in Accomack County, makes one understand the intrinsic value of the marsh on its own terms in these beautifully common ways, where even the act of mowing and maintaining a lawn occurs with profound knowledge of soil saturation and salinity. By looking at the subtle landscapes of subsistence and persistence in these places, we can learn about how homes and livelihoods have been made and maintained. This story is inscribed on the landscape itself. Working at an understanding of the relationship between cultural values and human-made landscape form in a specific place is a necessary precursor to any large-scale coastal infrastructure or resilience plan. We do not think that this kind of reading should displace any of the other super important community engagement, scientific, or other cultural work happening in these types of places, but we do think it's an important addition. Images of these adjacencies could be seen as evidence of a losing battle, but we think they're more accurately put in a lineage with Eastern Shore ditches and road ends, ongoing sites of negotiation and care, and sites for the implementation of land knowledge in order to live with and persist with dynamic coastal environments.
Good morning, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here, and thank you all very much for attending and joining us in this conversation. My name is Michael Lugering, as introduced before, and what I'd like to talk a little bit about is this idea of a cosmopolitan continuum, adaptive management and monitoring of the landscape and landscape infrastructure. So we'd like to start with a thought experiment. Before we even enter this slide for a second, we've heard a little bit about the role of aesthetics and the role of cultural values in the formation of a landscape idea. And so as my thought experiment to you all here in person, but also out in the ether, is thinking for a moment about a plant, a moment of pleasure and joy that you took from viewing a plant or a plant system. What do we think really contributes to the way that that plant formed itself? And also, what story are we telling ourselves? What narrative is unfolding in our minds as we take that on and spectate how that beauty contributes to the way that we see a landscape? There's something really magical about that, but there's also all of the other elements and factors contributing in this non-visible way to the way that we think about, or could think about, how plants form and grow and change and how we experience them. What soil conditions are contributing to the formation or phenological development of that plant, right? What exposure to the environment is impacting the way it grows, from compaction in a city form to the rocky understep of a plant in a high elevation to a marsh or floodplain in a low elevation. All of these things have such amazing contributions to the way that we can even perceive or develop thoughts around these. And I think all of these are rife for an interpretation within the realm of design. And we do that to a certain degree, but I'd like to call that forward even further. So back to this image for a second of marsh compression. We're picking up on an image from Aaron and Brian's presentation where we looked at a person who had been mowing a yard in a dedicated fashion. They viewed the yard and its aesthetics and what was contributing to it as a cultural value and a foundation. But what was also happening there was that the change from what is likely Kentucky bluegrass and fescue into spirobolus, or what we know also as salt marsh hay, is an important way of thinking about how nature-based infrastructure can be formed, but also what cultural values dictate the management or the adaptive management of it as it grows and changes over time. So this compression, or this idea of how, say, this marsh grass, which used to be hundreds of yards out into this part of Narragansett Bay, north of the Chesapeake Bay, is now compressing and slowly growing or shrinking into this tight microcosm of an upland, a high marsh, and a low marsh in one moment, really sets the stage for what we think about when we think about plants and their role in design. So to introduce the project a little bit, this picture of the root zone, or this kind of non-visible element, gives, again, or affords an understanding of the character of plants as they relate to nature-based infrastructure, but also to introduce a little bit of our work. So as Brian mentioned, I help co-lead the Natural Infrastructure Lab. As well, I work with the Army Corps of Engineers and the USDA on plant material research, and specifically how designed environments contributing to or manipulating the soils, water exposure, broad-based temperature ranges, as well as management practices impact the way that plants form and change and grow, and how that can contribute to a different notion of nature-based infrastructure. So not only do those roots grow and change, but also the way that that plant grows and changes highly impacts the way that we think about designing a subsurface system. So this Vörsla Atlas here is a collection of thousands of different plants, but drawn from the perspective of how their root systems grow and change, and what that really does contribute to the way that what we see above ground and the changes that are made. I also like to reflect on the history of this. We've been describing the joy and movement of plants and how they change scientifically for a very long time, but we don't often talk about them in that way when we think about the role of management as its own type of design. So just to recall a little bit about some of my favorite characteristics of plants and the way that we manage them, from root suckering to stump suckering, burrow sprouting, and whim-firm mechanics, these are all ways that plants respond to their environment, but they're also all ways that they respond to us, right? And so our exchange with them, this dynamic role that we play, is such an exciting part of the way that we can think about nature-based infrastructure. I also love to reflect on this moment and talk about the role that scale plays in this. So this is a beautiful drawing extracted from Julian Raxworthy's Overgrown. One of the important or interesting and inspiring things to me about this is a single plant taking on 3 different forms at the same time, right? So it's being controlled into a hedge, it's migrating as that maintenance regime shifts, and ultimately showing you what it can be in a totally different realm, responding to both what's happening underneath as well as how we're treating that plant. But the important part about that are 2 things that I would like everyone to contemplate or think about when they think about what we're presenting. One is the role of the capital project, not inverse or in juxtaposition to, but a capital project as it relates to, say, something more veritic or adaptive in form. So when we need to kickstart an environmental system, and when can we rather coax it forward from an existing set of conditions. And the other is this relationship to how people construct and develop their own environments. So this picture from the 1940s in the Civilian Conservation Corps is the creation of a dune grass system where one prior didn't exist, or as a result of erosion was being chased away or moved off. So we institute, in this case, a large-scale capital project as a way of creating a landscape. But there are also many ways in which we can think about using that same humble species, in this case Ammophila breviligata or American beachgrass, to come forth from the landscape that already exists. So the project that we're working on here, it relates to, as I mentioned with the Army Corps and the USD, relates to how we actually scale up methods of what Julian Raxworthy refers to as veritic practices, often associated with gardeners or other folks who work the landscape on a regular basis, and considers what must be figured out, what must be developed and studied to move us forward, and not simply, quote unquote, scaling up a technique or a method, but actually asking what's missing from those methods and techniques that allows us to actually grow and develop nature-based infrastructure at the scale of change we're experiencing. So a quick example of this before moving on. One of the groups of people and constituents we proudly work with are farmers on the Eastern Shore. This, as you can see, what looks like an innocuous puddle here is actually a standing patch of salt water. About 1,000 yards beyond that tree line there is the actual estuary on the coastal side of the Atlantic Ocean and the backwater. The difficulty here is that for every one of these landscapes that seemingly is changing very slow, there are so many more that are unrecorded or unknown that are actually already in a massive state of change. And the people who know this best are the people who are out there working every day. So the farmers and the NRCS folks here on the left, looking up and down the bay, this person's telling us a story about how 15 years ago there was a marsh where we're now standing. And his farm field is 15 feet away, just over our shoulder to the left. Rather than looking at this with the prospects of drama and sadness, I look also with optimism, as Brian and I were saying, about the immense possibilities we can think about or envision, but also test in the field. Yes, this is my partner, Bill. Bill is a data scientist. Bill is very excited to be holding this beach grass right now. And I'm very excited to have a data scientist working with us on this project as well. The project, as I mentioned, folds into two major categories. One is working with the NRCS to test species and the manipulation of those species to produce phenological change in form, including the ideas around migration and non-migration of species. How do you take a best management practice and move it into an applied design regime to actually create or engage change in a changing climate condition? And the other piece is, how do you observe those changes at a scale that allows us to understand the consequences of both what's happening but also what we want or what we think we want to design? So the other fun part about this is we get to grow these things and we get to manipulate them in the field, but we also get to track them and develop what we're terming here at UVA a fundamental spectral signature. This sterling example of a human in front of you didn't look like this 25 years ago. It probably looked a lot more happy and energetic. And so if you can imagine taking a picture of me from 15 years ago and trying to find me now, it would be very difficult. The same thing happens every season, every year with plants as they grow and change, and the non-visible spectra is a way of understanding and tracking those changes. But we have to develop the techniques and methods that allow us to see plants where they are and who they are, the aesthetics of them both as we perceive them with our eyes, but all the things that are happening in the non-visible, below the ground and chemically inside them. And so we begin to track these, and the test plots out here at Morven allow us to see their three-dimensional change in growth, as well as their chemical change in growth, so we can differentiate between a Timothy pasture grass, which you can see here in blue, and the specific species under study here in red, as a way of knowing when, where, how, and under what terms it's growing. Is it healthy? Is it happy? Is it struggling? We can find all of these at multiple scales. So when we think about this at the scale of the Chesapeake Bay, this is a wrap, we care about it from the root zone in the particular plant all the way out to the scale in which we can observe its growth and change across vast regions in the Chesapeake Bay to not only know where it is in a positive sense, meaning we're happy it exists there and it's productive in the way that we perceive it, but also in all the other ways that it's struggling and developing new ecologies and ecosystems that we can design with, through, and towards. So thank you very much.
This might not work here. Okay, give me one sec. This is taped down for everybody who hasn't been up here. Hope it stays. That looks pretty stable, right? Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much to my colleagues. I love being in conversation with landscape architects. I didn't know what landscape architecture was when I was a student, but if I had, I might have done that. And I just love the way that landscape architects think generally about systems, and it's always a pleasure to be in conversation with them. So I'm Jennifer Lawrence. I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Urban and Environmental Planning here at University of Virginia. And I'm fairly new to the faculty and to the university generally, so I'm happy to be able to share some of my work with you today. My background is in political economy, and so I'm taking a little bit of a divergent view from what you've heard earlier today to think a little bit more about systems and how interdisciplinary approaches might help us to think more in terms of the larger systems that create the conditions for ecological disaster. So I come from Appalachia, and where I grew up, I witnessed sort of the contradiction between vast resource wealth and also intergenerational poverty, the contradiction between pride and shame, the contradictions between the ways that people are able to be socially mobile or not, health outcomes, all of these things. And I think that my experience in that place really has driven my work. And it took me a long time to realize that what I was doing was a political project. And I ran from that place for a long time because there is a lot of energy, emotion, connection that is bound up within that. And so what I started to do was to think about systems, the way that economic systems and political systems converge in the creation of the imperative for endless economic growth. Uneven geographies, we see that in Appalachia, of course, but we see that in probably many of the places that you guys are from as well. We see that in the Gulf of Mexico, the Niger River Delta. There's many places that we can come from. So that training and interdisciplinary and methodologies and approaches kind of gave me that systems view that I bring to this reading of how politics, economics, and the environment come together. I think that we can look also to the material world to see these connections, right? So we can look to the way that energy flows through those tree canopies, through our circulatory systems, through those nerve bundles. We can also see the way that power and energy flows through things like the power grid, right? We can see it through circuit boards. We can see it through microplastics. So there's a way to think about this within the material sense as well. In other words, the systems are not invisible, right? What we have to do as researchers and scholars is to bring what has been rendered invisible or invisibilized to light through our work, through those systems, through the knowledge that we have here. Historically, we can see these circuits of power as mapped. I'm not a mapper. It's something I'd love to learn how to do, but many of you are. And so this is a map of, as you can see, the triangle trade, the transatlantic slave trade. This is not just a map of that, however. It's also the movement of goods and people. And we could also think about the movement of people under climate pressure as a part of this. Many of these same trade routes are following. Many of the routes that the hurricanes flow on through the trade winds follow similar routes. So what can we do through our tools, through our techniques, through our approaches to understand these circuits of power? So this is called the political ecology of disaster because that's kind of the way that I'm thinking about it. So what I want to do through my work, and I'm just going to go through a couple of the arguments quickly, is to understand how we can think about the move from these large systems. So we could actually think about this from an extraplanetary, position with the extraction and sort of exploration of asteroid mining and these types of things, all the way down to the molecular, how these systems come to impact our bodies. And so I do try to move between all of those systems, not all at once, of course, but to think about how a political economic view or a political ecology view helps us to understand three main things. So these are the three main arguments that I want to communicate. One is that we need to understand how power shapes disaster and to break the contradictions that are bound up within disaster production and management. So here, disaster is not just something that we can or should think about as bound up within space and time. Rather, it's a result of the policies, the processes, the ideologies, and governance of the natural world that create the preconditions for the disaster as an event in and of itself. And then how the response to that often reinscribes those conditions. So often we want to think about a disaster as a rupture or a moment for change, but what we end up doing is foreclosing that possibility for change because we want to get back to normal so quickly. The second argument is that ecological crisis is a crisis of governance. So assessing extraction as a logic of governance not only helps us to denaturalize what we talk about as disaster. So it's not about a natural disaster. This is about the manufacturing of these ecological social conditions because of our orientation to the natural world, the way that we govern the natural world. And then three, that recognition gives rise to change. I think about when I was in my graduate studies, acquiring the vocabulary to understand these things and how that felt like getting a diagnosis It opens up a whole new world, right? When you have the language to talk about something, you can begin to find your community. You can begin to find your interlocutors and find ways to think through it. So I just want to turn quickly to the unseen, right? As I said, this is not unseen by virtue that it's not there. It's the way that we talk about it or what we pay attention to. So the bird's foot, of course, in southern Louisiana is not just the loss of land at the terminus of the Mississippi. It's also the displacement of people that live there and have lived there for decades, more than decades. It's the hypoxic zone that also results from the extraction and industrialization that flows all throughout the Mississippi watershed. It's also simultaneously the ecosystems that are under threat as a result of climate change. So the extractive logic of governance is not just bound in space and time, as I said. We can think about the particular. We could think about an oil spill, which is what most of my work has focused on. So understanding this as a manifestation of the larger pathology that we are moving into riskier technologies, riskier terrains in order to extract, right? It's not, the end of easy oil has come, so now we're moving into more risky technologies, riskier terrains, but with the same logic of governance. We're approaching it with the same way of thinking about policy and the natural world. What I'd like to say is that we could also think about this as not totalizing, that we can also extract ourselves from that mindset, that we can think about other ways of being. So a lot of times this feels overwhelming, but there are other ways, and I think Brian and Aaron, Michael, Marantha all point to that very beautifully through their work. So Deepwater Horizon was called the worst environmental disaster in U.S. history, but what we don't hear about it is that through those 87 days that the oil was quote unquote spilling, which I have, we can talk about the language and discourse of the spill as well, is that it would have only powered the US for about 3 to 4 hours. So why is it that we don't call that a disaster? Why is it that we don't call our consumption a disaster? And then the response itself. So we know that the use of Corexit and chemical dispersants was one way to sort of purify and relieve our anxiety, our public anxiety about this disaster and the spill. What we know now is that the use of these dispersants toxified the environment by 52 times, which leads to devastating consequences for ecosystems and people alike. This is Cat Island. It's a pelican habitat. The pelican had just come off of the Endangered Species Act, the endangered species list, about 6 months before the Deepwater Horizon. And it has been devastated again as a result of this. So we resort to things that are more cosmetic than curative in the response often. And de-oiling birds is one of those things. The International Federation for Bird Rescue calls this putting a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound to the heart. So when we're de-oiling, are we doing that for the bird? Are we doing that for the ecosystem? Or are we doing that to alleviate our own suffering and our view of that suffering, what it is that we feel in that moment? This is an image that has inspired a lot of my work because it also points us back to Hurricane Katrina. So if you know about Hurricane Katrina, you can see the Katrina Cross, which is a shorthand for disaster responders. This also helps us to think about oil and water as life affirming or life negating, depending on the way that we approach it. And also, I think that the way that the pelican is rising here is sort of like giving a phoenix-like quality, which I really love. Unfortunately, this has been painted over white, so we're back to the purification here. And I'll just end by saying that what I try to do through this is to learn from nature. So this is a murmuration. Murmurations, we don't know fully why they happen, but what they point to is the need for collective action, to create safety, to create a sense of solidarity, to create the conditions for our survival. We can also see this in the stubborn things like forsythia, which is blooming all over Charlottesville right now. It's the first thing to bloom in spring, but it's also really unruly. It's really hard to tame. And so this is a project, you might have seen it in Campbell Hall, that I led my students through to kind of encourage them to be a little bit unruly. Notice whenever we're being governed in ways that might precondition us toward control or toward extractive practices. And then the process of serotiny, I think, also gives us a clear view of how nothing is totalizing. Disaster is not totalizing. Serotiny is the process where the pine cone opens and reseeds in the aftermath of a wildfire. And so there's always something that's coming new. There's always something that's blooming. So I'll just leave you with the question of what is it that you're planting? What are the seeds that you're planting? What is it that you're trying to sprout through your work? Are you creating new forms of extraction through your work, or are you trying to plant seeds toward regenerative and transformative futures? Thank you so much. I'll end there. I would like to welcome Diane Jones, who we're so honored to have with us today, to be in community with and to learn from. Thank you so much.
So actually, I want to thank you all. I mean, I've learned so much. Your work's amazing. UVA is pretty lucky. If I could steal you all for Arlington, no, sorry. But really, I'm inspired. So thank you very much. So I'm going to talk about the submerged history and impact on environmental justice and stewardship in environmental justice and the impact on climate resiliency, which is very related to what we just heard. Okay. Place-centered action calls for elevating the knowledge and history of those that inhabit threatened spaces. Often lessons, answers, and examples are better found using a connection to the people of the place in need, resulting in an empowered and independent community. In threatening conditions, especially during disaster recovery, communities are desperate for help and give much over to others, often submerging native narratives to give assistance. This submergence often leads to solutions that are less sustainable or stewardable. Climate Change, Culture, and Cultural Rights, quote unquote, written by Justine Marion Massey, the University of California, Davis Law School, articulates this concept well and pushes for localized responses to threats from climate change. Massey says, quote, culture has a critical role to play in humanity's reaction to climate change. In this time of forced editing of cultural practices, individuals and their values will be put to the test. What will be preserved? What will be sacrificed? What people decide to prioritize individually, locally, regionally, and internationally will determine what change will look like, unquote. Acknowledgement and utilization of a community's social and cultural context, history, and knowledge is necessary to build capacity and to create transformative responses which communities can sustain. After Hurricane Katrina, some practitioners, educators, and activists and designers looked to the Netherlands and its water control practices to address the issue of flooding in New Orleans. In addition to lessons from the Dutch, a culturally based approach would have been to explore the history of those ancestors who dwelled within the wetlands adjacent to their now devastated community. This history contained vast knowledge on adaptation and how to live with water. In the case of New Orleans, the historical, technical, and cultural knowledge necessary for solutions to storm surges and flooding lies within the wetlands adjacent to the city. And that's the wetlands adjacent to the city. These are the same wetlands through which the waters impacted Katrina, surge, bursting flood walls, and inundating the city. These wetlands hold the history and knowledge of the ancestors. In Louisiana, the swamps and the wetlands were the landscapes in which ex-enslaved implemented social and spatial practices against subordination for landscape preservation. Several Maroon communities occupied Bayou Bienvenue, Central Wetlands, and Orleans and St. Bernard parishes in the 17 and 1800s. The wetlands offered a safe harbor from authority and persecution. Many took the risk of this landscape, including Louisiana's historic indigenous Indian tribes, the Acadians who settled in the wetlands after being driven out of coastal Canada by the British beginning in 1755, and enslaved Africans seeking freedom. The abundance of resources within the swamp made the development of distinct cultures possible, and the sharing of knowledge for survival within the unique landscape. In Slavery's Exile, Sylviane Diouf describes Maroon life as, quote, fluid, adaptive, and pragmatic. It had to adjust consistently, unquote. Although challenging to navigate, foreboding, and dangerous, the Maroon chose these wetlands to take refuge in for significant reasons, not only for the dense vegetation which gave cover, but for ecological and cultural components which could sustain freedom and life. Okay. The targeted extraction on the African continent and placement of enslaved people in New World territories was to facilitate the exploitation of African knowledge, skill, and technology to benefit European colonialism. The survival of French Louisiana, and particularly the establishment of the city of New Orleans in 1718, was due to the technical knowledge and labor of enslaved Africans. Captains of slave ship with Louisiana as their destination were instructed to purchase Africans who knew how to cultivate rice. Located between Senegal and the Gambian River, this geographic region retained a unique culture and landscape, as did the Louisiana Delta. Upper Guinea and Senegambia comprised the Senegal concession of the Company of the Indies, with Senegambia supplying a significant quantity of enslaved people throughout the 18th century for Louisiana. Converting swamps and tidal wetlands into rice fields needed exacting technology and complex knowledge. Dikes or dams of earth and wood, sized according to the tide, were built along riverbanks. Valves were designed to shut against the river water on the outside of the dike, extract excess rainwater from the rice field when the water reached the level of the valve. To reduce the salinity of the soil, the rice fields were left fallow for the first few years, allowing rainwater to accumulate. As demonstrated by the hydrological skills they used in rice production, the enslaved knew much about irrigation, creating dams, and controlling water. The Maroon landscape in the Bayou Bienvenue wetlands became a repository of knowledge that had been transported from Africa by the enslaved, especially those coming to Louisiana from Senegambia and the Senegal Valley. Knowledge was also transformed into Maroon sustenance techniques from Creole slaves who had it passed down to them on the plantation by ancestors through the work they performed utilizing African technology brought from the continent. Maroons were a culturally complex group born of varying experiences, utilizing a varied palette of knowledge and ideas founded in Africa, indigenous, and European cultures. Once in the swamp, Maroons built settlements and a hidden network of paths that traverse the wetland landscape behind and surrounding the plantations. Heavily dependent upon production and trade for survival, several Maroon settlements located within the Louisiana Central Wetlands, specifically in Bas de Fleuve, located between New Orleans and the mouth of the Mississippi River. These settlements included Gaillardland and Ville-Gaillard near Lake Borgne, led by Saint Malo or San Malo, and at least 5 communities of Maroons in Barataria. A maze of marshes, swamps, and bayous to the rear of Lake Bourne made it an ideal landscape for maroonage. The Maroons adapted to the wetland ecology using knowledge of Africa and their interaction with the swamp landscape while still enslaved people on the plantation. Using a unique set of wetlands suited skills, approaches, and techniques, Maroons subsisted primarily through fishing, hunting, agriculture, harvesting, and selling crafts. Self-liberated slaves came from various locations, even as far as Pointe Coupée, Louisiana, to the Bayou Bienvenue wetlands and Bas de Fleuve. As there were significant benefits to practicing marinage in the wetlands near the city of New Orleans, Maroons were part of a continuum of independent citizen communities who labored communally on their own, connected to the environment they inhabited, yet aware of the world around them. Fortified settlements, as built by Maroons in the West Indies and South America, were also built in Louisiana's central wetlands. The settlements were varied in size, as Maroon communities varied in number, from a few family members to large groups of families, and were situated within clearings that sat within the swamp and natural vegetation. Clearings had to provide easy escape and vantage points for lookouts or spy boys, a name used in present-day Mardi Gras or Black Indian culture, passed down from Maroon culture. The clearing should also have had access to clean water and soil for cultivation, access to plants and animals for food and medicine, and a distance not too far from the city to provide opportunities for sale and trade. To satisfy the need for isolation and security, clearings were methodically surrounded by a rampart of defensive walls and buildings. Understanding the growth habits of vegetation in the swamp, the Maroons used trees that most likely felled through girdling to create a foundational structure that surrounded the clearing, allowing vines to cover and strengthen it. These structures are the natural ramparts Harriet Beecher Stowe describes in her book, Dread, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp. Quote, "The leafy ramparts sweep round all sides of the clearing, for the utmost care has been taken to make it impenetrable. And in that region of heat and moisture, nature, in the course of a few weeks, admirably seconds every human effort. The only egress from it is a winding path cut throughout with a hatchet, which can be entered by only one person at a time, and the water which surrounds the island entirely cuts off the trail from the scent of dogs. It is to be remarked that the climate of the interior of the swamp is far from being unhealthy." Unquote. This passage clearly illustrates the idea of nature as protectorate, and that the care of wetland plants and allowing them to thrive can create a fortress and safe harbor. This passage also acknowledges the environmental benefits of the wetland ecosystem and how a large amount of water and plants that make life in the swamp challenging also purified air and water and a healthy climate. The trees and vegetation of the swamp provided cover and protection. Therefore, random and extensive clearing and cutting would defeat the purpose of residing in the swamp and nullify its benefits. So the slow and selective method of girdling was used, employed first by indigenous tribes. It involved removing a layer of bark around the circumference of the trunk just above the base. Riding along this area of the tree would be encouraged by burning the base and cutting out sprouts. The weakened tree would be blown over by a storm or pushed over. The fallen trees were then used to build cabins, which were raised to provide protection from the water table and water near or covering the surface within the swamp landscape. Cabins were usually rectangular, small, easy to build. Posts made of tree trunks were driven deep into the ground to secure the structure. As Daniel Sayers describes in his book about Maroons in the Great Dismal Swamp, their homes are raised off the ground, and it is particularly imperative here because these are not high islands. The Maroons in Bas de Fleuve most likely were similarly constructed with raised cabins. Maroons also access a diverse cultural knowledge based on indigenous immigrant, and African knowledge to grow crops in wetland soil. Unlike the plantation, Maroons planted the food staples that satisfy their dietary preferences. In the wetland clearings, with seeds, rootstock, and agricultural knowledge, they could plant what they desired, including rice, which was labor-intensive but suited to swamp landscape. The food and sustenance practices undertaken by the Maroons and the enslaved and Maroons also manifested African botanical legacy in America. Maroons use a variety of crops and food preparation and cooking practices brought to the Americas by their African ancestors. Excuse me. In addition to growing crops, Maroons depended on vegetation that grew natively within the wetlands for food and other use. Indigenous tribes had long been dependent on wild food plants, which were plentiful in the Mississippi Delta and the wetlands. Seed-bearing plants like the palmetto and wild rice were also harvested not only for eating, but also stored for replanting. Maroon communities incorporated many of the harvesting equipment that indigenous tribes had utilized, including digging sticks used for unearthing roots and paddles for beating seeds and grasses. Baskets were made from reeds, and grasses were used for catching and caring for seeds, fruits, nuts, and vegetables. The making of grass baskets was an indigenous art, but was also brought from West Africa by the enslaved, and Maroons acquired this knowledge from both. Although the landscape of colonies contained plants and animals that were unfamiliar to newly arrived Africans, there were several species of plants that they recognized because they belonged to the genus of plants found in the African, continental, and Latin American tropics. This recognition not only included the flora and fauna of Louisiana with its semi-tropical climate. Much like indigenous tribes, Maroons hunted for survival and less for sport, practicing a pure form of wildlife conservation. For the period, the indigenous believed that the animal hunted died so that he may live and express gratitude for the animal's sacrifice. Balance and equality between human and animal to prevent unnecessarily killing and decreasing animal populations was an idea shared by both African tribes and Indian tribes. Maroons called upon their environmental, technical, and cultural knowledge and skills, utilizing a repertoire of sustenance techniques and practices to remain free in a fluid, changing landscape. The central wetland was thought to be a place to be shunned, drained, and destroyed so that the civilization of the city could take over this landscape and flourish. For a time, the city had protection with little thought as to how the wetlands factored in. Directly adjacent, the cypress swamp was a reservoir holding floodwater and native culture. The expanding plantations in the city of New Orleans, placed within the swamp landscape, benefited from groundwater recharge and flood and climate mitigation, although not appreciated or understood at the time. The wetlands acted as a sponge, pulling out toxins in the land, purifying the water and environment, circulating water brought on by the land's actions, and providing flood control. The wetlands provided what we now call ecosystem services and the values that this ecosystem provides to society. Many believe, both lay people and scientists, that had there been cypress trees in Bayou Bienvenue, that the storm surge that devastated New Orleans in 2005 would have slowed enough to lower the water by 2 feet. The slower surge would have prevented the levee walls in both the lower Ninth Ward and the upper Ninth Ward from breaching. Long before Katrina, the cypress forests of the Bayou Bienvenue wetlands of citizen scientist, well, I guess he is St. John right now, John Taylor's childhood had begun to dissipate due to saltwater intrusion with the construction of the Mississippi River Gulf Outlet, Mr. Go. Mr. Go, with the completion of construction in 1967, the 76-foot-long channel allowed a shorter route from deep draft vessels to travel from the Mississippi River to the Gulf of Mexico. The concern for the health of the port and its industry over the cultural, environmental, and economic sustainability of the Lower Ninth Ward has long been a theme in New Orleans, dating back to 1923 with the building of the Industrial Canal. The channel connected the Mississippi River to Lake Pontchartrain and disconnected a part of the city, creating the Lower Ninth Ward and New Orleans East. Okay. This is a video, but I guess it's not going because I can't touch the screen, huh? Okay. Oh, well, that was a video. But anyway, okay. Let's see.
Out there.
Empowered in this fight by the history of this landscape, the Lower Ninth Ward Center for Sustainable Engagement and Development, CSED, with a coalition of other local environmental organizations, is undertaking replanting and restoration of the Bayou Bienvenue Wetland Triangle with funds received from a federal grant. The maroon history sheds light on formerly enslaved consciousness and the extent to which enslaved people could fight physically, technically, and intellectually to claim their freedom. To what extent do we have the courage and consciousness to fight for our environments against impacts threatening our lives? Citizens of vulnerable landscapes must be supported in utilizing their history, knowledge, and power to solve environmental problems and steward their own solutions. And so I'd like to have the last word go to John Taylor, who passed away 3 weeks ago. He was my friend. And he was a steward of the wetlands, and I promised to carry on his work. Oh, wait a minute. Did I jack it up when I stopped it before?
Mississippi River going
It's
out
windy.
there was never dug, we would have never had this to die. The salt water wouldn't have came up this far. Bayou Avenue goes to Lake Barnes and Lake Pontchartrain. That's salt water. That's brackish water there. That's natural lakes. Those lakes was not dug by man, and these was Bayou Avenue. It's a natural resource. Now, what's not natural is we cut the levee that separates Bayou Avenue from the central wetland system and let that water into the central wetland system. That shouldn't have never been done. If you close off those free gaps that get the water into this little small bayou right here, this little small wetland system right here, then you won't have it no more. You plant more trees and they'll grow like they was growing before. In 1965, when they first opened up the Mississippi River Gulf outlet, salt water from the Gulf of Mexico started coming inland. You know, if they would have never dug it, we would have never had that problem, because the intercoastal waterways don't bring that salt water in the same way as the Mississippi River Gulf outlet. And what happened, the Mississippi River Gulf outlet hooks the intercoastal a little bit past Parish Road. They hook together. That's how the salt water ends up coming in here. The industrial canal is salt water. It goes from the lake to the river, but they have a set of locks there. That's controlled. It don't control the salt water, it controls the fresh water from the river, because the river is higher than the industrial canal. That's the difference. If we want this thing, this little wetland, the Bayou Avenue Triangle, we call it now, if we want this to be stored again, all we have to do is go in the soil and let some water in here. And let this go back to Mother Nature filling it up. When it rains in the summer, this gets filled up. And when it gets dry, it goes down to almost 6, 7, 8 inches. In some parts, it dries completely up. But when it rains again, when the rainy season starts again, it goes back up. It's seasonal. It's supposed to be seasonal, not tidal.
Thank you.
We have about, I think, 20 minutes for any questions. We have, I think, some questions within the panel, but would love to open it up to the audience instead to start.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. I'm from New Jersey, and I practiced and taught resilient design before and following Superstorm Sandy and the landscape of the barrier islands. And one of the most intriguing and concerning unseen landscapes is the changing patterns of groundwater. And I'm curious to know if groundwater is being studied by any of you all and how that influences what is above the ground and what can be seen, and whether we need to be concerned about some of the trends that we have anecdotally witnessed, but as far as I know, not measured those changes. And some of them occurred directly after the Army Corps rebuilt all the beaches and pumped sand out of the ocean and loaded the barrier islands with 20-something feet of new dunes. Thank you.
Thanks for your question. I'll take the first stab. The first thing I should mention about that, there's a group based out of the Environmental Science Department that is the Swizzler project, Saltwater Intrusion and Sea Level Rise project, and a couple of us are a part of that committee. I think it's something that's of great concern to the rural and agricultural communities in particular, because it's affecting crop yields and is forcing migration away from historical agricultural lands. It's not something that the presence and change of groundwater from fresh to salt's not something that I am in particular focused on, but it's definitely a primary dynamic and a great cause for concern, at least in the fact that it's driving change in these landscapes in a kind of fundamental way. And so you're moving away from agricultural crops or forests to marshland. Because of that, before you see changes on the surface.
One additional thought or comment to take on this is we are to a certain degree looking at that through the lens of what it actually takes to generate or engage the transition to a hydric soil. That's not well understood in many instances, and in a lot of cases what we're seeing and interacting with folks is that there's an assumption that that transition is possible by virtue of the fact that it will change over time. And so there's an anticipation, or at least left unspoken in many of my experiences, that when plant material moves inward, or plant systems tend to try to migrate inward, that the expectation is soils will, and therefore the water table associated with that, will move at the same pace. And we're finding that to be not true at all. And so one of the big concerns is that you can, in this case, these questions of non-visible, you can certainly assist in the migration of plants as you try to layer new systems of nature-based infrastructure inland. But this transition or preparation of hydric soils that allows for more saline-adapted halophytic plants to actually develop in those areas is not keeping pace or able to keep pace in the same way. And so, yes, it is I'd say the best answer is it's a primary concern, but one of the things we struggle with, or one of the things that we seek with this, is also land lab space that is experiencing those changes that allows us to actually work to dial them in further. Working in Central Virginia, there are some things we can advantageously mimic, or we can think in place-based form, but that is a serious issue for us at this time.
this isn't probably what you're looking for, but I'll add an additional layer to it, which is that as we're moving away from coal and more into natural gas, this is a very extractive process that changes groundwater fundamentally. So the amount of water that is needed for hydrofracking and then pumped back in, and we're not allowed to know, talking about the politics of site, what is in that water that is being recirculated. This is an additional layer to thinking about groundwater and freshwater resources generally.
Hi there. Thanks for the beautiful presentations. I had a question for, I guess, Aaron and Brian, or those who've been working with the Bay Migrations Project. I've worked a little bit on the Eastern Shore with the RAFT project and the Institute for Engagement and Negotiation, and was just curious about your process for finding people, building relationships, and then where these stories will ultimately live.
Thanks so much for that question. One of the things that we're starting to do is, we're both pretty new to UVA, but starting to talk to IEN and also to the kind of larger, many of the incredible initiatives that exist out there. And through some of those conversations, I'm starting to identify people that would be really good to talk to in the context of long-term, intergenerational, land-based drainage knowledge. So I'd love to talk more if you want. But I think also a really amazing thing as a historian is getting kind of connected to an incredibly generous and organized and very, very careful group of historians that already exist out there. Much beyond a kind of local historian. They're publishing widely. They're developing reading rooms. The Eastern Shore Historical Reading Room exists. So there is a lot of work out there already to figure out types of histories that need to be preserved. And Miles Barnes, who I mentioned, is in the process of writing a very much needed new kind of Eastern Shore environmental history. And so it's also through that network and being careful not to step on toes, not to overlap, not to duplicate, but instead to kind of be in conversation in that way.
Actually, I don't need one. But my question is to Professor Allen. We didn't have the benefit of hearing everything Mr. John was trying to tell us. So I have two questions. One is, what was he trying to tell us? I think I know. But secondly, who were his network of people with whom he worked in this project?
Thank you for that question. So John Taylor is amazing because, he only went to 8th grade. And post-Katrina, a lot of people came down there doing all kinds of things. But he lived in the Lower Nine, and he was in the bayou when that was a full cypress forest. And so he was kind of like discovered after people brought all kinds of experts, realizing that there was a person in the community who knew the wetlands, and others like him, more than they could ever know, right? Actually, a professor at University of Colorado started talking to him and realized that this was a person who knew, because as a child, it was a full forest, because, he's was in his late 70s. And so he knew it's a very complicated system, right? Because you have the Gulf of Mexico, and then you have the channels they dug, and you have Lake Borgne, and then, the city is sitting between the river and the lake with, the industrial canal. So he understood the whole system. And what he was basically trying to explain is kind of what I had talked about, but I got a lot of that knowledge from him, is that, when they dug that channel, they allowed saltwater intrusion. So that's it was basically two things that happened as historically plantations grew. They filled they cleared and filled. There was a lot of timber cutting going on, and the dredging of channels, right, and canals. And then the Mississippi Gulf outlet came much later, and that's what he was talking about, how when they dug that channel to get a quicker passage from the Gulf to the Mississippi River, the Gulf is salt. That was, a freshwater swamp, and it made, caused the cypress, all those, that was, you could see all the poles and stumps. The video I wanted to show actually flies across it and shows you. So that's what he was saying. And then he was talking about the simple thing that they would have to do to allow it to, replenish again. And actually, there are people working on that now, thank goodness. And then he was also talking about the difference between being seasonal and tidal, and just that people don't really understand. And that little video kind of gives the point of my whole talk, was just that, they went to the Netherlands. They did something called the Dutch Dialogues, where all they had to do was go right and talk to John Taylor, But anyway, because there's indigenous knowledge, and often people like him, they don't say anything because they figure these are the experts, and it takes people to reach out to communities, because especially in a situation after disaster, people are they want help. They were happy all those people came. They want any help, and they feel like, okay, I'll just be quiet and let them do their thing, because if I say something, they'll go away. But really, they hold the knowledge. Thank you.
I'll ask another question to you, Diane, if that's okay, while we wait for another audience. One, I know in your other work, a lot of it is very engaged and led by local communities. You're, in your day job or your real life, you're a practicing landscape architect. In this work, I know I see all of the resonances and connections between them, this sort of deeper historical dive that you've done over the last few years. But I was wondering if you could just take a minute and draw those out a little bit, how you as a practitioner who's deeply engaged with the places where you work learns from or is informed by this kind of more of a historical take.
Sure. So one thing that we've always, so for instance, like we're working on a public housing project in DC, and we don't know anything about DC. I mean, we know some, I was there for a while, but I mean, we don't know that particular landscape of that public housing project. And one of the things we were asked to do was, of course, engagement. And the first thing they said to us was, okay, you can use this hall, you can use this, place to have the engagement. But what we said was, no, we want the community to walk us around the landscape, to walk, and, the DCA person was like, what? We're like, no, this is the landscape. They have to, and there are issues of safety and all kinds of things, but this is the landscape they have to deal with, right? So, we're like, we need to walk around it with them. That does a couple of things. When you have a project and you walk around the site with the community, they become the guide, right? When you bring them into the hall, you're kind of controlling everything. You're putting your little maps on the wall and saying, show me what this is. But when you walk them around, they have to talk because you don't really know. So, and then it gives them trust. It makes them trust you more, and it gives them confidence. Like, okay, this person's gonna listen to me. Oh, this person is listening to me. I'm telling them what they're looking at and they're seeing. So it's kind of that same thing about realizing that in practice that you really should be more of a partner, right? That you have tools, right? I mean, there's a whole lot of knowledge. You have knowledge, but they have knowledge, and they have knowledge of place, So that's one of the, really important things that you can bring to practice. Because for a long time, there was just certain kinds of engagement techniques, that we relied upon over and over again. And I think it's a way of kind of flipping that and letting them control it more, so that you can receive their knowledge, right? Yeah. I have a question. I really like Marantha. I didn't want to say her name wrong. Oh, Marantha, there you go. You said we do these things and we pretend we want to freeze the landscape in time. I love that, because that's not a good thing. But anyway, talk about that.
Sure. Well, I think it connects very deeply to some of the things that you're talking about in terms of kind of drawing out local knowledge or sort of particularity in a place, and this understanding that places aren't static, and kind of the knowledge of the ways in which they're not static is kind of what I was talking about. It's like a anti-optimization way of thinking about place or thinking about design. I think one of the things that was so powerful for me, hearing everybody talk all in a row, which was the ways that sort of different lenses through which we understand what it means for a place to be particular and for a place to always be changing. I think, I do it through math, but I think seeing Michael do it through roots and Brian and Aaron do it through sort of the working of the land, through technical expertise, through sort of power and energy. I think that it all shows us that places are constantly changing, and that's really important to the way that we kind of think about futures, right? It's not about holding a line, and it never was, I guess.
I guess following up on that question of staticity, isn't in fact the modern world predicated upon the notion that landscapes can be preserved in static form, that infrastructures can be put in place and be maintained over long distances of time, that systems can exist like petroleum extraction and be perpetuated without a concern for change. And so how that's sort of the meta question, how do we get from an international standard organization-based world that wants one solution for everything, and the particularity of landscape that changes culturally, historically, economically, politically, ecologically?
Well, I don't think that they're diametrically opposed. I think that, at least in our work, time really matters, but it's not a question of static or change. It's really a question of how long will something persist and in what form? What are its qualities? I think that's really what's at issue. For that reason, I was bringing up the concept of duration. The idea that you could maintain that strawberry field, or that former strawberry field that Aaron found, long enough to raise a few generations in a place, that ends up really mattering, even if it does ultimately become a wetland. And I think that's at issue all along a lot of coastal landscapes. They are changing, and they're gonna that rate of change is accelerating. But that doesn't mean you just sort of say oh, yep, it's just going to change and we move on. I think that's the conversation that our society's having, is what do we preserve for how long and in what state or what nature? It's always partial.
Yeah, then the idea of conservation of functionality versus conservation of a specific form. And I would be lying badly if it said that would solve or engage that question fully of broader standards. But it is something, especially in working with large governmental entities like the USDA and the Army Corps, is also an important part of the of what we're attempting to do from a policy perspective as well, which is for every universal standard out there, there is a localized indigenous knowledge. There's also a localized system of change and adaptation that's necessary. And how do you find ways of mediating between those two systems to soften the edges, so to speak? It's not it's not going to be a full or beautiful answer to your question, which is excellent, but rather that is helping steer a very large ship in a slightly different direction. And in doing so, I think one of the important things with this is our ability to impact policy comes from, to a certain degree, a technical knowledge base and a willingness to be experimental under or within a rubric of how we would structure that academically and professionally, but also at the same time asking some of the tougher questions about how do you localize those systems. And so those are, I think, undercurrents of our work that are very important to try to bring forth as much as possible.
I think that there has been a false narrative that we have, given to the public that that things, are going to stay stable, and we do all these things to make them stable. I mean, the reason why I love looking at the Maroons and also, indigenous American culture is because they basically didn't live on the land. They lived with the land, right? So, I think that's the only way we're going to survive climate change in the thing. Once we kind of, twist our brains to realize that we have to live with what's happening, as opposed to we're on it and we, freeze it in time. Yeah.
I'll just add one thing. I totally agree about the time dimension, but I also want to push back on the idea that it's either static or changing. And I think that we can see that within policy. So, for example, there are thresholds under which, that are decided that say, yes, this constitutes an oil spill, or no, that doesn't constitute an oil spill. And things can happen every day up to a particular extent, but it doesn't cross the threshold that then enables the funding to flow toward that particular site. And so I've thought about that as a system of sustainable degradation. How is it that we're slowly degrading over time in order to sustain a particular economic orientation for longer? And so I just want to kind of add a little bit of complexity or gray area to, the idea that once you cross a particular threshold, that there's change, and just to invite more of the idea of that transformation as a slow process, that it's not something that, yes, we want immediately, but it takes time. Even as we want to create change in ourselves, it's really difficult. And so collectively doing that is, it requires time. Adrienne Marie Brown tells us to move at the speed of trust, and that takes time to cultivate in communities and places.
That's a nice place to end. Thank you all. So we're going to break now for lunch. There's lunch in the back in the lobby where you came in. And also, I'm not sure what's going on outside. It might be drizzling, but you're welcome to take your food outside to the plaza if you want to. And we'll help you get back in when we start up again. We're going to start up again around 1:30. Thanks.
my work explores the environmental resilience of informal urban practices in cities. So informal urban practices, since they are community-led efforts, which is a term that I actually feel most comfortable with, they are contributing to the creative production of cities. They are finding their own ways to articulate themselves to the formal city. But we've seen that in those efforts, they have showed a tremendous capacity to adapt. I would argue that in order to achieve climate justice, we need to gather accurate data. We need to start by acknowledging all those community members that are actually not included in current analytical frameworks. So we need to find ways of accurately representing those community members in order to be able to gather accurate data. The community action I've seen around different cities and different regions is something that definitely motivates my work. I've seen different groups, community members, community activists getting together to address these issues by themselves, without infrastructure, without resources. And we've been able to see through our research that they've been able to achieve fantastic outcomes.
In our Arctic research, we partner with many different types of organizations and community members and sectors that know the place extremely well because where we work is their home.
Resilience in the built environment is not purely about design per se, physical buildings and landscapes. It's actually about also how we work together and how we think collectively as communities towards facing the challenges of climate change. We're having to question things that we've done in the past, ways in which we live and the way in which we're aware of the environment in which we live. So though there's a crisis happening now, I think in a way it's causing a moment of introspection in terms of how we use resources, how we use energy, and how we live together.
If we were to take in or understand climate, not only as a physical phenomena or a statistical average, but a set of ideas, then what new relationships between people and climate can we build?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a nice lunch, and I want to say hello to all the people who are live streaming today back at Campbell Hall and elsewhere around the world. Hello. One of the things about being a dean that's fantastic is you not only get a chance to meet your students, obviously the faculty and staff, but you get to connect with your alumni. And that's been one of the joys of my job, is to be able to see the great work that our alumni have been doing. And there's nothing greater than to have them all come and be on a panel to share with what they've been doing, share with you all what they've been doing. And so I have that distinct pleasure today to meet with our alumni to hear how they're tackling issues related to climate change, how they're addressing in their day-to-day work, what are the types of things they're grappling with on a day-to-day basis. And so they're going to share their insights, their knowledge, their stories with us about how do you really do it. And it's so wonderful to have you all. We are going to have our alumni that are talking about things from the material to territorial, from across architecture, landscape architecture, policy, and law. I want to introduce our panelists all at one time, and then I'll have them come up one by one to present. And then I will ask them some questions, and then we'll open it up to you all to ask questions, and we should have plenty of time for that. So we have DJ Gherkin with us. DJ is President and Executive Director of the Southern Environmental Law Center. DJ, you want to just wave your hand so people know? There you are. All right. We'll see you in a minute. John Kett, Managing Principal of Reed Hildebrand. John, welcome. Jeff Murphy, Founding Partner and Principal, MBB Architects. Jeff, great to see you. Serena Nelson, Associate at Nelson Bird Woltz Landscape Architects. Serena, great to see you. And then Mark Suramaki, Founding Partner and Principal at LTL Architects. So we're delighted to have you, and we look forward to seeing your presentations and having discussions. So, John, why don't you just get us kicked off?
Thanks, Malo. Good afternoon, everyone. I know we've got you right after the lunch hour here, so we'll try to be lively and keep you all awake. I know that's hard personally. I just want to say what an incredible series of panels this has been so far, and it's really every single one has tapped into a new line of inquiry around this, which just makes you recognize how many different ways into this subject matter there are. So as Malo said, I'm John Kett. I'm the managing principal of Reed Hildebrand. We're a landscape architecture practice of 70 plus landscape architects and administrative staff located in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and New Haven, Connecticut. I want to talk to you today about the many ways that this subject plays into our work, and then I want to focus in on one project in particular. Malo said the singular, my work. I want to be very clear, this is the work of 72 people in our practice. This is not my work that I'm presenting. But we're aware that there are issues throughout this session that come into play here. There are issues of equity and public health, like our work on the action plan at Franklin Park. There are issues of resilience amidst the extreme weather patterns and flooding events that we're seeing, like our work at Long Dock. There are more subtle and incremental impacts that we're seeing through our work on the Cambridge Urban Forest Plan in Boston, where you recognize that the impact of pests and disease, which are influenced by changing climates, as well as temperature shifts, make it difficult to maintain, much less grow, our urban canopy. There are issues of rising seas and preservation, which I'll talk about in more detail later here at the tidal basin in Washington, D.C. And then there are questions that came up yesterday from Sheila Crane about giving voice to centuries of colonial oppression and subjugation in Louisiana, where the relationship between slavery and incarceration and environmental justice become the context for a project that seeks to invert the traditional narrative of a plantation from that of a planter's home to one that's focused on the land and its stories at Live Oak Truth, Witness, and Justice. So as I mentioned, the project I want to talk about today is actually the work of my partners, Eric Kramer and Gary Hildebrand, as part of the Tidal Basin Ideas Lab. This was a collaboration between the National Trust for the National Mall, the National Trust for Historic Preservation, and the National Park Service. It was facilitated by SOM. 5 firms were invited: Susanna Drake, when she was at D-Land Studio, GGN, Reed Hildebrand, Field Operations, and Hood Design. This was an ideas competition. There was no project that came out of this, and so this group of close friends got into the room on the first day and said, hey, why would we compete? Let's jump on Suzanne Mumaw's bus and let's collaborate. What we recognize is that the reality, and that allowed us each to approach this through our own lens. We recognize that the reality is that this landscape is already experiencing the impacts of an evolving climate. Saltwater intrusion through the aging seawalls have already started to affect the cherry trees that are a critical part of our national identity and a symbol of our international relations. Given its proximity to the Potomac, and to the influence of the Chesapeake Bay, just like CL was talking about yesterday in Apalachicola, this site will be an early indicator of the impact of sea level rise and increased flooding frequency. By 2050, projections show that the tidal basin, the Jefferson Memorial, the FDR Memorial, and the Martin Luther King Memorial will all experience frequent flooding and severe impacts from sea level rise and saltwater intrusion. We approach this through the lens of preservation. A lot of our work involves preservation. And when you first look at Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act, it sort of stumps you of how you address change at this scale. The federal requirements say that we have to seek ways to avoid, minimize, and mitigate any adverse effects. I think we all wish we knew how to do that. So we took a different approach on this and accepted the fact that this will continue to change. We started by an understanding of the tidal basin as a landscape that is not singular, it's not fixed, nor should it be. It's as much about the people who it represents, their actions and dreams, as the experiences that it affords, both collectively and individually. And it reflects many moments in time and many memories throughout time. We posit that this landscape has actually never been complete. and that regardless of the impacts being felt by a changing climate, it ultimately must remain forever an open and flexible work in progress. The tidal basin has been shaped by the tools of engineering and infrastructure, in the name of beautification and park building, and for collective commemorization and memorialization. Today, that heritage is at risk. We see preservation as a layered strategy that includes reinforcement where feasible and effective, which is not everywhere, and migration where not. Recognizing the need for this landscape to continue to adapt and evolve well beyond the scope of our knowledge today, balancing preservation with a vision for continued progress forward. To facilitate this, we built the case that the tidal basin's landscape significance, unlike spelled out in the Secretary of the Interior's guidelines, which talks about things, elements, features of a site, the tidal basin was not about those features. It was really, in many ways, about the qualities and experiences, your relationship to water, your relationship to the L'Enfant grid, your relationship to the cherry trees and how you move through those spaces. The circulation network then becomes not a series of lines on the ground that are about paths, but a series of experiences that are held both individually by the single user and collectively as we all take those paths, either together or apart. So our question became, how do you maintain the qualities of this place while addressing the dynamic relationship between water and land, expanding ways that people engage with water, introducing prospects where these dynamics become visible, and ultimately creating a renewed landscape that feels both continuity with its past and asserts a new relationship with its future. Thank you.
I won't keep narrating these slides for John. You want me to? Okay. Thanks so much, John. Amazing to see the work and really fantastic to be here and part of this panel and symposium today. My name is Mark Surumaki. I'm one of the principals of LTL Architects. We're located in New York City. And our work engages multiple aspects of environmental resiliency, from questions of sea level rise and its impacts on cities in a project for the Rising Currents program at the Museum of Modern Art back in 2010, to the restoration of Steeplechase Pier in Coney Island in the wake of Hurricane Sandy. But there's another aspect of our practice that I really want to focus on today that operates principally through research, publication, and representation, and this often takes the form of what we call manuals. And today I'm going to talk about the most recent of these publications called the Manual of Biogenic House Sections, which engages questions of how we build and specifically what we build with in a moment of environmental crisis. This involves a shift from thinking about operational carbon to thinking about embodied carbon. And if we look at the next 30 years, we realize that half of the total carbon emissions of new construction around the planet will be embodied carbon. More if we think about the impacts of high-performance building. And the important part about that is that embodied carbon is upfront carbon. So whereas operational carbon accrues over the lifespan of the building over decades, embodied carbon is already expended at the time that the building kind of is built, which means that it's actually the more relevant, arguably, component to address if we're really looking at these urgent time spans that we need to avoid the most devastating impacts of climate change. So what can we do? We can build less and reuse more, and reuse is an incredibly important part of this embodied carbon question, but it's very unlikely that we're going to reuse our way out of this problem. By 2060, the world's projected to add about 2.5 trillion square feet of new construction. That's essentially doubling the building stock of the planet in 3 decades, and much of that in the global south, where reuse has more limited possibilities. So what does it mean? We believe it means that we have to radically and rapidly rethink the material basis of our architectures. We have to rethink and reassess the legacy of modernism with its reliance on concrete, steel, and glass, which are not only carbon intensive, but are also reliant on extractive methodologies that have devastating impacts on ecosystems, on landscapes, and inequitably distributed effects on human health and communities. So what are the alternatives? Well, one of the alternatives is to build as much as possible with biogenic and geogenic materials that are low carbon, or in the case of plants, actually sequester carbon within their very cell structure. The good news is that these materials are readily available. They're abundant, they're globally distributed, they usually require very minimal processing, they're inexpensive, and they're reintegratable into renewable cycles. And most importantly, they're available now. So for the last 4 years, we've been working on this publication, which we hope acts as a kind of a guide and a manual for how do we build with these materials, where do they come from, how are they processed, and how have they taken the form of innovative buildings in the context of houses from around the world. So why houses? In part because we know houses are a big part of the problem. We build too many of them, over 1 million single-family homes in North America alone every year. And so the very ubiquity of the house makes it a potent vehicle for transformations in our material economies. In North America, at least, our houses are too big, and with the exception of the wood frame, they're built almost entirely from petrochemical materials, which are not only problematic from a carbon standpoint, but also from a human health perspective. They're part of a take, make, trash linear cycle, which means that the majority of these ingredients or materials end up in the landfill at the end of the life cycle of the building. If we kind of zoom in on the wall of the house, we see one of the reasons for this, which is that the wall is comprised of multiple lightweight, thin, single-performing hygienic layers, which are based on a strict division between inside and outside. These layers are, again, largely synthetic. They're very difficult to pull apart and reprocess, and they're often working at cross purposes to one another. Biogenic and geogenic systems, by contrast, tend towards thickness, often integrating multivalent performance within a single monolithic mass. Often combining structure and skin, envelope and insulation within a single symbiotic assembly. We look in the book at 55 such assemblies culled from houses around the world. The book is divided into 9 material-based chapters, and a chapter on reuse. In each instance, we look at the carbon sequestering potential of the material. We draw the life cycle of the material from field to form and back again, repositioning the building not as a static artifact, but as a temporary accumulation of matter that has an origin and an afterlife that's tied to recursive cycles that are bound to natural systems. We draw the material and its transformation into a building component, and then in each of the cases of the 55 houses, we create detailed axonometrics and sectional perspectives that show the relationship between the material assembly and the spatial form of the building. We do this for straw, mass timber, bamboo, cork, and earth, both in its hand-compacted and digitally printed forms. And in each of these instances, we're really interested in the ways in which the encounter with the particular material drives the tectonic and spatial logics of the house. After 4 years of this research, we're now folding this back into our own practice and engaging in a series of projects that look at the architectural implications of plant-based materials. The first of these takes the form of 5 biogenic houses, a CLT house based on minimally processed CLT blanks that creates a contemporary version of an A-frame cabin, a bamboo lamella greenhouse enclosing an earthen dwelling, providing both an interstitial passively climatized buffer and a productive garden for the inhabitants, and 2 houses based on straw as mass, a hollow cube of straw bales and CLT modules that reinforce each other, the modules forming the rooms of the house, connected in a spiral from front door to roof, creating a house that's both thick and porous. And finally, a house that's based on 2 different methodologies of piling up jumbo straw bales, a corbelled wall, and a terraced interior landscape. And here, we're really interested kind of capturing the space of the house in between in the very question of thickness, and mass, which is often understood in negative terms of inefficiency, but here is exploited for its thermal and spatial benefits, underscoring the way that an encounter with biogenic materials can not only allow us to reevaluate architectural commonplaces, to invent new spatial possibilities, but also to reconceive of our buildings as inseparable from the material and natural cycles that give them form. Thank you.
That was amazing to witness. Thank you. It is an honor to be with you. I'm Serena Nelson with Nelson Bird Woltz, an associate in the New York office. We're a practice of 50 practitioners between Charlottesville, New York, a small office in Houston. And it's an honor to be with you and represent our work and our research-driven practice, the process of listening and how stories embedded in the land can offer clues to resilient climate strategies. From conservation agriculture to work with cultural institutions to public landscapes, our work provides opportunities to impact large-scale land management practices with major potential to change carbon dynamics and create resilience through design. Today I'll touch on 3 projects as examples of the work. The Georgia Tech campus, a living laboratory demonstrating the performative value of woodland ecosystems. Memorial Park in Houston, where restored prairie ecologies provide cultural experiences in the heart of an urban landscape. And Circle Bar Ranch, a large-scale agricultural parcel looking to shift the dynamics in southern pine agroforestry. The 8-acre eco-commons at Georgia Tech was transformed from a parking lot into a thriving Piedmont woodland landscape, with the site's topography reconstructed to recall historic natural patterns and drainage ways. Creating new open space supporting holistic sustainability initiatives from increasing biodiversity and stormwater management to providing new opportunities for education and social growth. This diagram illustrates the site's ecological performance value transitioning from a parking lot into an urban forest, providing carbon sequestration, air filtration, runoff mitigation, and accommodating more than 500,000 gallons of stormwater through infiltration and capture in cisterns for reuse. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's Georgia Tech. Let me go back. All right, let's start again. All right, so here's the 8-acre eco-commons transformed from a parking lot into a thriving Piedmont woodland landscape. And the new open space supporting sustainability initiatives from biodiversity to stormwater management and opportunities for education and social growth. Let's see, here we go. All right, this is the diagram that illustrates ecological performance value transitioning from a parking lot into an urban forest, providing carbon sequestration, air filtration and runoff mitigation, and accommodating more than 500,000 gallons of stormwater. With over 20 on-site monitoring devices integrated into the landscape, Georgia Tech students and faculty were involved in planning for real-time data collection, integrating with current and future research happening on campus. Native plantings create varied and immersive site experience for students with places for outdoor education and experimentation. And as evidence of successful pollinator habitat, the bee boxes were actually a recent addition by students. Through research, we learned that the site was formerly the location of the Pickrick Diner, an all-white establishment that refused service to 3 black students from a local seminary, an incident that led to the first lawsuit upheld by the 1964 Civil Rights Act. Unity Plaza celebrates the bravery of George Willis Jr., Albert Lee Dunn, and Woodrow T. Lewis, the 3 students who bravely pushed forward into uncomfortable spaces to lead social change, and offers a space for continued dialogue, acknowledging that you can't have environmental justice without addressing social justice. Memorial Park, a 1,400-acre landscape, is one of the largest urban parks in the United States and Houston's largest wilderness area. NBW's 2015 framework plan focuses on restoring ecological systems, creating greater resiliency while reconnecting the park's land, waterways, and people, and was informed by more than 3,000 Houstonians who contributed to its development. The park suffered from vast tree canopy loss after hurricanes and drought, in addition to access challenges for both people and wildlife. The park was also bisected in 1955 by the construction of the 6-lane Memorial Drive and was built and disrupting habitat and migration for dozens of species. Over time, site ecology had become homogenized, with many non-native species and vulnerable even-age forests lacking resilience to withstand increasing climate event pressures. The NBW plan resurrected historic prairies, proposed diverse ecological corridors to improve connectivity for animals, stormwater, and people. The first of several major implementation projects that have been completed since 2015, the Eastern Glades introduces a formal entrance to the park, reclaims 100 acres of previously inaccessible land at the park's edge, and creates a new lake with miles of trails offering immersive experiences of the surrounding ecology. The 5.5-acre Hines Lake not only provides habitat and a focal point of experience at this new moment of arrival, but acts as a reservoir for site irrigation, offsetting what was previously drawn from municipal water. With terraces and pathways surrounding the lake providing opportunities for nature watching recreation reflection along the water's edge. Another major implementation project recently opened to the public, the Land Bridge and Prairie reconnects the divided park 67 years after the construction of the highway that bisected it. With over 500,000 cubic yards of soils harvested from on-site to cover the tunnels and create the mounds of the land bridge, and 45 acres of reconstructed coastal prairie habitat, the project serves as a triumph of green over gray infrastructure and will distinguish Memorial Park and Houston as an icon for a more resilient future. Lastly, Circle Bar Ranch is a conservation agriculture and camp framework plan recently completed that exemplifies the NBW process of deep cultural and ecological research leading to design. Oops. Sorry. A 2,800-acre former Angus cattle ranch and exotic game operation with much of its land in loblolly monoculture, we were asked to consider a camp and the best use of the land, but given the scale of the property, we looked to do something more impactful that could offer value to the larger region. Through research, 4 key narratives emerged that became inspirational for major land management and program initiatives. The history of the longleaf pine ecosystem, indigenously managed by fire and one of the most biodiverse ecotypes in the world, decimated across the Southeast by the destructive clearing practices at the turn of the century. This had given way to the present-day loblolly pine monoculture, agroforestry that dominates the region with low economic returns. Connected to this, we learned about the piney woods cattle, a 500-year-old breed evolved to graze the longleaf pine savanna understories that had been replaced by big beef European cattle. With a small contingent of local farmers working to restore the breed for meat and forest management. During the pandemic, we visited national forests where healthy longleaf pine ecosystems were being managed and conducted a forestry workshop to learn how our site could be used as a demonstration of restoration and landscape evolution from loblolly back to longleaf pine. We carefully studied our site soils and uncovered traces of historic longleaf plantations on the property as evidenced by mapped logging rail lines once used to extract huge timbers across the region. As steps toward becoming a learning landscape, we were able to plant demonstration blocks of longleaf pine seedlings, save 30 head of a heritage breed of piney woods, and brought to the site for exploration of both meat production and grazing for land management. The driving ambition for the camp centers around educating the next generation of land stewards, demonstrating integrated regenerative management practices in agroforestry, agriculture, and ecological restoration, moving from extractive practices that have decimated forests and farmland towards carbon sequestering, diversified forests, and healthy soils. The camp is intended to be a base not only for kids, but for on-site research, educational gatherings, and conservation demonstrations toward a broader community impact, with site hubs for respective programs and trail networks and circulations providing key moments of engagement. As a living model of regenerative management, the camp facilities are immersed in the forest, integrating ecological education and pilot forest conversions into everyday experience for campers. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Murphy, and Malo, I want to thank you for including me in this amazing program. And I also want to just say how inspired I've been in the past couple of days by all of the work I've seen. It's just incredible. And I'm really proud as an alum that you all are taking such an amazing leadership role in climate change. So thank you for that. This is my office. MBB is a 25-person firm in Manhattan. We're a women-owned firm, and we were started about 25 years ago. I started the firm with Mary Burnham and Harry Buttrick, my two partners. Our clients are mission-driven institutions and civic entities, and we work with all types of schools, universities, religious institutions, and nonprofit organizations. While we design high-performing new buildings, we have become expert at designing sustainable existing buildings. I'm sure you're familiar with the graph on the right. It's basically 40% of our emissions are coming from buildings, but the number to look at for my talk is the 27% of building operations, which is really an incredible number that's going towards emissions in this country. Oh, sorry. And then on the other side is a graph that basically just says that in 2040 of the buildings that exist then, 2/3 of them will be existing buildings. And so this really makes a case, I think, for we cannot address our existing building, the sustainability of our existing buildings if we're going to meet our decarbonation goals. St. Patrick's Cathedral is a project, the rejuvenation of the building is a project that we completed in 2019. The building's visited by over 9 million people a year, it's essentially this building was not touched for about 70 years, and there was all this deferred maintenance that basically we had to touch every surface inside and out, and also replace all the building systems. Our project at St. Patrick's Cathedral is atypical in that it's a historic building, but it typifies what we really need to be doing to decarbonize, and that is taking stock of our existing buildings, recognizing the value of their embodied energy and putting them on a more sustainable path for years to come. This is an image on the right of midnight mass at St. Patrick's Cathedral. And on Christmas Eve, and essentially we never shut down the cathedral. We did work for 4 years, never missed a mass, and never missed a religious celebration. In the middle of design, Pope Francis came out with his encyclic on environmental stewardship, and that was actually a great thing for us because we had tried to really push our client to embrace a sustainable agenda. And after the encyclic came out, they were all on board, and we ended up doing a very robust sustainable and resiliency program. You'll recognize on the left the Notre Dame fire in 2019 that originated in the attic above the nave, and the right image is the attic above the nave in St. Patrick's Cathedral, which we found unprotected. We knew that we had to ultimately develop an overall resiliency plan to address not only threats from fire, but from lightning, flooding, and terrorism. As part of our resiliency plan, misfire suppression system was installed in the attic. And this is a technology used from cruise ships, and it emits a fine mist right where the fire event is, and it would keep our ceiling from dropping to the floor, preventing if we were to use a deluge system. After looking at a wide range of potential sustainable building systems, we landed on an all-electric HVAC system that is driven by a geothermal plant. This is a 240-ton system that cools the building and then also heats it. It's a standing column well system, open loop geothermal plant. While energy reduction, cost savings, and energy independence were reasons our client ultimately chose this system, this worked really well for our project in that there was no physical impact of the HVAC plant on the actual historic fabric of the building. We used existing pathways and infrastructure which enabled us to carefully integrate vents, ductwork, and electric fan coil units into the architecture. And the image on the left here shows kind of the mess that was made by digging these wells along Fifth Avenue with Saks across the street and Rockefeller Center across the street. Everyone was ticked off. Nobody was happy. Each well took about 3 weeks to drill, and it's a very noisy process, but we ended up getting it done, and the rest, I guess, is history. Substantial energy savings were realized by improving building envelope at doors and windows, and this included high-performance glazing at stained glass up in the upper left, and contemporary bronze and glass doors glass enclosures that retained heat and air conditioning. We focused on elevating the human experience by making the cathedral more inclusive by doubling the occupancy count and, among other things, making the building fully accessible. Indoor air quality was increased significantly, and outdoor noise levels were reduced by 75%. We were able to reduce the visual clutter that had accumulated in the building over 150 years, and that helped us to enhance the architecture. This is an image after the completion of the second phase of the project, which happened to coincide with a visit by Pope Francis, who gave a mass at St. Patrick's Cathedral. It highlights the power of architecture to bring people together, but also speaks to the importance of treating existing buildings as if they will be around for decades, if not centuries. And we also need to provide the sticks and carrots to regular buildings to make sure that people decarbonize the existing buildings that are out there. I'm sorry. Boston architect Jean Caroon notes that there are over 350 billion square feet of existing building space in the United States. That space may be our most significant renewable resource. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am DJ Gherkin. I'm the Executive Director of the Southern Environmental Law Center, and I'll start by disclosing that I have two significant problems this afternoon. The first is I used to be a real lawyer, but now I'm an administrator, and so that means that I'm going to talk about the work of 115 legal and policy experts that I really, it's all over my pay grade. I'm just hanging on by my fingernails most of the day. My other problem is that I'm following these brilliant designers and their gorgeous representations of really smart solutions, and I just can't compete with that. We like to think we give good presentations at SELC, and I could show you some slides of nature and industrial pollution that would knock your socks off, but this is out of my league. So the first thing you learn in law school is if you can't win the game, change the rules. So I'm going to try a different approach. And I just want to give you an overview of my perspective as an environmental advocate, a graduate of the Masters of Planning program at the School of Architecture, on what I see as the interrelationship and the interdependency between our respective fields. And to do that, I've got to start by giving you just a little bit of perspective on what in the world we do at the Southern Environmental Law Center. If you don't know the organization, we're the largest environmental advocate focused on the South and one of the most robust environmental law nonprofits anywhere in the world. We use the skills of lawyers and policy experts combined with a deep and context-specific understanding of the South. We are of the South to protect our region, but also to solve big national problems like environmental injustices and pertinent to today's conversation, climate change. What does that look like? We have energy lawyers working at every level of government to shape policies and market incentives to push fossil fuels off the grid and encourage an accelerated transition to a just renewable energy future. We've got transportation professionals and specialists who are creating the policy incentives that encourage the kind of walkable communities and multimodal transit opportunities that we're all working to build here. And we've got natural resources specialists protecting all that sequestered carbon all across the South. So that's our broad spectrum climate strategy. But we are also focused on protecting communities and habitats that are facing the inevitable changes. I did the same thing, I forgot one of my slides. The inevitable changes ahead with climate change. If the worst projections of sea level rise and temperature change are realized, the South is going to experience one of the largest human migrations in our nation's history. That's a significant threat. Some amount of this is going to happen no matter what, and so at SELC we are working to keep highways and homes out of the path of those rising seas and stormwater. We are making sure that our infrastructure and our communities and our laws are ready for the bigger and more impactful storms that are headed our way. And that's what we do every day. So back to the topic of the panel. What might not be obvious is how much the design professions interact with what we do. There's a lot of ways to think about what lawyers and environmental advocates are up to. I like to think, and what I tell my colleagues, is that we uncover the truth and we use it to tell powerful stories that persuade people to do the right thing at its most basic level. Well, knowing what the truth is and knowing what the right thing is these folks over here, right? It's the design profession, scientists and engineers, which means that in my profession, I get to impersonate highway engineers, architects, urban planners, scientists, and engineers, much to the chagrin of highway engineers, architects, urban planners over the course of my career. In one particularly entertaining excursion, I got to negotiate with landscape architects designing Tiger Woods' first North American golf course, complete redesign. I've never played the game, but how hard could it be, right? To take you to one concrete example of what this looks like, I want to talk about Charleston, South Carolina. Charleston is the poster child of sea level rise. The city is already experiencing what they call daylight flooding. That is flooding on clear days just from the operation of high tides. So if there's any place in America that you're going to look for a big infrastructure design-based solution to protect from the inevitable rise of seas, it's a densely populated historic city like Charleston. They sought help from the Army Corps of Engineers, a fine agency, but they did what engineers do, and they designed a big seawall. Now, the problem with seawalls is they will keep the sea level rise out. They also trap floodwaters in. So if it's in your entire solution, you have not solved your problem. It also turns out that they can't stop the seas from rising. They just displace it. In this case, models predicted onto a black community on the edge of town, which, as you know, we in our society have a deplorable history of displacing all the things we don't want onto. So we thought we could come up with a better solution. This is the sea level, this is the wall. And so, and by the way, I had to have at least one slide with green watercoloring just to try and keep up. We hired an architect a design firm to come up with a better solution, incorporating nature-based solutions to deal with stormwater runoff in town, creating natural spaces that people can enjoy, mitigating the effects to that neighboring community. And here's the point I want to make about this. This design costs less. It is more effective, and it is more beautiful. It is just better. And if you ask folks in the design profession, that's the path forward, right? It is using our creative engine as a human society to come up with solutions across the spectrum of our economy that are more effective, cheaper, just more beautiful and better, so that people want to embrace them. We don't have to force them to with regulations. They perpetuate under their own momentum. That's what happened with solar energy, right? 15 years ago, folks in my field were pushing solar energy uphill, and now it is going downhill under its own momentum because it's the cheapest source of energy anywhere. That's where we want to get. But here's the thing, that's going to take a little while, right? We've been working on this for a long time. We're making enormous progress. In the meantime, my colleagues and I will be in the trenches trying to protect the things we have, trying to make the world a little bit less bad than it might otherwise have been. And so to the School of Architecture and to my friends in the design profession, I am really, deeply grateful for all the work that you're all doing. I look forward to living in the world you're trying to build. And in the meantime, we're going to try and level the playing field for those solutions you're making by forcing bad actors to internalize the costs they are imposing on the rest of us, and telling powerful stories that get us all ready to embrace these great solutions. And so with that, I'm going to invite my panelists back up, and we're going to answer some questions. Thank you, everyone.
That was quite impressive. I think that deserves another round of applause. Mark, you've definitely proved you can get a lot of things in there quickly. I like it. I like it. So now's the time, as DJ just said, about storytelling. And I think, obviously we want to hear more about what you've experienced. And you are, you were assigned to present this in such a short amount of time. But at the end of the day, we know there's a lot more to unpack. And so, starting us off, you've all addressed the issues of sustainability and climate, whether we're talking about from the scale of the material all the way up to an urban park, in the case of Memorial Park or Tidal Basin. And you have to balance many things. You've discussed the technical aspects of it. You've discussed the cultural consequences and social consequences of it. You've discussed how do we all actually live on a day-to-day basis, and also you want to save money and do all those things. And so how do you balance the tensions when you think about the metrics and the way we actually live? So how do you balance those tensions? And then when you think about your work, how do you approach that, given all those things that I just said? So it's just sort of start us off. And that's for all of you, so feel free to.
No one else has a microphone in their hand, so I guess I'll go first. First, I want to acknowledge that I believe DJ just referred to us as the divine profession. Did I hear that correctly? Thank you, DJ.
Let's embrace that for an instant.
I think it's a great question, Malo, and I still have the last panel in my head, the one that was about slow change, and I think this is the constant tension in the work we're doing is we're trying to balance things that are science-based, and we are promoting the science, yet we are also trying to anticipate the science and not wait for the final answer. And this is something Michael Lugering talked about of how can we use design as a way to make sort of logical speculation. And at the same time, the systems that are in place are actually working against us. So if we're not moving quickly enough, the things that are known will be put into place. So actually one of the small tragedies of the Tidal Basin project is that while all of those firms invested quite a bit of time and energy into imagining what this place could be, the National Park Service has just put out an RFP to replace a third of the seawall around the Tidal Basin and to raise the elevations to protect. And it's included in that there will be a plan that comes out of that engineering project that will work to address some of the things that were raised in the Ideas Lab, but it's almost too late then because you've just changed the tectonics of a place. So I think it is this constant tension we're working under of how do we balance the things we know with the forces behind this imperative. And I don't think there's a perfect answer to it.
Mark, you want to go so you have the mic on your end, and we'll work our way down.
Sure, yeah. Is that better? No, it's just me. Okay, on the problem. It's a really interesting and challenging question. I think, for us, there's this issue of, again, we're not material scientists, we're not environmental scientists, but we're working with the best data that we have and the information that's available to us in order to address that through design specifically. So we really see our expertise not as, let's say, treading into some of those other fields, but how can we as architects, how can we as designers begin to, in a way, visualize solutions that can that can provide momentum for things that are otherwise inherently resisted because they're unconventional, they're untried, but we know increasingly they're urgent. and they're necessary to address the kind of critical nature of the problems that we're facing. And so, for example, in the houses in the book, it wasn't always a question of, quantitatively which of these was sequestering the most carbon. It was equally important to understand how was the engagement with that material creating an architectural solution that was more compelling, that was more experientially rich, that was more productive in a number of ways. Because at the end of the day, people are inherently resistant to change. Getting people to change the ways in which they live, the way they experience spaces, the way they, even their own personal spaces is a difficult challenge. And if we can't produce compelling architecture, then all the sort of metrics in the world aren't necessarily going to help. So I think we have to address that sort of broad range of questions and really see how our specific kind of disciplinary skill set can be brought to bear on not only creating more kind of productive and efficient buildings, but also more compelling and in a way more humane environments.
Thank you so much. Serena?
I'll give the example of Memorial Park in Houston and the prairie landscape, which we think about ecologies and their performative value, and we do think about it to some degree in terms of metrics, so that landscape, that 45-acre prairie addition, sequesters 14.2 metric tons of carbon a year. So there's a statistic, but there's also the ecological narrative and the kind of history of land management that we look to, and trying to really tell those stories and engender stewardship. I think projecting the kind of cultural overlays and immersing people in the experiences of these places is really critical to connecting the dots to stewardship. So I think we obviously are intertwined with science and need to have impact, and everything we design has to be doing something performative in terms of mitigating stormwater, et cetera. But without that experience, it sort of is less impactful, and that's critical to our work, I think.
How about you, Jeff? Besides making your neighbors on Fifth Avenue very upset with you. Yes.
No, I would say, one of the challenges we come up against again and again, we just finished a big project at Trinity Church where we also tried to green that as best we could. But, we're also dealing with a small church in Queens that doesn't have any money to, they barely have enough money to fix their roof. So, I mentioned sticks and carrots. One of the challenges is just how do we, across the board, help people decarbonize? And I think that's a pressing issue, especially when we're just trying to work with, particular clients that want to just improve how they operate in their buildings, let alone be sustainable. So I think that's really the next big challenge, is how do we give people the means maybe, or the incentives to do that kind of work.
Thank you. DJ?
Yeah, well, I'll just echo a point that came through, which is I think think about environmental advocates, particularly environmental lawyers. We're always making the case, study it more, understand it better, get the details, get it right. And I'm happy to defend that work to anyone, anywhere. We're in a moment where we need to act. The transformation of the United States economy that needs to happen in the next 15 years is really mind-boggling when you sit down and look right at it. And so across a lot of disciplines, when we are talking about solutions that have the potential to sequester carbon, prevent the release, improve the way we're living so that it is a more sustainable and lasting effect, we just have to move. And we can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And I say that as someone who spends a lot of time yelling at federal agencies that they haven't studied it enough and they don't have all the details. That's not the mode we're in. And so we will spend a lot of time, I'm sure, holding up false solutions and calling them false because of the data and the metrics. But in the current moment, we have to tell and embrace powerful stories, and we just have to try things and be open to the fact that some things won't work out the way we hoped. The most immediate the last point I'll make, the most immediate context for that, as I mentioned, the major federal investments coming down the pipeline because of the Inflation Reduction Act and Infrastructure and Jobs Act from the past couple of years. it's mind-boggling the amount of money. We're talking about hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars. Friends, some of it will be wasted. I hate to say that out loud. Some of it will be misspent. Some of it will not have the desired impact, and that's fine, as long as it gets out and it gets on the ground, because there's no other way to do what we have to do and the time span we have available.
Thank you very much. I want to have a question, I guess, for Mark, definitely you, Jeff, and perhaps Serena and John. We'll see if you want to jump in here. But, you know, some of you have discussed the issues around vernacular building practices. You've talked about plant-based materials and the importance there, adaptive reuse. So when you think about, in your own projects, the material life cycle, assembly, the building systems integration, how does that inspire design innovation, something we care a great deal about at the A School?
Yeah, I can start. It's a really, it's a great question. I think, you know, one of the things about the materials that we're talking about, biogenic and geogenic materials, is that they are, in a certain way, we're talking about them as if they're new and innovative, but they're also they're the oldest building materials, right? They've been around for, you know, thousands of years. People have used them historically, kind of across cultures in multiple different ways, and there are rich traditions associated with them. On the other hand, there is a concern that as we move more towards utilizing these low carbon and carbon sequestering materials, that there can be an association with, let's say, a reductively nostalgic image of architecture, right? And on the one hand, there's arguably nothing wrong with that if we're building better and we're building in less destructive environmental ways. But I think, again, to get, and this is something we're concerned with, and one of the reasons that we make these publications is to get people in the discipline, architects, designers, interested and excited about building this way. I think it's very important to think about this not as simply a kind of recourse to the past, but really as something that can compel innovative solutions for the future. And for us, it's, you know, one could certainly make the argument that international modernism, as we've kind of experienced it over the course of the last century or so, was predicated on very specific material resources, on concrete and steel and glass to a certain extent, and the language and formal properties and expression of that architecture was derived specifically from the structural capacities and intrinsic qualities of those that matter, in a way. And so we see this as a kind of equivalent moment, right? If we don't have, it'd be great if we had the low carbon concrete we heard about yesterday immediately on the table, but we do have these materials, right, that we know that we can build with now. What are the equivalent responses? How can we work inventively with them, and how can we generate solutions that are not are drawing on the wisdom of the past, but not simply reiterating it in a kind of repetitive way? Right?
Yeah, Malo, I would say I think a lot of it has to do with just putting on the sustainable lens and the innovation lens. And an interesting project we've been working on is at Columbia University's Manhattanville campus. We work with Renzo Piano's office to do the programming for this building on Site 4, which is going to be an interdisciplinary building. And one of the fascinating things, innovations, I think, that came out of that was after doing the program, we actually told them to do a smaller building because the building really needs a critical mass of people in it all the time to be sustainable, not to build too much. And you know, that was something that purely came out of the programming process, but by putting that sustainability lens on it and really understanding that even programming has a lot to do with whether you're making a sustainable building or not.
Fantastic. Serena, yeah?
I can kind of translate that into landscape terminology. I would say, you know, in some ways plant species are, you know, and plant kind of cultural associations and, you know, human practices around agriculture are connected in ways to vernacular typologies and buildings. So in the case of Circle Bar Ranch, you know, we were really fascinated with this longleaf pine ecosystem and all the stories of culture connected to it. You know, the ground plane of the savanna, that's the most biodiverse ecotype, you know, in the world, and all the productivity that kind of happens around that ecosystem. And then, we're opposing that for the sake of narrative here with the loblolly monoculture. But really, there's a huge spectrum of operations from monoculture to, what would it mean to really reconstruct the longleaf pine diversified forests that were managed for, centuries, for thousands of years over time. And so the kind of space between where we are today and what that history represents, there's a lot to be explored there, and it really dovetails actually very well with the idea of all these building materials and the examples of mass timber and CLT and all these things out there. So I think we are inspired by that diversified model, but we still, there's, in our research, we actually came up with a whole kind of spectrum of land management practices that are tied to specific goals. So I think in a way that kind of dovetails. But.
One of the things we haven't dove into, you touched on it, is certainly financing. We know in our design professions, we like to do the best we can for our clients and community and whatnot. But how have reduced budgets or budget strains, deferred maintenance, how has that impacted your projects, especially when you think about climate and all the different needs? And I'm thinking about you, John, and certainly Serena and others, but how has that impacted you all in your everyday work, and where do you see the investment, and how do you convince people to make that investment? So just basically expand on that and tell me a little bit of the story there.
Yeah, sure. I'm going to maybe take that in two directions. We've always said that, but constraints of any form improve design. I think when we're placed, especially financial constraints, it makes you understand what's really essential to the design. And so we actually encourage that in our work. There's certainly a point where the realities of an aspiration and the realities of a financial potential don't align, and we have to be honest with our clients and communities about that. The other thing that it raises for me, though, is something that came up, I think it was in Liz's session yesterday, around basic needs. And I've really been taken, when you come into a community and you start asking what that community is looking for, there are very polar differences depending on the audience that you're talking to. In certain types of communities, you'll hear that there's an interest in dog parks and frisbee golf courses and all sorts of amenities that could be added to public space. In other more traditionally underserved populations, you'll hear, I'd like it to be cared for. I'd like the trash to be picked up. I'd like it to be lit at night. And I think that the kind of reconciling of starting with basic needs and understanding how you layer things into that, but don't necessarily overreach on what I think both private clients and also municipalities have the capacity to do, is really a sort of critical lesson we're taking away right now. And I think it actually applies to a long history of landscape architecture and the idea of flexibility and how you think about places being able to adapt to the user's needs as opposed to providing everything at face value. And there's obviously huge financial gain implications to that.
Thank you, John. Yeah.
I think, ubiquitously parks suffer from the annual maintenance costs and costs of operations, but over and over you see that a huge part of, and this isn't just parks, but it can be private land management, hours and hours of staff time is spent mowing. So just, trying to kind of control a landscape in a way and create a sort of certain view of nature and spaces for people to inhabit. So I think by really kind of inviting landscape performative ecosystems back into our public landscapes, we can kind of create so much more, natural function that serves a purpose and saves money and saves man hours. And not to say that it doesn't require some level of maintenance, it does. But I think by working with those systems and building them in to our understanding of how the whole landscape operates, there are opportunities to actually reduce costs.
DJ, do you want to expand on that? I know in your own work, I mean, you have to, I would imagine, work with policymakers, all types, maybe private sector as well, and many other entities to convince them, or maybe force them, unfortunately, to do the right thing. How do you navigate that space of thinking about investment and making the case?
Yeah, I mean, when I said what we do is tell powerful stories to persuade, that means meeting your audience where they are, right? So just as an example, South Carolina has some very progressive coastal resilience legislation. That's surprising, given the executive and legislative makeup of that state, that a climate-forward policy happened there. North Carolina has a law that prohibits their coastal professionals from talking about climate change. South Carolina has this progressive law, and we got that done not by talking about climate change. We got that done by talking about community values. We got it done by talking about Charleston, the cost of rising seas, which is now, not a topic of debate. Everyone can see it and can understand it. And so offering that as one example, but across the spectrum of our work, speaking to people where their values are, which often is about the cost effectiveness of the environmentally and climate friendly solution, the long-term value that it will produce. One of my friends and colleagues does a great presentation going around the country talking about the value to local governments of dense urban development and the tax base that it generates. A friend of mine from Asheville does that. It's a very powerful message that has, if you follow it through and implement it, tremendous climate implications, but that is not what the message is about. So absolutely, this is the path forward for making progress outside of our wealthiest and most progressive communities and making it a national solution, which is urgently what we need.
Well, I don't want to ask all the questions, and you all are here too, and we have such an excellent panel. Why don't we take some audience questions? So we've got one up here. Okay.
Thank you. Climate's bigger than any profession or discipline here and elsewhere. I remember in the 1990s, I saw the quote, "We're not trying to save the planet. We're trying to save our niche. We want to stay put here. The planet's going to do fine with or without us." And it dawned on me that nature has all the power, but zero in court. Someone else has said, if the rainforest had legal standing, that it might influence humans to just stay out. I remember in the 1990s, Robert Kennedy Jr. came to Washington and said the way they cleaned up the Hudson River was they found a 17th century law that said if your fishing beds or shellfish beds were being polluted and you found the polluter, that polluter had to clean up the mess and pay you for the trouble of having to find him. They cleaned up the Hudson River that way. And so it seems to me if the courts somehow could recognize natural systems as having a purpose on this planet, that maybe we would be enabled to solve this a lot better. And I was thinking DJ might have a perspective on that. Thank you.
Sure. No, I mean, it's a powerful point. And in international environmental law, there's a lot of movement in that direction. We all are familiar with our system. There are other countries. India, for example, the Supreme Court can actually direct the legislature to adopt a law because it's important for they've determined it's important for the people. We, of course, do not have that system. But it is absolutely a powerful point that getting the value of nature in front of courts is the path forward and in front of decision makers. And this is why I often talk about, just speaking of our own work, on two levels. I have pulled out some 1920s laws and some 1940s laws in my own work and gotten some pretty good mileage out of it, and that will help in a case. That will help in a matter. Sometimes you can stop a project, make it better, buy time to make the public case that there's a better alternative. And the key, I think, to what our organization does and what I think we all need to do together is take every single one of those examples and use them to make the case you just highlighted, right? Look at the totality of what we're doing. Look at the facts that were uncovered. Look at the problem in the Hudson River. How can we let this stand? And why is it that we have to rely on clever lawyers to dig up a 1920s law to do something that is so common sense? Why can't we pass laws now that actually embrace that this is the right outcome? So it's both get the right outcome on the case, but use every single case, use every single community and what we're all working towards to make the broader case for an environmental reawakening in this country, which we need. If I can take one more little point, I forget who had the NEPA section up, Section 106. People don't often think to look. The preamble to NEPA and the section before that, there's actually a Supreme Court case saying, oh, this is just puffery, it doesn't mean anything. In the 1970s, Congress passed a law that said preserving nature is the national policy of the federal government, and humankind living in harmony with nature is the national policy of the federal government. We actually passed that law. I talked to the guy who drafted it. He said, no, that's what we meant. Supreme Court disagreed. We've got to try again. We need that. We need another law like that makes that clear. It's a tremendous point.
Yes, please jump in.
I appreciate that point, and I just think in general, landscape architects in particular, I mean, the panel before, so many amazing perspectives and voices articulately expressing these subtleties of landscape that so often go underappreciated and unseen. And so I just think it's a challenge to all of us in the discipline to, it's part of our role as advocating for the functionality and the stories embedded in the landscape, and connecting people to valuing those systems and all that they do for humanity is just so essential. So.
We know there are lots of hands up. There are lots of mics coming around, so we'll get to everyone, I promise.
Okay. Thank you guys so much. This is so wonderful. As a student, it's really incredible to hear professionals in practice actually implementing these things that we kind of talk about in a more lofty way in school. So it's really wonderful to hear. This question is specifically to Serena. I was interested in the Circle Bar Ranch work that you guys did. I mean, this is kind of a multi-pronged question, but I haven't really heard of landscape architecture working with livestock industry before and kind of agricultural practice in general. So the question is, I guess, how common is that? Is that something that you guys have done before? And also, was Circle Bar Ranch your client, or was it a larger, system that you were working with?
Thank you for the question. So our firm, has sort of one of those, that pie chart. Conservation agriculture is one of the major focuses of our work. And so we're working with productive agricultural systems, sites, and trying to kind of imagine how they can be, in a way, optimized to maximize ecological health, agricultural production, and whatever other human overlays. So it's not the first time that we've worked, but it was the first time that we actually were involved in bringing on 30 head of these amazing, and they were at risk of being lost, the strain of the breed of these piney woods cattle. So it was an unusual opportunity, and it's a private client, but they were looking to kind of leave this land for this camp, nonprofit, open-ended purpose, and so it was definitely just a really unique opportunity where we were able to do on-the-ground experimentation, and they were willing to take risks. And I think that's sometimes the benefit of working with large-scale private landowners, is that they are able to take risks that maybe someone in the public sector or in other sectors might not be willing to take. And to be able to leverage that then for public education and for other farmers in the region who might be interested in trying out using this breed and grazing under the forest, which is kind of our proposal, that we were really kind of getting back to the historic way those animals were used in the forest. And they actually had an ecological, they were doing a service to the forest and the management. So.
Can you use the mic?
Okay, sorry. Are you aware of any funds that link government spending and landscape architects to help with agriculture? Is there a public-private partnership?
There are USDA grants out there, specifically for longleaf restoration. There's actually whole initiatives in the South that are really interested in seeing that as an ecosystem brought back. So there is, for landowners, there's like funding assistance. And we actually worked with local nonprofit partners down there to kind of demonstrate how other landowners could do that. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to add that I was telling Susan about a project we did at Chewonki. It's a camp up in Maine. And we did a master plan for that camp, and we worked with Nelson Birdwoltz to double their farm output. And it included adding extra pasture land, adding additional actually farmland to this woodland landscape. And we actually pulled them into this project because they had worked on farms before, which I'd never seen anyone else do that. So it's they have this expertise.
Did you mean? So I think that one of the points of resistance that are happening has to do with culture and in particular aesthetics. For example, in my neighborhood here in Charlottesville, people just are convinced that the green lawn that resembles AstroTurf is more beautiful than something like my neighbor here has, which is a more natural, ecological form of plant growth that, in my mind, looks a lot more beautiful because it's more varied. But how do you, and this is for all of you, how do you get past these sort of aesthetic roadblocks and cultural roadblocks that people have? Because they're incredibly stubborn with people.
Is Beth Meyer in the house? No, that's a great question, and I think it's something we all face in our practice, and I think it applies architecturally and landscape architecturally within this panel. Obviously, the best way to get someone over an aesthetic hurdle like that is to demonstrate the beauty in it, and we find there are some small things that I think there's an association with the wild when you get to something that feels really biologically diverse and rich to us. It may feel wild and unkempt to others. And there is a truth to the cycles of those systems aren't always thought of as beautiful. They go through phases. And so there's an education component to it. There's also really small things about how do you maintain details at the edges and think about containing it in a way that it feels intentional and helping people get over the hurdle of unkempt being abandoned and recognizing that it's your intent, that it looks that way, and that it's a process. So that's the best success we've had in it, but it's not easy. And I think the more examples we have coming out of this, there is a big shift in the way that parks and public landscapes are being managed. If you go to London, there are large swaths of royal grounds that are now not mown and are actually managed as meadow. And so I think getting it more into the public awareness has a huge impact on that as well. And it will always be, I think, a hurdle. If this was the origins of the suburban landscape, right, was the consistency of the front lawn. And so I think until it begins to take traction and become not just one neighbor but multiple, I think it will be a hurdle to get over. And convince more of your neighbors to go there.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great question. I'm thinking about a couple of things. One is that when it comes to materials, for example, like earth-based construction, there's an inherent prejudice to a large extent to understand those. There's an association with poverty, with temporality, with impermanence, and those are kind of, and this is true in many parts of the world, and in parts of the world where, in fact, those methods of construction are quite common. And so, interesting, I'm thinking of one of the presentations yesterday that, it's like there's so much, right? If you go to those areas, there's so much concrete because people just see that as the natural kind of foolproof solution to building in a modern way, right? And so that's something I think is really important to overcome, which is how do these kind of cultural preconceptions that are attached to material conditions get reframed, all right? And in part it's because and it's very true in the West as well, in the United States, where the assumption, and it's similar to the assumptions about the kind of monoculture, pure green lawn, attached to material conditions which might have some aspect of kind of temporal change to them, right? So in other words, materials that patinate, that transform, that might partially erode or that we might think of as degrading, doesn't necessarily mean they're like structurally compromised or that they're aesthetically displeasing. It's a kind of cultural predisposition to see them that way, right? So I think it is a really important question, which is how do we find beauty in actually the processes of kind of temporal shift that occur in a material or a building over time, while still understanding, obviously, and recognizing and addressing, real maintenance issues and kind of those kinds of practical considerations, but in a way dispense with the notion that everything has to be hygienic, sanitized, right, and unchanging, which is simply not the way things work, right, from a material perspective.
That segues so well into my question. Actually, following on what Sandra was saying is that as a landscape architect in the tail end of my career, I am espousing homegrownnationalpark.org for anybody who is interested, because it's the brainchild of Doug Tallamy, an entomologist who knows and can speak, knowledgeably on the decline of insect and bird populations. And so he's come up with this fabulous idea that I'm taking to public presentations to encourage people to reduce lawn, not get rid of it, reduce it, and to convert the remainder into ecosystems that feed wildlife. And that can happen today. And I so admire you all for the fact that you're in a profession, or we are in a profession that has to look to the future and anticipate that our great ideas of today have that same validity 20 years out. And as yours, I think it was you, Jeff, who was saying that some monies are going to go down the wrong pipe, but we can't be afraid of that. We got to do it. Yeah, we got to do it. Anyway, so I wanted to say, anybody who wants to come on board with reducing lawn, and I'll help you for free. But my.
Is that? Oh yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Yes.
Yeah. But what my second half, the question that I want to pose is that between 1976 and now, we've more than doubled the world population. And so while we live in a very, quote, first world country in which there is enormous wealth, and some of the houses that we have built show that, I'm thinking the only way we're going to live sustainably with our co-species is to live in smaller spaces. And so you mentioned reducing the size of something for Manhattan College somewhere, reducing the size because you want to make sure that you're working at optimum capacity. I think that has such validity. And I also wonder whether the housing types that you're talking about can be sort of sized down, or where is there opportunity to make life, in fact, happier for that family if they live closer to each other?
Great question. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but just quickly, I think it's a great point. The single-family house in the United States between 1950 and today basically has more than doubled in size, from an average of about 1,000 square feet to now an average of over 2,500 square feet. All of the houses, or I won't say all because there's always exceptions, but most of the houses that we show in the book are around 1,000 square feet. They're typically small, and precisely for the reasons that you're mentioning, which is we think it's important not simply to kind of substitute less carbon-intensive materials for more carbon-intensive ones and continue to build it in the exact same way we've been building in terms of square footage and scale and disposition and distribution, land use, et cetera, but to really rethink all components. And I think one vital aspect of that, again, is to question how much do we need, right? How much space do we really need to live appropriately and within our means? And there are many places in the world. Half of my family is from Japan, and people just live in a lot less space, right, out of necessity. And New York City as well, where I currently am, that tends to be true. So I do think that the kind of, bloating of the kind of single-family house is a question, and it applies to all of these different conditions. That, whether it's a landscape, whether it's an institutional building, which we also work on, like Jeff, or whether it's a house. Yeah.
Makes me feel better about my 600 square foot apartment. But it just kind of goes back to your lawn condition, and to me underscores the fact that we really can't afford to have landscapes that aren't performing ecological services. And the idea of resource and nutrient demanding maintenance practices that are really trying to create stasis that is irrational, as the previous presentation sort of spoke to. So I think embracing dynamic ecosystems, we're preaching to the choir, but the more that we can connect this to people and make these narratives part of the social consciousness, understanding these systems, I think the further we'll get, hopefully, down the road to making positive change.
I'm moving off that. That's 600 square feet with 2 kids, by the way. No, but I want to go back to this point of care, because I mentioned briefly the action plan for Franklin Park. That's the largest park in Boston, designed by Frederick Law Olmsted. It's 536 acres or something like that. There are 2 people who care for that park and every park in that region of Boston. So when you ask them what they want to do, they want to get on a lawnmower and go, because that's all they have time to do. Furthermore, because Boston is a labor town, when you start suggesting ecological management practices, that's not the same person. So you can't actually train the person in the union on the lawnmower to do that type of work. You have to get a different set of people to do that type of work, and there isn't crossover. So there's a lot of complexity around this, with policy, with where resources go, with the number of people that we can actually apply to maintain these places, even though we think of them as ultimately requiring less care. Landscape management requires much more care up front than lawn mowing. So I think it's not a simple solution. It really is complex. But we have found in our work that cities are recognizing their need to change. And they're working to find ways to bring in job training programs as a part of when they think about how do you expand a park, and to build job training around some of these new resources that they don't have right now. And also what the administrative requirements are to be able to put that in place. So I think there is change afoot. It's probably a lot of it policy-based in DJ's world, but I think it will eventually come.
Thank you so much. I know we need to wrap things up, but I have a really important question. Are you hiring? I'm asking for 713
Yes.
friends back at Campbell Hall. No, so I'd like to know if you're hiring, but also, more importantly, I was teasing here, but also not teasing, because I do have friends back at Campbell Hall and need jobs. What are you looking for as you think about the complexity of your work? I was struck by just how much design innovation is involved, how you think about culture and the economy and workforce, community. What are you looking for in terms of hiring students, or when you think about the new sets of skills we should be training our students to have?
I mean, we really rely on students coming out of school to have really exceptional digital experience. But also, we're hiring the people. We want nice people in our office. We want people who are willing to just put their nose down and work. And we've had great luck with UVA students over the years. It's been great. So, you have my email, so send them my way.
It's true. I've been to Jeff's office, and I turn around, there are UVA students working. Yeah.
Yes, send in the resumes. No, I think UVA is such a great program, and I studied in the architecture department in undergrad and then went back for my MLA and MArch. But I think the systems-based thinking that even architects get exposed to in the undergraduate program is so fundamental to the way we approach our practice, but also the design rigor and design training. It's bringing these systems together, bringing scientists and farmers, and it's that kind of integrative discipline that I think UVA is very, very good at. And the consciousness, the sort of social goals and intention that's at the heart of so much of the work that we all do. And I think that kind of heart that you all bring is valued. So I think in addition to skill and technical innovation and beautiful, artistic drawings, et cetera, I think that is something we really value about the work that comes out of the school.
So full disclosure, all my partners and I all teach at other institutions as well. So I teach at Columbia and...
Never heard of it.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. But no, we've also had many fantastic people come through the office from UVA, one of our longest standing associates, in fact. And, I'd say that I feel like the students who are coming out of school today are, in a way, exceeding our expectations in many ways, right? Because I think they're bringing a perspective that encompasses a lot of the things that we've been talking about today and over the course of the last couple of days in terms of just a much broader approach to what it means to practice, engaging, everything from the kind of social to the cultural to the aesthetic and technical dimensions of things. Whereas, if I think back to my own maybe history, we were more narrowly focused on what we saw as the sort of disciplinary boundaries of architecture. And those are important, and those skills are important, and it's fantastic to see that at a school like UVA, they're still being taught, but they're now being taught within an understanding of a larger network of kind of entanglements, right? And so we've just been kind of knocked out by a lot of the recent graduates in terms of just the breadth of thinking they bring to the table, which we find is often really sophisticated. So,
DJ, how about you? I know you've got your planning degree and your law degree, and working across many different sectors, much like our colleagues, just in a different way. What are you seeing out there in terms of where the needs are and the help to kind of move this great work forward?
Yeah, I actually was going to disclose. I think I was the first graduate of the Urban Planning Master's Program at UVA to be employed at SCLC, but there's been at least 2 more. So you can knock that into 710, maybe, that you're looking for work. I did have in terms of what I know the school it makes an effort to teach its students, certainly by illustration with the great faculty and folks like you, is in addition to the skills of the design professions, in addition to finding and cultivating and honing the talent of people who can deal with the constraints and listen to communities and consider the natural environment, training professionals who are communicators and who can be out in the world, not just as people who have created these great solutions, but who can champion them and hold them up as examples for where we want to go. It's something we greatly value. It's why we have hired people from the school to work at SCLC. I think it's something the world needs and America needs, and so I'm grateful to the university for everything it invests in its students in doing that. I hope you'll continue to do so.
Well, I have to say, this has been a fantastic discussion today. I love the presentations. Mark, thank you. John, thank you. Serena, thank you. Jeff, thank you. And DJ, thank you for your time. I know you're incredibly busy, but you have been great champions for the school and supporters, and so glad to have you here. So thank you again.
climate research at the A School is really two things at the same time. On the one side, it's about the practical. It's about solving problems that society acknowledges exist and identifying strategies because we are a professional school, we are a school that deals with context. We're looking at the intersections of ecology, community, materiality, technology. It's about bringing best practices to the needs of communities, ecologies, identifying both policies as well as physical and social interventions. We're here to be creative, to push beyond assumptions, and to think of new ways of living, new ways of stewarding and transforming the environment around us. But climate research at the A School is also about the radical. Climate transformation is about developing the ideas, the visions of the future that are necessary to actually inspire communities, decision makers, and the scientists who we work with to actually make possible futures that don't just look like today, but look like something entirely different, a world that is more resilient and more just.
The Arctic Design Group is a research and design platform that is focused on the rapidly changing Arctic region. Well, it's a place, first of all, is very extreme in terms of its changes that occur, so cycles of transformation, environmental transformation, which are naturally occurring. And then overlaid on top of that are the effects of climate change.
Working in the Arctic, and especially outdoors, is extremely challenging and also eye-opening. It's muddy, it's frozen, you can't tell what's what on the ground, you can't tell where the ocean begins and ends. So it's extremely disorienting experience where you really have to spend a lot of time carefully observing how landscapes behaving and how they look like in order to understand how you navigate the space.
So people in the Arctic have lived in extreme conditions for a very long time, millennia, particularly indigenous communities there. And when we look elsewhere on the world, which are starting to experience more of these extreme weather events, flooding, how can we then take that resilient mode of thinking in the Arctic and apply it elsewhere?
All right, welcome back. Now we have our last faculty panel for the day. It is world-making design methodologies for climate futures. It's going to highlight the ethics of climate work as it relates to design methodologies, and we have an outstanding panel for you. So at this time, I would love to invite my colleague Phoebe Chrisman up to get us started.
Thank you, Malo, and thanks for everyone for sticking around and being here on day 2 of the symposium. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have. So my role is just to briefly introduce the topic of our panel and then and kick us off. I just want to take a minute to actually read the description that we wrote for the panel to really kind of just focus on the context of our goals here. So the title, World Making, Design Methodologies for Climate Futures. Reimagining our world for a changing climate requires ethical collaboration between disciplines, working together across diverse scales, geographies, epistemologies, and cultures. This panel explores how embracing the agency of natural processes, objects, and materials can produce not knowledge about, but with other human and non-human beings. Projects from Charlottesville to the Arctic, from South Africa and South Dakota to the Chesapeake employ a rich range of methods to co-produce knowledge, and we're just going to share some of those methods with you today, and I think this is going to make a nice follow-up to the previous panel. So we'll be talking about things like scientific research, mapping, electronic sensing, music, and other creative practices, and local and indigenous knowledge. So actually a very wide and rich range. The reason that we wanted to really focus this session on methods is because we were asking ourselves, what makes the work we do in the School of Architecture unique? What are the specific knowledges, skills, methods that we can bring to the table when we think about climate transformation? And so you'll hear about some of those today. My name is Phoebe Chrisman. I'm a professor of architecture in the School of Architecture and also direct UVA's Pan-University Global Studies program. As the organizer of this panel, I'm joined by a special guest from across grounds, Hollingsworth Professor of Ethics Willis Jenkins, who will be moderating our panel as we proceed, as well as 4 colleagues from across several disciplines in the school. And we felt that it was really important that we have that kind of range of disciplinary discussion around methods. Each of us will briefly introduce ourselves and share aspects of our research in a really short amount of time, like 5 to 7 minutes, so that we can both raise some crucial issues for group discussion, but also reserve most of our time for discussion among the panel and also with all of you. So we're going to begin with Andrew Monsheim and Mona El-Kafif.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are excited to be here. We are quickly introducing ourselves. My name is Mona El-Kafif. I'm an associate professor at the School of Architecture. I'm wearing multiple hats. I'm in the Department of Architecture, which is also my professional background. I'm also in the Department of Urban Environmental Planning, and I'm the graduate program director of our urban design programs.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Andrew Monsheim. I'm an associate professor in urban and environmental planning, and I'm also associate dean of research here in the school. So what we're about to do is attempt to speak to timed slides. So we already know how well this will go. Yes, I also need to advance. And here we go. So Mona and I have been working together over several years across urban design and urban planning on the problem of data analysis and action in urban public space. And really we focus on this issue of actionable information and creating social and ecological meaning that could be legibly embedded within public space. Now, the problem is that these data are often deployed towards important issues that this symposium focuses on, climate change and environmental resilience, towards informing policy, directing investment, and changing human behavior. But the problem is that the dominant paradigm, the smart cities paradigm, in that paradigm, data are deployed towards often some kind of optimization without accountability or responsiveness to the needs and concerns of communities. And so, we're left with this paradox, which is that data, fundamentally, are something that can bring light to our challenges, and yet at the same time, the act of extracting that data from environments leads to alienation and leads to opposition. So what we really want to think about and have worked together on is really community-centered sensing. First through a project that we do call it community-centered urban sensing, and then our current project, Network Public Space, we've developed an approach, let me stop this, actually, an approach where public space design mediates between environmental sensing, technologies, and community-driven placemaking.
Okay, I think it's already running. So how are we constructing a middle ground for the smart city? What are the infrastructural, physical, contextual, social, and immaterial layers of making this world? After receiving the CIF grant 2022 for Network Public Space, we applied this research methodology and these questions to 2 test beds. One is in Belmont, Charlottesville, Virginia, where we had a strong community support through Smart Seaville. And then the second one in Richmond, Chocobottom, under I-95, a site with a long history of environmental and social injustice, where until today the pollutants of the highway are damaging the communities that are exposed to this. Over the 3 years of our design research, we developed a methodology that we call Network Public Space, in which consists out of multiple layers to construct networks of the middle ground. A network of public spaces that could benefit from environmental sensing. A network of concerned citizens, as well as city administrators and stakeholders. A network of sensors, mainly LoRa and through connected Wi-Fi hosts, to allow for data flow. And then a whole system of distributed infrastructural architectures, codes, technologies that visualize data through performance. And lastly, a publicly accessible web-based platform that is allowing to monitor collected data over time to foster knowledge development. We contextualized and framed this approach as digital creative placemaking, and in our network public space version, we investigate the shifting role of digital technologies as tools to employ for individual groups to create or support placemaking initiatives, how digital placemaking in combination with creative placemaking can help communities to own and celebrate the narratives of chosen sites and to provide scientific evidence for issues of their concerns, and lastly, to explore open source technologies and instructables that can be in support of collaboration processes. If we step back for a second out of our specific projects, we believe that there are three essential aspects that we seek and that are critical for the panel of world making. That we should design to understand design as a process of co-production, to use it to build agencies for our communities and other collaboration partners, and to share this knowledge as tools, codes, and open data. For 2 years, we now had been honored to work together with Anna Edwards and representatives of the City Planning Department in Richmond in Chocobottom, where we installed our network public space project 2 times during the annual Gabriel gatherings. Anna is the chair of the Defenders of Sacred Grounds historical reclamation project in Chocobottom and worked over the last 20 years together with Joseph Rogers, defender and historian, Vanessa Bolin, founder of the Richmond Indigenous Society, and Queen Nzinga, Virginia Defenders and Rastafarian elder, to reclaim the sites around I-95 so that they can serve the history. We want to stop or end this presentation with a quote from Anna, who just last October, when we installed our project on site, really framed it in a very beautiful way. Network public space, and I'm no Anna, you might have not noticed yet, but there is a beautiful illuminated line of columns crossing the burial grounds. These are sensors designed to pick up the particles and pollutants in the air around us, in particular the pollution that comes from I-95 and the train tracks. The idea of this project is that it democratizes the access to this information and data. So if you're living in a neighborhood that is experiencing this kind of pollution, but you have no way to prove it, this is open access technology that you can create to track this information in your communities and to use it to make your case when you need to prove that something is not right in your air or the water where you live. We want to end our presentation with this quote and are looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, hi everybody. I'm Lina Cho. I'm an assistant professor. Hello, back there, waving at me. I'm an assistant professor in landscape architecture in the first half of Arctic Design Group.
Yep. And I'm Matthew Joel, associate professor of architecture, co-director, Arctic Design Group. And yes, in the Department of Architecture. And you're in, yes?
Landscape architecture. Landscape architecture, yes. And we're going to jump from Richmond to the Arctic. And let me just advance the slide to the next one. Okay, so Matthew and I just returned from the Arctic about 4 weeks ago with a group of 10 students from the Arctic School of Architecture who are in our research studio this semester. And timing was really intentional, going there in the middle of the winter when the conditions are really the worst or the best, depending on how you look at it. And this is the city that we went. You see the the city and then the frozen ocean with the tundra in the backdrop. And it's really kind of creating this kind of really interesting experience for our students who've been there for the first time. All of that city and then the rest of the Arctic are in fact built on top of frozen ground. This is what you see here on the slide called permafrost. That is in fact either thawing or caving in due to the warming temperatures. Permafrost has been frozen for thousands of years, acting as a living and dynamic archive for past climates. The remnants of ancient grasses, bones, ice, such as what you see, basically the traces of long-term environmental change on Earth are preserved here, and they're also part of this incredibly complex three-dimensional structures where the cities are built, but also are critical material and cultural foundations for communities. Arctic is a vast and heterogeneous place with an extreme climate and climate change. Arctic today sits really at the center of climate discourse, and it's really a bellwether for change to come elsewhere. Just for the orientation, that's the North Pole. Utqiagvik that we went to was right here in Alaska. But also these changes are also palpable and immediate for the people who live here, such as the eroding shoreline, the image that you see here, due to the reduced sea ice that's no longer kind of locking in and holding that coastal edge. But what's also really palpable is the climate experience. The extremity of the Arctic climate exposes many different stories, ideas, and possibilities of climate, not just the stories of extremely bad weather. And these question the usual tools, our worldviews, as well as allowing us to test new design methods and collaborations.
So the project that brought our students to the Arctic about 4 weeks ago is a collaboration across grounds and also with two federal agencies, the National Renewable Energy Lab and the Army Corps of Engineers, as well as partners on the North Slope. It's an exciting 5-year project. And one of our key aspects of the project is to work with organizations up on the North Slope to deploy a set of sensors and do geophysical measurements on the permafrost to understand how the built environment is influencing the environment. But key to that is working with local partners to establish a set of strategies for deploying sensors and maintaining them. This all grew out of a symposium that we held about 3 or 4 years ago at UVA that brought together our youth ambassadors from across Alaska, as well as different disciplinary experts, to talk about how we can engage in the future of the North. So one of the aspects of this project that's key is in measuring with data of environmental data, terrestrial, and also geophysical data of the conditions in and around Utqiagvik. And so we've been deploying these sensors within the city itself and also outside of the city. But one of the things that we understood through the process of deploying these sensors is that in this extreme environment, the maintenance and installation and process of choosing sites with our partners has led us to see beyond the sites themselves and understand differently the context in which we're working. This is an image showing one of the study sites. It's a low-income housing project in Utqiagvik. And then a time series of data in the center, which is explaining basically how the temperature and ground temperature is changing or different around those buildings and how the building influences its environment. Combining this with geophysical measurements, on the left you'll see electrical resistivity tomography that visualizes below-grade ice content. We're looking at how to visualize the ground, but also to the right you'll see the socio-ecological analysis that our students have done to explore how those two worlds kind of come together. Combining this with numerical modeling to inform intuition and understanding fluid flow and airflow is kind of key to understanding this complex environment. One of the things that's really essential in this project is co-production, not only with partner organizations and leadership within Utqiagvik, but also with young kids, with youth in the city, as well as bringing our students up to the Arctic and bringing them together to understand how we can learn. The goal here ultimately is to produce a set of design tools that the community can use for planning for future practices and also for maintenance, which is really an essential part of this extreme context. This project is really part of an ongoing process. Lena and I have been going up to the Arctic for about 10 years. Howie Epstein, one of our collaborators, for even longer. We consider this an investment in understanding how we can join conversations that are currently ongoing and to contribute constructively to those conversations. We see this project as one step in a very long kind of a series of engagements where we are looking at how design agency can bring together different disciplines and synthesize that information into a constructive framework for the future of the community. Thank you.
Okay. So today what I want to talk about is work that I've been doing, ongoing work with 2 indigenous communities in a very different part of the world, and in both cases working to help them reclaim their culture, sovereignty, and sustainability through design. The indigenous peoples are particularly affected in this time of climate change, widening economic inequality, racial injustice, and really unprecedented environmental degradation. And certainly, I think, as we'll be discussing today, new design methods and pedagogies are necessary to understand, imagine, and enact a more hopeful and sustainable shared future. In both of these projects, indigenous knowledge and practices provide powerful ways of advancing ecological and social justice and activism. In the case of this work, my research explores how the design of art spaces specifically can promote community thriving, creative economies, sustainable resource use, ecological restoration, and the reclamation of indigenous cultures. So what I hope to do in just a few minutes is maybe to specifically look at what we might learn from this type of collaborative design with these 2 indigenous communities, Xhosa community in South Africa and Dakota community in South Dakota, essentially half a world apart. So in collaboration with the Sisseton Wahpeton Oyate, a band of the Native American Dakota tribe, we're designing a cultural center and associated prairie and bison restoration project on their Lake Traverse Reservation. There are many collaborators in this work, and I don't have time to thank and talk about each one, but I wanted to show you the principal investigators of the work. This work often involves students. Over many years. The images that you'll see were all created by our research team. Our methods include history, culture, and field research, learning about tribal practices, and literally working together often on physical projects, including this Earth Lodge construction. These are some of my students from a studio a few years back on this construction site, along with co-design workshops on their land in South Dakota. And in this case, students from UVA and the Tribal College in South Dakota explored ideas and physical options together, and you can see us working together in some of the types of models and drawings we were creating. Today, over 60% of the tribe lives in poverty, and 40% are unemployed. Things like poor education, substance abuse, and youth suicide limit individual and collective thriving. Tribal trauma includes settler colonialization, mandatory assimilation, which involved the inability to speak their native language or practice their spiritual practices, as well as racial discrimination. And of course, many of these things continue today. Yet, the Dakota have survived, and they're committed to integrating their cultural knowledge and practices into their new architecture, and that's where we came in. So to understand their contemporary identity, we use co-authorship practices and storytelling as tools of empowerment that inform the design process. For instance, we learned about the relationship of Dakota cosmologies and specific formal geometries, which weren't always things students wanted to think about or know. It's a longer story, but there was a lot of learning to be done as we began our design work. So for instance, we learned about the importance of the TOTP as a central gathering space in their culture, and we transformed that TOTP typology for contemporary uses while using local materials and tribal building methods. So the idea is that this is self-built architecture, earthen architecture, actually, biomaterials. The co-design process prompted the indigenous community to reflect on their culture and place in new ways, while certainly UVA students were pushed to explore alternatives to their normative design methods. And I just wanted to share a couple quotes from students to think about the kind of impact that this sort of methodology had on their work. Here's one undergraduate student writing, "The idea of providing support and amplification, rather than using our already politically and financially empowered voices, formed the basis of a class that listened to the needs of the SWO, the Sisseton Wahpeton Oyate, and continually sought their voice, stories, experiences, and opinions to create the best co-design possible." And to me, that was a kind of amazing reflection from an undergraduate architecture student. I'm not going to read all of this, and I'm not really going to talk about the design, but I think you can see some of the cosmological notions that were part of the physical design process. But this reflection by an MArch student was really poignant for me. She wrote, "We are often told as architects that we will need to be forceful in order to defend our ideas against engineers, contractors, developers, and clients, whose input will be more likely to derail a project than improve upon it. et cetera, you can imagine. But she ends up talking about the power of bringing people together, understanding the cultures of others, and thinking about this as a kind of inspiring and new way of working. Then I want to just briefly talk about the most current project that I'm engaged with, which is working with a South African Kosak community, an arts collective, along with faculty and students from UVA, faculty in this case from ethnomusicology, architecture, and public health, funded by a 3 Calves grant, thank you, A School, to co-design the Black Power Station. And we are exploring how arts practices, again, can inform the design of indigenous cultural spaces, promoting creative economies and individual and community thriving. In this case, it's a very different type of environment. We are working in an area occupying part of an abandoned power station, hence the Black Power Station name, in Makanda, also known as Grahamstown, South Africa. It's a public art space that uses music, art, theater, poetry, and other forms of creativity to help indigenous youth overcome the history of apartheid and its contemporary legacies of radical economic and social inequality, high unemployment, poverty, violence, and very deep political alienation. The goal is to, and that's some of the artwork that students are producing already on site. The goal is really to regenerate the degraded landscape and its many buildings by putting artists at the center of collective social, political, economic, and cultural transformations that in every case integrate indigenous cultural knowledge and practices. Much like the Dakota Project, we studied Xhosa history and culture. We conducted field research and co-design workshops in South Africa. We talked and we drew together. The methods are highly iterative and emergent. They treat all participants as socially and culturally situated and really trouble conventional ideas of expertise and division of labors. For instance, who's allowed to pick up the pencil in a meeting? I'll show a few images of the first intervention that is just under development right now. In this case, we're working with a steel industrial storage shed and inexpensively redesigning that shed for human inhabitation in this increasingly hot and dry climate. And you're probably all familiar with the environmental challenges going on in South Africa right now. So we did very simple things like using rooftop solar to provide energy and provide energy autonomy to the community. The image you see here is a large and flexible book-lined art space to accommodate performances, classes, health education, all kinds of informal gatherings. We added it's a very simple architecture, a very inexpensive architecture. We added new shade structures and large roof monitors to bring in daylight to this dark shed, to thermally transform the dark and hot steel spaces for human inhabitation. The community, as we discovered, spend a lot of their time outdoors. That's where they're socializing, that's where their eating often occurs. And so for us, flexible indoor and outdoor spaces were really crucial to supporting their way of life. We're always thinking about flexibility. This relates to the previous discussion about programmatic uses in space, to use the least amount of space to have the greatest amount of impact. So everything was designed to be shared and flexible in different ways, shared meeting spaces, studios, a new mezzanine for spaces for NGOs and artists. The design does all those things that one would expect, integrating green water, energy, and waste systems. We used local materials and regenerative agriculture on the site. What's really exciting to me is that this partnership is already co-producing both music and art in Makanda and Charlottesville. There's an event in 2 weeks a week and a half at Visible Records that I'd love to share with the community if you're able to come out. Our partner X will be there from South Africa. So we're looking at how we can stimulate arts education and community development simultaneously in both locations. So I just want to conclude with a couple takeaways, maybe, that I feel like I've learned or kind of guiding strategies from these two projects. The first, attend to differences in ontological and epistemological views. Co-design places where communities see their knowledge and culture represented. Keep artists at the center of collective transformations. And this is really important because we found that artists are often really open-minded and willing to make those changes that we discussed previously. Think about sustainability in all we do in terms of systems and materials. in this case, the idea of building with local, renewable, or found materials and self-built materials was really important. Empowering the community to build themselves, at least not everything, but things that could be made by them and with which they could have authorship. And then finally, this idea of co-producing music and art in sister spaces, that it's not us going to them and bringing everything, that it's a reciprocal kind of relationship. So maybe finally, beyond imagining buildings, we explored how design methods might advance the undoing of colonial legacies, support cultural repair, and advance economic and political sovereignty for these communities. And so I guess the final sort of argument I would make is that ultimately these kinds of participatory methods, maybe more than anything, produced a shared understanding and a kind of empathy for ways of being in the world across really diverse cultures and geographies. Thanks.
So I'm Willis Jenkins. I'm a scholar of ethics. It's really cool to be here. It's an honor and delight to be able to interact with and to be invited into this conversation. I don't have a lot of slides. I'm an ethicist. But I do find myself just responding to the obvious threads of justice and repair that run through all these projects that we've heard. And I want to say something about that perspective, and then I'll use that to open some conversation among us and then with everyone. So I'm involved in this experiment called Coastal Conservatory that connects music and humanities and the sciences in ways that we hope advances understanding of rapid coastal change. It's called a conservatory because we emphasize listening. We try to integrate collaborative listening into UVA's longstanding coastal sciences program on Virginia's Eastern Shore. So, for example, a researcher from music translated into sound a decade of tide gauge data so that you can listen to sea level rise or storminess. Another sonified measurement of a seagrass restoration so that one can listen to the return of an ecosystem, and you can find those and many other really cool things to listen to on the website. That work has informed new kinds of scientific research. So, for example, discovering and monitoring the acoustic signatures of oyster reef health. And from my perspective, ethics, I'm most interested in how this collaborative opens what I would describe as unexpected avenues of moral imagination. Listening to tide fluctuations over a 5-minute composition invites aesthetic responses that may not map onto our usual divisions of climate politics. When we offer a public performance that's informed by science and history and philosophy that's expressed through sonifications and live musical improvisation in a way that allows people to immersively experience all of that, it invites participants to reweave separated threads of political and scientific and cultural dimensions in the way that they think about and respond to coastal futures, coastal change. In my view, opportunities for imagination like that are an important dimension of justice. As you know, there are grave injustices related to climate vulnerability along coasts around the world. It can be overwhelming for communities who have been in place for a long time and are now renegotiating a really uncertain sense of what their future can look like. What the conservatory tries to do is offer practices that invite world-making imagination. So now we're participating in a community-led work that is meant to direct science and policy research for the Eastern Shore. That's a part of a climate resilience project that is facilitated by UVA's Equity Center. So, for example, in a January community workshop, there was an opportunity for participants from around the Eastern Shore to say what kind of scientific research they want to see for what kinds of objectives. What we did from the humanities is set up a little listening station with short pieces of sound art and then prompts for participants to say what they're thinking or feeling and what they hope for the future. That little exercise, it's obviously insufficient to the scope of challenges faced by Eastern Shore communities, but it does represent one element of justice. inclusive participation in the processes by which people remake their worlds. World making happens through infrastructure and technology and policy, yes, and also through interpretation and stories and spiritualities. World making happens in all the ways that people draw on their cultural inheritances to make sense of themselves and their relations amidst rapidly changing conditions. How they remake their sense of a world, of belonging to a world. That collective work of drawing from inheritances to negotiate futures, I understand that as a form of moral repair. Climate crisis names linked forms of damage to ecological systems, yes, and also to political capacities, yes, and to infrastructure, and to the cultural forms by which people understand themselves to belong to a world. Connecting justice and repair, like I just did there, I'm influenced there by the account of reparations from Olufemi Taiwo, the philosopher who argues that reparations for colonialism and slavery, which are certainly due, should be designed as forward-looking world-making. In the context of climate crisis, he writes, repairing damages of racial injustice must be done in a way that makes everyone more capable of living justly with one another through climate stresses that meanwhile accelerate every inherited pattern of injustice. As you know, those most marginalized from global flows of wealth and power face loss of valued futures due to climate consequences of those same global flows of wealth and power. In those cases, meeting the challenge of climate change goes beyond adaptation planning, even beyond compensation for damage. Resilience includes also repair of the relations through which people make a future. While especially evident among the most vulnerable, like Taiwo, I see that as part of the task for everyone facing climate changes. So from my point of view, as I listen to these really well-informed, really thoughtfully designed projects, I'm especially interested in the ways that these designs not only offer solutions to specific climate problems or responses to particular kinds of stresses, but also stimulate moral imagination or drive cultural reflection or support reparative world building in ways that help folks remake their world. So with that little dose of philosophy, I am going to bring us back to design by opening us up to a conversation. And I'm going to invite all my colleagues to come forward, and we're going to have a conversation. I'm going to ask them some questions to have a conversation with one another, and then with you, if I can, there we go. Yeah, we'll come forward. Okay, so you see the first question about the agency of design and its broadly defined role in the context of climate change and world making, which is really an opportunity to reflect on what is design and its role in climate. And when I sat down, I saw this great quotation from Lena Cho in our pamphlet, which said, if we were to understand climate not only as a physical phenomenon, but as a set of ideas, what new relationships between people and climate can we build? And so, Lena, I wanted to invite you to kick us off by saying what kind of ideas of design and its role were behind that question.
Yeah. Can you all hear me okay? Okay, great. Thank you, Willis, for that first kickoff question to me. I think we talk a lot about design agency, and for me, coming from humanities in my undergrad and my previous life as a designer in landscape architecture, and having been here for a number of years, in order to address, for example, the issues of climate change we first and foremost really question and understand what climate means to us. And for me, that is part of what we're asking as designers. It's not just about, as you mentioned in your talk, it's not just about rebuilding, making things more resilient in a kind of traditional sense, but as you mentioned, in how we can begin to imagine through many different stories that we encounter, histories that we encounter, also the kind of narrative imaginations and stories as a part of the speculation, and how can we begin to reclaim those stories through collaborations, through kind of untraditional ways of working together. And for me, that is essential part of what kind of defines design agencies, especially in the age of climate change, when all of things are really changing and kind of taking inside and outside. So I'll leave it at that for now and let other colleagues to chime in.
You don't have to wait for me. You can just jump right in.
Okay, well, I think one of the kind of aspects of agency for designers is that we can imagine a different world. And, I loved your thoughts about world making, about helping or allowing people to think about their future and how we make our world and we can remake our world in another way. And in the previous panel, there was a discussion about resistance sometimes to change, right? And I mean, I do feel like the thing we bring is the willingness to question and to really understand that all of this was designed at some point. Social systems, economic systems, physical environments, and that we can actually change them. And I find that even with a lot of my students, when they're starting out, there's this notion, oh, well, we couldn't do that because that's not how it works. And so maybe there's a suspension of disbelief sometimes that anything is possible. And when I say anything, I don't mean anything, right? But that that it should be fully embedded within communities where we're working. But just that ability to think outside the box, which is something that's quite simple but really sometimes unusual, I find, in collaborations.
Yeah, maybe I jump in, and Andrew, you can just add. I think we mentioned this on one of the slides that we defined design in this context as a design of the process, how people and everyone who's participating in a project, how they are working together. But I think we also had a real emphasis specifically on the earlier projects like CCUS to build tools. We are tool beings, right? We have pens and forks, and this makes us in a lot of contexts human, though there are a lot of animals who also have tools. But I think we really emphasized what can we build as tools that is easily accessible, that allows people to access data, to feed data into the interface. So CCUS, for example, was designed to allow citizens in the communities that we worked with, which was north of downtown and Fiveville, to take pictures and to upload it into the database, and these were all related to illumination during the night and broken street lights, and it's too dark, it's too light, very subjective perspectives of how people are perceiving their streets. And there was a way, like a digital pinboard, where people could engage and contribute to the discussion. It has downsides in the sense of we all have full-time jobs. And those people, and including ourselves, but also specifically residents. So you can put a lot of tools out there into the world. There's still time that people have to contribute. And the biggest learning takeaway from the first iterations of our projects was, now we know, and what's happening? You need actually cities who are picking up on these issues, because otherwise the only thing that you're producing is frustration.
Mona or Andrew, could I ask, you used in your presentation the metaphor middle ground and middle space, and could you say something about the role of design in cultivating those middle grounds or middle spaces?
Sure, absolutely. And I think it also situates, the first thoughts that come to me, being the resident planner on this panel of designers. And I think, Phoebe, here we go.
Planners are designers.
No, and
they are.
Well, this is the wonderful thing. No, I'm getting there.
We're all designers.
First of all, my undergraduate degree is in architecture. But on top of that, I think that yes, I agree. I fully agree.
And it's a wonderful thing to be welcomed in by, by designers. But I think at the same time, this, the question of the middle ground gets me to kind of the first thought that I always have, which is that if planning is part of design, I do think that putting it in a folksy way, planning makes the world safe for design to some degree. Or that's the best thing we can be doing, is setting the parameters and the guidelines to make production, co-production, to make creativity and all of the complex kind of, the creativity inherent to design, whether it's through expertise or through long-term community knowledge, manifest to make that possible. And so what do we mean by the middle ground? We're dealing with a very, with this technical problem, this problem of smart cities, but I think it can apply in a non-technical, non-smart cities context as well, which is just this problem that we create systems. We create, political, governmental, regulatory systems that determine what happens in public space, what happens on the ground. And yet, at the same time, those systems don't always hear the stories that people tell, the lived lives and the long-term cultures and histories that are embedded in a place. And so if designers have a role, and this time I am talking about designers and planners together, it, to some degree, has to be about finding that middle ground, because regulation will continue. We heard about this from our alumni panel in really clear terms, really compellingly. That will all continue, and what can we do to make that bridge, to be the ones who listen, who have skills that can actually mediate between these two dimensions that, that fundamentally persist in our political economic system. So that's one way that we think about it. But
yeah, no, just to follow on that, I think there have been moments in our work in Alaska where I have really questioned what is our agency, what are we trying to do here? Do we really have a place? Because, in a sense, some areas of the world that are facing the most extreme cases or effects of climate change, they have problems that need to be solved tomorrow or today, and they're very practical problems. And these are things related to health and life and well-being. And at the same time, during those moments of uncertainty, I also understand that the conversations that we're having, and I know all of the projects that were talked about today, the people we're bringing together as designers, the conversations that are happening, are really catalyzed through the inherent methodologies that we employ as designers. This synthesizing multiple viewpoints, spatially, intellectually, numerically, data to, and those kinds of moments of irregularity that emerge from the sort of repositioning and, well, as you mentioned this in your really beautiful kind of setup for the conversations, a way of reflecting on and maybe renegotiating paths towards the future. And very much in the Alaskan context and elsewhere, for sure, there's this conversation about the sort of climate change as being a moment of kind of post-colonialism, right? It's like climate change is allowing oppressed communities that have to chart their own future. And that's in a strangely beautiful thing, but at the same time, it's still fraught with so many challenges towards what does that future look like?
That is a great transition to the second question we have. So this one, coming from those themes of justice and repair, how do considerations of justice and repair inform design methodology, which is really just inviting you to elevate what was almost explicit in each of your presentations, and then vice versa, how do these projects illuminate how to understand justice and repair? So that is to say, I'm especially interested in this, and I find myself, reflecting down this way. Well, how do these designs sort of inform or reorient or fill out the ways that we talk about justice or the ways that we understand what repair might mean? Phoebe, let me invite you to go first.
Okay, sure. Well, I think one example that I would bring is from the project on the reservation in South Dakota, where when we spent quite a bit of time out there, and one of the first things they did was show us government housing that was built for their community. So this tribe was moved from Minnesota to the Great Plains. They were imprisoned in Fort Snelling. This was not their original homeland. When they came to this area after about 50 or 100 years, the Bureau of Indian Affairs built these concrete block rectangular barracks, essentially, to house them in, which they now continue to live in. And so so they showed us that housing, they talked about their cosmologies, about their creation stories, about the importance of essentially axis mundi. I mean, that's not the word they use, but the connection of ground to sky, the importance of centrality, the importance of circles in their culture and how that was important. And of course, the students, maybe I shouldn't say this, but my students didn't want to draw circles. They're like, oh, we're not allowed to draw circles. That's not cool. It has to be like blobs. It has to be complex organic shapes. It has to be rectangles. And the community said, no, we're serious. Like, we want this to be a circle. That is crucial. That is absolutely crucial. And so for us, working with them, with their formal geometries, with the importance of certain cosmologies and manifesting those in physical form was a sort of cultural repair that we weren't. They're like, no, you're not going to put us in a box. Like, we don't want that anymore. And so maybe that's just one kind of repair, but the notion that the structures in which you live and gather need to reflect your knowledge and your values.
Yeah, I was struck by your observation that community members offered knowledges that the designers or design students didn't necessarily want to know or think that they wanted to know. And I just wonder if others of you have encountered something like that, where there's either input or feedback or ideas that at first don't seem like they fit in your idea of the design process or the overall collaboration. Yeah.
I think that's a great question. It also gets back to your question about repair. And I think, the easiest way for me to talk about this is, again, to describe a little bit more about Mona and my, our work, which, again, is collaborative work. I want to say, across not just people at UVA, but fundamentally the partners in the community that we have worked with. It's their project. It is their leadership. It is us becoming an adjunct to that project. And so I want to be really kind of careful with that. But it also gets to this question that you're asking. I mean, our kind of emphasis on that is part of what we've, inherently, needed to define our role as because of the nature of the work. So this project is at a site that is, fundamentally been at the center of human histories that have global implications, but very local as well, for thousands of years. But particularly starting with colonization, it's a site of markets for enslaved people. It's a site of an enslaved person's jail. It's the site of where in the 1960s, and fast forwarding a little bit, I-95 was built over a burial ground for African-American people living in the neighborhood of Shockoe Bottom. It's a site where the rail yard is built, and now it's a site with significant environmental challenges that is going to become, in the future, a designed site for a historical campus. And so we walk into this, and fundamentally, this is a long history. It is a history with individuals engaged in this for over a long period of time. And so to some degree, how do designers come into this? How do we come into this kind of long history and make sure that what we're doing is the right thing? And again, Matthew, you already raised this issue. For us, to a great degree, it's of course about listening. It's about being open to kind of changing course, like going 90 degrees, turning 90 degrees, maybe not 180, but learning that what we thought was an environmental justice issue, fundamentally about climate change, about the problem of the highway, is a social liberation question. One of the people we worked with fundamentally said, environment matters, but it matters to me in the context of a long-term story of liberation. And hearing that and thinking about how what we're doing is multiple things, I think, is something that's really important to us.
Yeah, and maybe to add to this, there was this one drawing with the multiple layers of, was originally the hunting ground of indigenous people, and then at some point Richmond was founded and City Grid was laid out, and then there's a whole history of enslaved labor. It became the parking lot of VCU, and all of this layered on top of a graveyard. And when we started working and conducted this research, at some point, I remember when we were presenting it on a conference, I thought, the place had been made over thousands of years, and we are flying in with our concept of placemaking, adding a digital layer. And conceptually and theoretically, there's tons of research and literature that can make a ground for it, but it really felt like this is a microsecond of what the place actually is. And I think it was also therefore so touching that Anna then at the end of the last event said what she said, that it is a microsecond, but the fact that we have these data now creates an incredible agency for us. And thank God, I have to say, I don't want to be religious here, but Richmond at the moment is extremely open for these discussions, and they are very willed to improve their environment. I-95 is actually going to be covered further north in order to address these issues. So it's a wonderful moment actually in the context of the city and what the city is trying to do for its communities.
I think just a couple anecdotes I wanted to share just recently that left quite an impression on me when we were in Alaska. One was a kind of explanation describing the context of the Arctic, where this transformation that it's undergoing now, a kind of a trauma that's being inflicted on people who have understood the ground as the frozen domain. This is a place, there's a sort of understanding of the environment as a place that is going irreversibly. This word repair is interesting because I know you're using it a certain way, but at the same time, there is an irreversible transformation that's underway. A second point that was made was this notion that there are some places people have lived for maybe 100 years that were important for mining or extraction, and there are other places people have lived for thousands of years, and that's because of food, right? And identifying those places, one of them is the town that we're working on the North Slope. That's one of those places that's for thousands of years. That is where people have lived because of food. And that depth of that connection and the importance of that, going back so far, was very powerful. And the fact that when we're there, people would thank us for being there. I just thank you for coming here and being interested in the challenges that we're facing. Because we're outsiders, we always will be outsiders. And the question then is how, it's important for us to listen, to also understand traditional knowledge and elders as best as we can, but also to how do we contribute without bringing ideas and repeating what has happened in the past. And that is one of the really delicate moments, I think, now that we face as designers is engaging in this future, but doing it in a way that is concurrent with charting and the people that are being able to chart their own destiny, but at the same time helping to catalyze that with them.
If I can add a few more things there. Especially in the case of the Arctic, the history of the Arctic landscape is, in a way, really inseparable from the history of science and military engineering, especially. And ironically, we're working with both of them on this particular project. So on the one hand, we're trying our best, at our kind of, UVA kind of research team level, but also with our collaborators, to, in a way, I don't know, maybe this is like, to undo or contribute to the undoing of that injustice that's happened, in the particular North Slope, but also throughout the state in the Arctic. But also knowing, that history, I'm also constantly asking myself when we're doing this collaborative work, what new kind of injustice we may be bringing without really realizing that we're bringing, And part of that too is that, earlier there was a session about slow change, the landscape of slow change. And in a way, the pace at which we're asked to do research and also design, I don't think it works entirely well with the pace that we need and the time that we need to develop the relationship with the community members. As Matthew mentioned, we've been going back to the same city. I think the first time we went there was, 2008? 2008, and we've been going there more regularly in the past 10 years, and we still feel like we are still learning a lot, about the community members, the things that are changing, the needs and desires of the community. But I think that's also, in a way, part of the dilemma and intention that's bringing to these questions, especially in, kind of the fields that we're operating, that I think it's more, more of a systematic level kind of concern and a change that I want to also highlight as well.
So we're about to think about research challenges, but we have a few more minutes left, and I want to pick up this theme of repair and irreversibility that you just raised, Matthew, and invite other people to reflect on it. It's one that I think about quite a bit from the context of work on the eastern shore of Virginia in this longer-term community imagining process where people we are involved in a process that will hopefully provide tools and knowledge that will help people think about what kind of futures they want there and what kind of futures are possible. And there was just a kind of intense exchange among community members in our last advisory council meeting about how to think about just this question. And so I wanted to ask you, in design work specifically, wrestling with the kind of stress that rapid environmental change, or let us say irreversible aspects of climate change, how you think about solutions or resilience or whatever the the midterm objective goal is in this broader context.
I'm jumping in. I'm actually jumping in with another project. Is this okay?
Great.
Perfect. It was a question that I had in the last panel, or something that I wanted to address. So I am at the moment working together with the Trust of Public Land, and we are engaging with the community schoolyard project. And just for everyone who doesn't know what this is, the TPL is converting public black tarred schoolyards, specifically in neighborhoods that have a problem or challenge with public space access and park access. So they are trying to address multiple challenges simultaneously. So it's a park equity problem, but it's also the problem that kids who are in overheated schoolyards obviously will not have great grades, because that is just an environment that is not kid-friendly. So what they are doing, and I find this very impressive, and I'm trying to expose my students to this, and some of them are sitting here, which is really nice. They are building multiple agencies together. So it's about building stewardship. So understanding that there are multiple interests that are actually can come together in a project. And they really developed a participatory design model in which the kids are able to design their schoolyards. And that is not happening by just taking a pen and designing it, but by developing over many 20 to 30 years now, they developed a kit of parts approach and also a game-like approach where kids are simultaneously learning how to do this. But the most powerful outcome of this is if a kid understood that they can contribute in a positive way to climate change. They are not going to be overwhelmed in the future. They understand and learn right from the beginning that they have an agency, that they can help to make this a better world. And that is extremely empowering. And at the end of the day, if you really want to address climate change, every single person on this planet needs to be able to help in this process, in whatever role. And I think design in this context can really help to empower everyone who is a part of these communities, and I find it extremely touching. I mean, you can integrate really what green infrastructure is into the education of kids, so they learn this even in multiple classes. So it's a really great model.
I think I'll just say to that problem of irreversibility versus repair, or what are those two things, to some degree, I lean on the communicative power of design, to some degree. And what I mean by that is that ultimately, those are decisions for people living in communities, people who have histories, people who have come in recently. They may not have histories, they may be migrants. But fundamentally, we have a preference for democratic processes or community-based processes in our society, or we say we do. And if that's true, then I think that design, if it can do something, it is to be able to make these issues manifest in the environment, in the world around us. And I think that often, the problem we're all confronting is that some things are hidden, and they shouldn't be hidden. And other things have been valorized when really they're a very singular way of looking at the world. And so if we can shift that through design, then maybe we can empower the communities that need to make those choices more effectively. And I mean, that's a hopeful statement, but that's my hope for what we do.
Yeah, let's transition on hope out of that question. That's great. I want to come back to Lena's observation about some of the challenges to collaborative design. Yes. Okay. Good. So now this is for everybody. What are the interdisciplinary potentials and challenges in producing and deploying knowledge, and does community engaged and co-productive work differ? It's really helpful to make that distinction within the particular projects that you were mentioning. So let me there's several kinds of questions that are on the floor here, but this is really just an opportunity for you to pick up that reflection on what what needs to be supported better for design to do what it needs to do in the context that you're working. We can look at you first since you began the question.
Well, I think one of the things that I'm definitely realizing, especially through the project that Matt and I described, is how, even if we want to be collaborative, how siloed we are within our own discipline. And that is not to say that we should just get rid of all disciplines. No, I don't think so. We should definitely have that kind of uniqueness, in our own kind of ways of approaching and addressing the world, but also thinking about how can we work together across different spectrums, not only disciplines, but sectors, through across worldviews, values. And that's really hard. I mean, we talk about that a lot, but it's a really, really hard thing to do. One of the things that we didn't mention during our talk was that we are also research subjects in this particular research. So there's, of course, environmental scientists, engineers, STS, social scientists, and us. But the social scientists and then the anthropologists, they're actually looking at the way that we're working together or not working together, and giving us feedback and comments about how we can do better. And that's been a really interesting process because I've never been a research subject before, not that I know of. And it's really fascinating to see what we do through the lens of other disciplines, especially when, many, many years ago, Matthew and I used to go up to DC, to these 1-hour breakfast meetings, sitting at the table with policymakers, people from Pentagon, all sorts of things, trying to explain what we do. And it takes a long, still it's really hard to explain what we do to other people who are not in design disciplines. So it's been really helpful, at least for me, to hear through other perspectives or through other disciplines that we do. And they're really studying our design studio, our collaboration, the way that we communicate across different cultures and values. And one of the things that also we're learning is that there are certain words that we use constantly throughout the disciplines that nobody really agrees on. For example, the landscape, data, environment, climate. Everything that we do, right? Design, exactly.
Culture.
The list really goes down. And it's really not to say that we should all have same perspectives on things, because that would just really flatten out the richness of the world. But it's really about how we understand other perspectives, other people's definitions, other disciplines' way of seeing the world, and then work with those in a way that also makes sense for us. And I think that's where, for example, the potentials, interdisciplinary potentials, and challenges really lie at. And I don't know, we still have a lot to figure out and really have a conversation on, but that's one of the really illuminating parts of our own work. Not that I'm a research subject, but the things that come out of that.
But I think it just changes the frame too, the being studied. One of the things is going to a community and working with members of the community and stakeholders. We're arriving in someone else's place and in a way we're studying them. So now we're being studied by our colleague. And so it actually helps to recalibrate essentially what that sort of type of interaction means, and reframes essentially how we're working. It's very helpful. It's kind of unnerving at times, but I love it. It's been illuminating for us as a project. Yeah.
I find I think, Lila, you said it's about terminology. I mean, just between Andrew and me, sitting more or less in the same school at least. I mean, the hesitance, our hesitance to use the term design, because, sometimes planners think we're not designers. And I recognize how careful I am with the usage of this word. But on the other hand side, we have to see everyone uses the term design. I mean, specifically engineers like to use the word. So we should not be shy of what we are doing, specifically at the A School. What I recall, specifically working together with our colleagues from data science, at some point, we were working using similar words, but not really the right, so there was a lot of confusion. And at some point, we exchanged our reading list. And I thought, that's a really good way, so that we actually understand what are we referring to theoretically. And it was beautiful to see that we had one common reading, which was Bruno Latour's actor theory network. And it was really good to understand this. So who are we on top of it? I think designers, once more, can contribute tremendously. I also remember when they were then, at the end of the day, developing the sensor system, and it was all about open source and accessibility, etc. And at the end of the day, telling the visual story, how to actually put this together, how to code it, how to download it, all of this was really visual storytelling, and that is something that designers can really do very well. So crafting the instructables in a way that it can be understood by others, specifically non-designers, is really something that is very important if you want to close the loop.
I think one thing that's really interesting to me about this discussion is, and relates to my experience as well, that it's actually easier for me to work in a community in South Africa or South Dakota sometimes than with my colleagues in engineering or environmental science. I don't mean that in any negative way. I'm working on a big NSF grant right now, and it's really hard. I'm looking at Tessa, who's also working with us, and it's hard, right? And because we talk so much about interdisciplinarity, working transdisciplinary, but when it comes down to it, we just see the world often really differently. We use different methods. We often have different values. Sometimes we want the same thing, coastal resilience in the case of the project that I'm working on. But the way that we're getting there is very different. Somehow, when I work with communities, the two projects that I showed, I don't know, I think we go into it just being completely open, and they're very open, and we're not coming in like armed with our disciplines in the way that maybe happens through those other grants. So I don't know. I don't really quite know why that is, but I feel like it's very different. Like, because we talked about community engaged versus kind of interdisciplinary.
I want to pick up on a line from your presentation, Phoebe, to continue this thought. You emphasize the importance of epistemological and ontological difference between communities and the researchers who are going there. And I guess I wanted to ask, well, what happens when there's ontological or epistemological, or let us just say deep differences within the communities within your working? How does that affect the role of design and the process?
You mean not with us, but with them? Yeah, well, I mean, that's certainly the case in South Africa where we're working. So we have been negotiating between the National Arts Group, who has a big music festival in Makanda, who uses that land at the Black Power Station for events, and then our community group, the indigenous group, who basically is squatting there. And so there's a real power dynamic. The folks running the arts festival are all white. They're all speaking a different language. They're not seeing eye to eye, and I found that we've ended up being kind of, I don't know, maybe mediators in some way, that somehow I feel like we can often bring them together even though that's not necessarily our job to do that, but we can bring them together into the same room and talk about how we might move forward, how they might continue to occupy that space and allow it to be used, that it could be used in different ways by different people over time. But we're not gonna change everything. I mean, there are limits, right, to what we can do. I mean, when I talked about the kind of legacy of apartheid and some of those issues, I mean, for instance, with the Black Power Station, that power station only generated power for white South Africans. The Black township did not have electricity. And so for them, squatting and taking over that abandoned power station is an act of reclaiming, of repair culturally, because they never had access to that place in a kind of way. So yeah, we end up kind of in the middle sometimes. I don't know if I'm answering your question, but I think it would change in every project. Whereas in the case in South Dakota, it's really the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the sovereignty of the reservation versus the town that surrounds the reservation, where they actually have different criminal laws, and you can be tried differently by a tribal court than a local court. So these are really deep, deep, deep differences in both cases related to, colonization.
I realize that as you're talking that, there are such important methodology issues around community engagement, around community co-production, around community-led research, and we all have spent months and years thinking about them. But in the remaining 8 minutes we have here in this section of the program, I'm kind of thinking about the deep differences we have within our own communities around climate transformations. And I think I would like to ask you, how do you think about the role of design in our own state, in our own United States, about the role of design in negotiating or mediating or ameliorating pretty deep epistemological conflicts around climate stress?
Yes, I wanted to come back to a comment you made earlier, but answering this question as well. I think this idea of irreversible, too, within this idea of climate change and how we approach this notion as designers. I think that ultimately, one of the things that maybe is influenced from a kind of Western perspective, this idea of permanence, that we believe that there should be answers, and the answers should solve problems. Is maybe an issue that needs to be addressed. I know a lot of us are already doing that, but I think maybe just to put that on the table for the moment. And I think that probably you could look past in the history of the communities we're working with, or particularly indigenous communities, that how there has been this idea of cycles of change and the idea of dynamism in terms of moving and mobility, and how it's a sort of Western notion of being fixed. Is maybe something that has been introduced. And I think this actually underscores, in a way, one of the strengths UVA is as a school of architecture, is this idea of bringing together multiple disciplines. But I think more important than that is a sort of systems-based approach of not thinking about purely the edifice or the fixed answer, but actually about the methodologies and process and systems which underline or underlie design strategies, so that any approach towards climate change needs to be thought of in terms of not necessarily fortifications, but in terms of a systems strategic planning approach. So, Andrew, you talk about planning, and is that design? It is a beautiful form of design, and it's probably one of the most important forms of design. And we see that in our work, but we also, acknowledge that maybe, this idea that a building or structure is an answer, to quote climate change or something is maybe going down the wrong path. But
Sure. I mean, and let me start with the last point first. And I think, I don't want to get in trouble with my colleagues, I think. But to some degree, no, around this planning and design question. I think ultimately, yeah, we exist together. And I think to a great degree, planning is a product that is, bounded by, legal frameworks. It's different in the US than it is in Europe. It's different in Alaska than it is in Virginia. Fundamentally, though, yes, it is
it is a discipline that is a design discipline, certainly more than potentially other disciplines that claim design. So thank you for welcoming us in. But I think to the point that you're talking about, and to your question, Willis, I think, I do come at this as a transportation planner. And so when you ask this question, I think about the 15-minute city. And this idea that, oh my God, I've been talking about and learning about since I was a master's student in the 90s. And it's, that there's a transit-oriented development or a walking radius around, within which all of our needs might be met. And suddenly there's a huge revolution against this, that the 15-minute city is fascism, that it's trying to lock people down and prevent them from being able to, travel outside of their designated zone. And so I think that's a problem, right? That's a real challenge that we face. And, clearly that we've gotten ourselves into this mess means we don't know exactly how to fix the mess. But at the same time, I do think that what Matthew is talking about is part of the solution, which is that, if we talk about the 15-minute city and say, oh yeah, it's a solution for climate change that's, going to get you out of your car, immediately people's heads explode. But if we talk about it as a way of living, a way of being, a choice, a way of reinforcing values that people hold around a quality of life, there suddenly are openings. And I think to do that, there does need to be a sense of design and a sense of, engaging communities in more than one way, not just through regulatory frameworks. And so, I don't have anything more to say about it because it's a huge problem. But I think your question about epistemological difference is well taken. And the climate change, I think about it from transportation point of view. This is what we run up against when we try to propose what we think are really meek little solutions of maybe this part of the city could be a part where you walk instead of drive.
I think you're asking a very, very challenging question. I'm thinking, sitting here and trying to find words how to answer it, because just the word climate change is something that some people don't want to spell out or don't want to believe in. So how are you even starting a dialogue here? Maybe a little bit from the method that are coming through urban design. So very often these projects are not just a top-down master plan, but they are developed through scenarios. And these scenarios offer multiple opportunities for development. And what is really important is that you, for example, then in a context of a community engagement process, that you are allowing the participants to really understand consequences. And I believe that most people do care. They do care about their kids. They do care about that they can grow up in a healthy environment. They also care about non-human lives. So in the moment when we can communicate this through our visualizations, and there are a lot of great techniques that we are developing these days, we can capture attention. And then at the end of the day, it is discussion. It's also political discussion. And this needs to be debated. But I think designers can create a stage, the process as well as the stage.
Okay, so there's a stage, and now you get to ask questions or pose challenges. So, and actually, I don't know how that works. So I suppose you raise your hand. Oh, there's someone who will bring you a microphone. Fantastic.
All questions answered.
Thank you. I'm interested in the title of this session, World Making. And previously in this conference, we heard a lot about humility and how to enter into communities with humility. And world making is kind of grandiose, as opposed to offering a sense of humility. And so I guess I have a question about the ethics of global practice versus the local, and at what scale, how do we understand ethics at a scalar level or our practice at the level of the local versus the global?
So you guys will have to talk to local versus global. I wanted to say one quick little reflection on the metaphor world making. It's a great question. So in the humanities, we noted in our preliminary conversations, we lit on this term world making in part because it's one that I also share from the perspective of the environmental humanities, where scholars who are trying to understand how climate stress is challenging communities are attending to the ways that interpretive frameworks are under stress, are attending to the ways that big stories are under stress, or just, all those ways and values by which people understand themselves to belong to some kind of shared world, right? And so one aspect of responding to that is talked about as world making, finding new stories, finding new values, or using inherited values in new and unexpected ways. That's talked about as world making, which is different from, I think, a design sense of world making, but obviously conceptually overlaps. But let me turn that to my colleagues.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great question and one that we certainly debated. There's a term that I'm very familiar with in terms of the work that I do in sustainability and the humanities as well, but it's not meant to be grandiose. Like, it's not as if we are imposing our making on the world. It's actually that we all make our world, that we have world views that generate certain conditions, and that maybe, and you're the expert on this, on world views as a philosopher and an ethicist, but I feel that we need to have a new story, right? We cannot continue to employ the same worldview that at least I was raised with to imagine a future that's very different than the one we have. And so we have to make that story. We have to make that way of being in order to make real change. Change that comes from all of us, not a top-down change, but value systems and all those things.
Yeah, so it's not terraforming. It's
No.
We're not terraforming. We're the agency of design to open up new potentials of reimagining potentials of communities and peoples, and that's it. I think that's probably where one way to land. But the term has at least provoked a conversation like this, which is good. Yeah.
Well, I mean, thank you for calling this out. I actually, when we had our original discussions, this connotation didn't even come to my mind, because we were all always talking about co-production and participatory design. And I think under this umbrella, we were considering we are making a world, not for ourselves, but hoping to make this for the community. That's at least how we use the term.
Yeah, and that also things don't just all happen by themselves, that they have to be, actions have to be taken, and that's a process of making. Like, we talked in one of the previous sessions yesterday a lot about, collaboration, right? And the values, the importance of collaboration, but then we also heard in the session on materials that some people were questioning that too much collaboration leads to a kind of watering down of disciplines, or an inability to maybe have ideas that are not always around consensus. And so I think that's an important thing to think about as well, that there is action that has to be taken. It's not as if we just get together and we're all loving and everything becomes good.
I would also just to address this point about local versus global in terms of approach. I mean, I think one of the things that's really intriguing, and I think particularly for students involved in our research, is the of going to a place that is totally unfamiliar, and everything that you understand has been turned on its upside down on its head, and so suddenly the environment and the way of moving and the way of things that are taken for granted are no longer there. So destabilizing what we take for granted just through that act of going to a place that's so unfamiliar and seeing very different perspectives, bringing that back to Virginia, bringing that back to future careers in very different directions. But how that what we're doing, the School of Architecture, can influence that generation of leaders, I think, bringing diverse viewpoints in, not only from Virginia, but from all over the world, I think ultimately is going to help everybody, right? I think that'll be it's a very positive direction, I believe, for the future. That's my prop for global here.
maybe to add to this, I mean, we are working locally, but even if we don't live in Choco Bottom, so even if you are working within Virginia, you are not the person who's actually affected by it. So to some degree, you are always the outsider, and you have to be simply careful in the way how you are introducing your project and how you are trying to set up these networks, etc. I have to say, I was a member of multiple neighborhood associations, and this is when I felt most at home, when I could be the designer, when I could be the architect, the urban designer, and the citizen who has a right to say, I don't want this. But I can't be a member of the neighborhood association in every neighborhood, obviously.
Very short statement, but Willis, I mean, honestly, we need to be talking to more ethical and political philosophers, to be perfectly honest with you. Like yourself, people like Dominique Allen, who writes Democracy Without Domination. I mean, the local and the global fundamentally, rub up against each other when we set social welfare goals. And how we manage that is actually really challenging. But it's a problem. It's a problem of democracy as well. So I think it's one that is a collective problem, not just for us.
Yes, I think a mic. This question.
First of all, thank you so much for this discussion. It's been really illuminating and wonderful. Sometimes when one works with outsiders from your discipline, people who don't know design or aesthetics the way you do, they do something that you would never do. And that can sometimes really turn the situation around and really illuminate something that you never thought about. So when I did this painting with a student, Dylan McDowell, we were collaborating, I immediately seized control of my studio, where he could go anytime to my studio and paint anything he wanted. So I would go in the morning and say, wow, I would never, ever, ever have done that to this painting. And then I said, the rule that I had was I cannot overpaint it. It has to stay. All I can do is react to it. And then we opened it up to 40 other people and asked them to contribute a drawing of a bird. And again, there were drawings of bird people instead of just birds. And the rule that Dylan and I said, the bird has to stay. Whatever. So what I'd like to know is from your own experiences dealing with people outside the discipline, were there moments when you felt illuminated and empowered by something that you would never have done had you not talked to these people outside?
Yeah, Sonda, I think that's a really great point. I mean, I think in this kind of process, there's an openness that often does not exist, say, if you're working with a developer on a spec office building or something, right, where there's an expectation between both parties about the role of the architect, the role of the developer, the building codes that control everything, all that stuff, right? It's upfront. Everyone knows their job. When you go into a community engagement process or an interdisciplinary kind of research team working together for 5 years on an ill-defined issue or something, it's really open. And I think about like Umberto Eco and the open work of art and the power of openness to bring about new ideas, new possibilities. So there's there's an uncomfortable nature of it, like when my students said, wait, you want a circle? Like a symmetrical thing, right? We're not allowed to do that. And but you know what? I think we ended up with really interesting ideas. They wanted to use hemp that they grow. I wouldn't have thought about making a building out of hemp. That wasn't my first thought. I've never done that. And so it can be jarring, but it's also really liberating because it opens the realm of possibilities and the disciplinary frames that each of us has been educated in.
If I can also add to this, Sandra, that's a really amazing question. I think before studying about the Arctic landscape, I thought climate or climate change is an issue of kind of physical, a geophysical kind of phenomena. It's also something about the weather and atmosphere that we kind of understand at our kind of personal experience level. But it was really the Arctic, and then it's kind of mysterious landscape in a way that really allowed me to think about the climate as this kind of cognitive framework to understand landscape. So it's less about, yes, there is kind of material kind of sense to that, but it's really about, it really dictates how we understand what it is, the ways in which we understand places. So for example, the place that we work at is really flat to our own standards because we come from the Piedmont, there are hills and mountains, and there it looks to be very, very flat. But it's really not, because there is this kind of microtopography that is not flat at all. And it's really, really easy to get lost in that flatness because there is no kind of orientation or thing that stands tall that guides you, in terms of where to go. So that kind of very different way of understanding landscape, the landscape lexicons that we are used to in this kind of lower 48, so to speak, or even the temperate side of the world, not the Arctic side of the world, has been something that's very, very interesting to me, and also has really changed the way that I look at the landscape, that how the climate, in a way, really influences the way that, really challenges our notions of comfort, the things that we understand is what it is. So it's not really directly related, like why you, but the things that's surprising to us, I think, has been really powerful way of kind of, working, it's been a very powerful way of kind of incorporating that into my own work, but also the way that we are collectively looking at the Arctic as a city, but also a community that has, I think earlier Willie said, collaboration brings a lot of unexpected avenues for moral imagination. I thought that was a beautiful kind of way of putting it. I think that really speaks to that kind of power and an opportunity that some of these kind of landscapes and places really can bring.
To kind of like, you're talking about climate as being an entity in some ways, right? A kind of an interloper, or a kind of, in some ways destabilizing, but something
it throws you off. In the Arctic, it's really throws you off. It really is a vehicle to question what we know and what we don't know.
So I think we are at time, and I think ending with a quotation of Willis Jenkins is a great way to close this down. So anyway, I want to say thank you to you all for inviting me to just hang out with you during this hour and a half, and thanks to everyone for participating and engaging. Thanks.
Really great job. I have a lot to think about. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll get started on our next panel. To close things out, it's going to be on climate policy. You're in for a treat. We're going to talk about from the federal, state, to the city, and how do we really get things done. So we look forward to seeing you. And those of you online, thank you for staying with us. Go take a bio break, coffee break, whatever you need to do, and we'll see you soon. 1 minute warning, we'll get started. Okay, I know people are just grabbing their seats, and hopefully our friends online are back. We are in for our last panel to close out this 2-day Climate Transformation Symposium. This particular panel, as I mentioned earlier, is about climate policy at scale, thinking about the federal, state, and local level. We have a number of policy experts that will walk us through how do you actually implement things on the ground. I know we've been talking quite a bit about ethics and design innovation and materials, but at the bigger 30,000-foot level, how do we go from the federal and even global all the way down to the local level to be able to implement many of the things that we think need to happen? And thinking through that through policy, being grounded with community, and so forth. We are absolutely delighted to have 3 wonderful panelists this evening. First, I want to introduce David Hayes. David, if you don't mind just giving a little wave there. David Hayes is currently a lecturer at Stanford Law School and former special assistant to the U.S. President for Climate Policy. Big job, big job. Next to David, on David's left, is Curtis Brown. Curtis Brown is a visiting senior practitioner in residence, Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness and Research Institute for Social Equity at the L. Douglas Wilder School of Government and Public Affairs at Virginia Commonwealth University. He's also the former state coordinator, director of emergency management for Virginia Department of Emergency Management. So, Curtis, welcome. Glad to have you. And we have Susan Cruz, executive director, Community Climate Collaborative, former executive director, National Forest Protection Alliance, and advisory board member, Virginia's Clean Energy. So I want to welcome you all to our discussion this evening. So as I said earlier, we really want you to be candid with us. We want to have a real conversation here about how do you get things done? How do we implement? And you all bring a great level of expertise. And I think the best way to get us started is to first tell me what your job entails, your organization, kind of things you grapple with, and then we'll go from there. But Susan, why don't we start with you?
Sure. Thank you so much for having me. So the Community Climate Collaborative that I work with here in Charlottesville, it's a local climate organization, and we were founded with a purpose of really helping communities figure out how we're going to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 45% by 2030 and ultimately reach carbon neutrality by 2050. So this is a community level challenge that's going to involve everyone. And I think, some of the panelists on the last panel said this really well. Every person is going to need to be involved in these solutions. And at the community level, you can really see that. So the vast majority of our greenhouse gas emissions at the local level come from just 3 sources. There are buildings, our homes, and our commercial spaces, and our transportation. So when we're thinking about reducing greenhouse gas emissions, our organization is really built to tackle those sources of greenhouse gas emissions, but also to look at what are the local climate inequities that we're seeing, the local climate injustice, and how do we incorporate solutions that work to solve both social justice and climate solutions so that we can build a more sustainable, more equitable community here in Charlottesville, Virginia. But we also recognize that our work is unusual. There aren't that many locally based climate organizations in Virginia or elsewhere. And so what we're really trying to do in our work is build solutions that are replicable. So we're constantly inventing new models for community engagement, new tools that can help local decision makers and local businesses and social justice organizations identify their role in climate solutions and figure out the best paths forward. And it's just a great honor to be a part of this work, which merges my past work with social justice and environmentalism here at the local climate level.
Thank you. Curtis, I know you've worn a number of hats, certainly lately, but can you tell us a little bit about what you're doing now and what you did at the Virginia Department of Emergency Management?
Sure. Really glad to be here, Dean. And
And at the L. Douglas Wilder School of Public Affairs, we have a research institute for social equity that is a couple of years old that really looks at the integration of social equity in public policy and a range of different public policy where we're talking about health equity, education, criminal justice. The area of interest of me and my background is on disaster equity and emergency management, looking at the disproportionate impact of disasters on historically marginalized and underserved communities. And so the Research Institute for Social Equity was really helpful for me in my previous role as the State Director of Emergency Management during the early days of the COVID-19 impact, as well as through the time we got the vaccine. There was a big disparity between the uptake of the vaccine in communities of color and underserved and marginalized communities. They were able to come in and help us with our messaging and our outreach to underserved and marginalized communities, and even look at issues such as language access to ensure that individuals in our diverse Commonwealth was actually getting the information. So my interest is really on looking at how we can improve and build resilience before disasters, improve our response and our recovery, because we continue to see more frequent and impactful disasters, as we saw this week in Mississippi, a very powerful tornado in a very marginalized, underserved community of color, mostly African American. This is our new normal. And so as an emergency manager in a profession that's really not diverse, one, want to increase diversity in the field to promote that lived experience, but also to really address our practices and our policies that disadvantage these communities that are on the front line of disaster impacts. We need to really move farther, faster, and really make impact as we deal with these climatic impacts as frequently as we're seeing.
Thank you so much, Curtis. David, you wear many hats as well. Obviously, you're at Stanford Law School. You are a scholar, professor, but you've also been an advisor to the President of the United States on climate policy. And so you've been at the federal government level in the room, right? So can you tell us what it means to be a special assistant to the president and some of the things you did on a day-to-day basis and what you're doing now?
Sure. First of all, thanks for having me and having us. I think it's particularly great to have the federal, state, and local perspectives. This was my third time in the federal government, actually. I was the Deputy Secretary of the Interior Department for Bill Clinton the last 2 years, and then was the Deputy Secretary again, recidivist, for President Obama for 5 years with Ken Salazar and Sally Jewell. And I was fortunate to have a third time. I started in the summer before the election on the transition team for the White House on climate and went in on day one and was part of Gina McCarthy's team. Gina was the National Climate Advisor. That position was created by the president along with my office, which was the White House Climate Policy Office. And there were, at the most, 12 of us. I was the number 3 person in the office, and our job was to implement a very aggressive climate policy of the president, following a president who did not believe in the climate issues. And I would say that there's a lot to talk about here, but at a high level, we really were focused on 3 basic legs of the stool, and I'll add a 4th because it was part of it. But one was to obviously reduce the greenhouse gas emissions that are causing climate change. Enormous effort to deal with the inequities caused by the pollution associated with the combustion of fossil fuels. And across the different sectors. So that's the transportation sector, it's the power sector, it's the industrial sector, it's the building sector. All of these sectors, we had our strategies on each of them for how to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Secondly was push the transition to clean energy. We had to change our economy from a fossil fuel-based economy to a clean energy-based economy, and do it fast. So that meant pushing what ultimately became the Inflation Reduction Act that will power forward for the next 10 years huge incentives on clean energy and create the opportunities to make this transition, along with the bipartisan infrastructure law that passed the year before, over $1 trillion in spending on infrastructure much of which we helped design to make it climate smart, and happy to talk about that too. The third sort of leg of the stool is the climate impact piece, and the need to forthrightly say and acknowledge the fact that climate change is here, that Americans and folks all around the world are being impacted hugely by climate change, and we need to be more resilient and we need to help our communities be more resilient to these impacts, because they're just going to get worse. We have to provide, federal government needs to provide funding, information, a hand to the local communities. The additional element that the President injected into all of this, as laid out very clearly in Executive Order 14,008 on day 7 of the administration, was justice and equity. Had to be part of all of this. The climate, the health impacts and other negative impacts associated with the fossil fuel-based economy mean that many communities have been hurt disproportionately, and the President was committed to make sure that as we transition to a new clean energy economy, those communities are not going to be left behind. And in fact, he committed in that first executive order that 40% of all the money that was being spent on climate, which in the Inflation Reduction Act alone is $369 billion, 40% of the benefits of that money have to flow to disadvantaged communities. So we organized the White House around how to do all of that. So it was a huge agenda. Nearly, killed me, but I managed 2 years, and I'm now enjoying the academy. Thank you very much.
I'll think of you whenever I think my job is tough. I want to stay with you, David, for a minute, and actually this is for all of the panelists. You talked a lot about, obviously, coordination and collaboration and what you do. For each of you, given your vantage point, and then we'll get deeper, I just want to first get a sense of what were you dealing with on a day-to-day basis? So you had a team of 12 with the transition, and you move into, so where do we begin? Tell us a story about how did that start, coordination, collaboration, then Curtis, I'll go to you, and then Susan, I want to know what it's like on the ground here in Charlottesville around that.
So the President, climate has been one of his 4 top priorities, along with health and justice, for example. So he created a whole new mechanism. My office created a National Climate Task Force made up of all of the department heads of the major agencies. And climate is unique, as we've discussed and you've discussed through these 2 days. It affects all parts of the government. There is no climate agency. Every agency has an important piece here. So this creates, as a sort of a student of government, an incredible challenge. And the President talked about it in his executive orders, whole of government. We need a whole of government effort. We need to bring these agencies together. And having been an agency person myself, I know how hard that can be. But the President recruited folks in the cabinet, and we recruited folks in the fall during the transition specifically for climate expertise in all of the agencies, brought them together through the White House. And I'll give one example of an area where we really had no infrastructure in the federal government, and that's the resilience area. We've had emergency response capabilities, for sure, through FEMA for many kinds of disasters, not all kinds of climate disasters. Extreme heat doesn't qualify. Drought doesn't qualify for FEMA support, for example. So what we organized around actually not the agencies, but around the impacts. So we created interagency working groups on extreme heat, on drought, on flood, on wildfire, and on coastal impacts. And we brought the agencies together at the secretarial level. For example, extreme heat, we had Michael Reagan, head of EPA, we had Commerce Department Secretary Raimondo, and we had Secretary Becerra from the Health and Human Services. Those agencies had never worked together on dealing with extreme heat issues. Then the other interesting thing, and then I'll stop, is we actually have money now in the federal government to deal with this problem for a couple of reasons. One is Congress a couple of years ago to FEMA, under FEMA, established a new program called BRIC, the BRIC. What does the B stand for?
Building.
Building for infrastructure and community resilience.
David just flew in from Morocco, so you know
Yeah,
you're doing
right.
great to have not had any sleep. So.
What time is it? 6% of every dollar that goes out for disaster response now is put aside for long-term resilience funding. So FEMA, which has very little capability here or experience in terms of longer-term money given to communities to help them be more resilient, now has billions of dollars, literally. And HUD also, through its program that actually started after Superstorm Sandy, which you'll remember, Malo, from New York, has $60 billion in a similar program. And then there are pieces of other programs around the federal government dealing with resilience. But at root, there is no one-size-fits-all for resilience planning. It happens at the local level. So how's the federal government going to get this money out to the field in a smart way? And what's the best role of the federal government to facilitate that? One of the things that we think is particularly important is to give the communities information about what their risks are by taking advantage of the database that the federal government has and doing a lot of mapping, and we actually invested a lot of effort in that space. I'm happy to talk about that, but otherwise I'm going to stop because I'll just keep going if you don't stop me.
This is wonderful. We are going to have a conversation. I love it. Don't apologize. This is wonderful. Curtis, I had a chance to meet you several years ago when I was Director of Project Development for Columbia World Projects. And we were struck and reached out to your team here in Virginia because of your approach. And I believe Virginia is the 6th or 7th most disaster-prone state, if I'm something like that. I'm sure people could correct me. But we're prone to that. And then you think about the significance of the Commonwealth in terms of our sensitive assets that are here, location in Washington, D.C., and so forth. Can you tell me your perspective of certainly thinking about the Commonwealth and what I would argue the unevenness of development, the unevenness of services, and I could tell you my own experience as I moved here, just seeing my neighbors and what we've all gone through, not living in Charlottesville versus the county, and certainly if you think about southwestern Virginia. But can you talk from your perspective about coordination, collaboration, and give us some insight into how you approach your work, especially thinking about vis-a-vis the federal government and then thinking about local communities like Charlottesville and Susan's work?
Great, yeah, great question. And you know, being in state government, to me, we're sort of right in the middle, right? We're supporting our local government, coordinate with the federal government. In the last couple of years, we've constantly been in this response mode, whether it is our traditional disasters, a lot of flooding events. Virginia is very vulnerable because the whole state is essentially vulnerable to hurricanes and tropical storms. We've seen large-scale winter storms, ice storms, even human-caused events. Of course, after the murder of George Floyd, over 500 protests across the state. We were helping to support and coordinate. And of course, the massive effort related to COVID-19. And that constant response mode doesn't help for us to be really strategic in terms of long-term. That's the area of space you need for mitigation and resilience and adaptation. And was mentioned the BRIC program and all the other federal grants and resources are great to have, but the reality is on the local level, there's really a lack of capacity within a lot of governments. And the example I give is we have 133 local governments in the Commonwealth. I would say over half or 2/3 has one emergency manager who is responsible for preparedness, mitigation, response, and recovery. We are prone to fail because our model is still a 20th century model of a civil defense director and not the 21st century reality of more frequent and impactful disasters. And so even as these opportunities are coming out, we really need to look at capacity and enhancing our technical assistance. One of the things we did is when the BRIC program and others came out, we did an analysis of who had historically been applying for our mitigation grants. And it was the more well-to-do, well-resourced communities that could hire a contractor, really write a really good grant, and manage it. A lot of the other communities, which were at the forefront of disaster impacts, had a lot less capacity, and it was just too much to even take on to apply for it, much less manage a grant. And so we were really rethinking how the state could step in to support those communities hands-on with really writing grants, getting the engineering studies, really getting in there and supporting. And I really think that that's where we need to look at. It's really nice to hear the additional resources, but the real implementation is going to happen on the ground in local government. It's going to happen with the community-based organizations, and we need to look at getting rid of the red tape, the bureaucracy, and moving faster. Even when it comes to disaster recovery programs, I had an opportunity to serve on a panel with the Government Accountability Office with a report that came out in November. There's over 77 different programs in various federal agencies. And it's hard for local governments to really access in a meaningful way all of those different programs. Many of them have different applications, and it just slows it down. A lot of the funding takes years to actually access. And so when you see a disaster such as what we saw in Mississippi this week, that's why it really is going to take years for disaster recovery. And that's just on the recovery end. On the building resilience and mitigation side, we also need to move faster. So I'm hopeful that we're moving in the right direction. My concern is that we're not moving fast enough, that we're not looking across agencies in coordination to maximize the distribution of funds to get on the ground before we start seeing even more disasters moving forward.
Susan, you're doing a lot of head shake, nodding, and I just
setting up everything that I.
So,
that
could you give your
experienced.
perspective on the ground, so to speak?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's exactly right. I mean, so many decisions about climate are made every day in local government, in local planning boards, local planning commissions, in transit planning, in zoning, in land use, in permits, and we are not ready for that. And so one of the things that we see is, whether we're talking about resilience or mitigation, is we have a lot of people who are really ready to act, that's the good news, right? We've passed federal legislation. Thank you very much. It was very necessary. We've passed state level legislation for climate, the Virginia Clean Economy Act, Virginia Clean Cars legislation. And we have a community and individuals and businesses who want to do the right thing, but they either don't know where to begin or they encounter unexpected barriers to that action. Whether we've got Board of Architectural Review boards who have code that was last updated 20 years ago by which they're making decisions, or whether we don't have the staff in our local governments to be able to apply for and access these grants. I'm excited that both Charlottesville and Albemarle are prioritizing grant writers and funding in local governments to help access some of the infrastructure dollars that are becoming available for climate. But there is a lot of work to do. I mean, every night of the week, we could show up at a local governmental meeting where decisions are being made on climate without necessarily people knowing they're making decisions on climate. And we don't have the staff. Local government sustainability offices don't have the staff. And so there really is a need to coordinate, create replicable models. And also Virginia is challenged because we are a Dillon Rule state. And I don't know if everyone here knows what that means, but that means that our state government authority overrides local government. So it's the power sharing between local and state government. And in Virginia, local governments only have the authority that the state government has granted them, which isn't that much in Virginia. So we can't implement the solutions that California is implementing on climate change. So when we're creating solutions, the good news is that 37 other states in the United States use some form of the Dillon Rule. And so if we create solutions here in Charlottesville, California can use them. And so can 37 other states, but we can't necessarily use all the solutions that are being created elsewhere. So we have to create a lot of new models here for how to do this work. And that's both a challenge, but it's also really exciting. And it means we can really have an outsized impact by the work we're doing here.
That's great. David, Curtis, please jump in, respond. Susan, please feel free to respond.
So I think, I mean, this is all new. This resilience piece in particular, long-term resilience, and federal government has to get its act together, and it's, honestly, these agencies never worked together before in this way, never had this kind of money before. And you take a great agency like FEMA, they're terrific at coming in like they did yesterday in the Mississippi, and they will rebuild. How will they rebuild? Will they rebuild with climate-smart materials? Or will those houses just get blown away the second time? So I want to, clearly there needs to be more support at the local and state level here, more expertise. And I saw, huge differences in terms of cities like Miami and Phoenix who are dealing with extreme heat. And Miami with sea rise and storm surge, and being very smart about looking ahead. And then many other cities that don't have how many cities have a resilience officer, chief resilience officer, or an extreme heat official like they do? So that's a systemic problem. The one thing I want to say is, reacting to the design discussion before here, which I totally enjoyed, and but there's a sense of urgency about all of this. And we're spending $1 trillion now in the next few years on new infrastructure of all kinds. We're going to be spending billions of dollars in new infrastructure of all kinds under the bipartisan infrastructure law. We are emphasizing nature-based solutions on coastal resilience problems. Are communities going to, how can we design in a way that the stories get shared, that the lessons that are learned are shared? What's the role of the federal government potentially to bring this all together? We created a website, resilience.climate.gov, that has a program we call CAMERA, which is climate mapping for resilience and adaptation, that starts the process by providing downscaled information on a census tract basis, looking ahead at things like extreme heat 50 years from now, 80 years from now, sea rise expected impacts, et cetera, and also a place where you can bring together the funding opportunities around these specific types of climate impacts. So there's some things the federal government can do, but I challenge the design community to be thinking about design issues. And I'll mention one other, about how to provide, obviously, the opportunity to tailor to specific conditions, but also, to the extent possible, in this emergency, create some templates that communities can key off of. Final point here is that with all this money going into infrastructure, the president has said we should have our new infrastructure also help combat the climate crisis. How? By pushing for low carbon materials. Have low embodied carbon materials. Federal government is leading the way with federal procurement by the major federal agencies, Department of Transportation, et cetera. The president now has, we've amended the Stafford Act so that FEMA can buy more expensive, low carbon steel and cement for rebuilding, et cetera. The opportunities for the architecture community, if you will, to help in terms of low carbon materials is very important. And then if that can be combined with some ability, some maybe working together with folks in the federal government, the state government, local government, to identify and share stories and knowledge about design opportunities for specific types of climate impacts that are hitting communities all around the country and the world. For example, whether you get federal money may depend on the cost-benefit ratio of a nature-based solution versus a riprap solution for. So, how can you value the environmental benefits and get through that needle of a cost-benefit analysis for the Corps of Engineers? These are the kinds of practical things that if we don't get our act together, there are going to be communities and agencies just reinventing the wheel, going back, and we don't have time for that, for this climate crisis.
Yeah. Thank you, David. Curtis, did you want to say?
Sure. I would just echo those comments about the design community assisting with a lot of the solutions, especially for our historically marginalized and underserved communities that are on the front line of these disaster impacts. And we have to say why. What is that history and legacy? It goes directly to redlining, discriminatory and bias and racist programs that has placed these communities in the floodplain. We have a larger number of public housing communities that are in the floodplain, lacking any kind of greenery. That are dealing with greater heat impacts. There's been studies done in Richmond that shows a 10 to 15 degree higher temperature in terms of heat in certain communities. And so this investment has to be targeted in an equitable fashion, similar to what the Justice 40 initiative is trying to do. And we need to be very clear in terms of how can we build more resilient infrastructure, safe rooms, even Habitat for Humanity. There's been a couple of homes that have been really resilient in the face of some of these hurricanes down in Florida because of resilient infrastructure. We need to do it in an affordable way and not leave the communities behind that are at the forefront of these disaster impacts. My concern anytime we have big government programs is that those communities get left behind over time. So we have to be really intentional, and our performance measure of success is how can we build resilience in those communities. They be the first to get the funding and the support, and that we don't leave those communities behind. Because again, any of these disasters that you've seen recently, there's a reason why, and the reason why is that history and legacy of bias and discrimination that has put them in harm's way.
Curtis and Susan. Susan, I'll give you a chance to respond to David and Curtis in a minute, but as you think about your response, can you think of examples of where it's actually working? Because what I'm hearing is there are these major inequities, obviously, among vulnerable communities that have been put, as you said, Curtis, in these floodplains, in these drought-prone areas, along coastal areas that are below sea level, and so they're prone to more disasters. And so I'm curious with you, Susan, and with you, Curtis, can you tell me some stories of where it might be working, or but right now, just jump in?
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the things that we really look for, too, in our work are where are the opportunities to address both resilience and mitigation? Where can we reduce greenhouse gas emissions and at the same time make those communities, make that solution a more resilient one? And so a great example of this is right here locally in Albemarle County. The Southwood Trailer Park is a trailer park with some 300 trailers on it, and this is a community of largely immigrant population, largely Spanish-speaking population. They don't have a lot of different options for housing that are readily available to them. So, and of course, trailer parks in our area and throughout the South, I would argue, are primarily built in these floodplains. They're built in the low-lying areas where housing couldn't be built. So these are disaster-prone, flood-prone areas. The trailers are very vulnerable to storms and weather. They're also incredibly inefficient. And so we have seen energy bills in some of the trailers in Southwood between $300 to $400 a month, sometimes even higher than that. And so you're talking about a small trailer, and you multiply that by 300 trailers on the site and start doing the math about what one of the most vulnerable communities right here is paying to the electricity company every year. And we start to see some real inequities. And that makes housing unaffordable, which is a huge pressure in our community. We need more affordable housing. Our energy costs are, Virginians are the 8th highest consumer of electricity per capita in the nation. And that is because our energy efficiency programs, much like many of these other programs, there's this little program over here and that little program over there, and you've got to apply this method to get that access to that, and they're incredibly hard to implement. They're not very well understood by the community who needs them most. And so one of the, at Southwood, Habitat for Humanity is actually working to build housing on that site, permanent housing, replacing those inefficient trailers with real housing solutions for people. So that is an example of a way that we can both, you know, my energy bill in my 2,000 square foot house is not $300 to $400 a month. So we can both reduce greenhouse gas emissions from that electricity consumption, build a more resilient community, and implement climate justice like right here in our community.
Thank you. Curtis?
Well, you know, I think, you know, we've been talking in the federal space. One of the things I've done the last couple of years is co-found a nonprofit, the Institute for Diversity, Inclusion, and Emergency Management. And one of the great things to see is within philanthropy, a real big focus on providing funding to community-based organizations and really getting rid of the red tape and all of the multiple applications and so forth, really trying to speed the impact of those grants on the ground. And I think that there's an opportunity there, along with getting rid of the bureaucracy in the federal government and supporting these local governments to build capacity so that there could be a collaboration with those community-based organizations that know the community the best, you know where those communities that need the support, they're more trusted in many cases than government, and we can see impact a lot faster. And so, you know, reinventing how we give out funds, how we can move faster, I think is really going to be a part of the solution moving forward.
I'll circle back to that. I want to shift gears just a little bit, going back to the issue of procurement. And David and Curtis and Susan, you've all stressed that time is urgent, right? Obviously. The issue of procurement, and you talked about the design professions and how we may get more involved. We had an outstanding alumni panel earlier where many of our alumni are very much in this space. And so whether we're talking about Mark Suramaki's work or John Kett or Jeff Murphy or Serena Nelson, they're all doing incredible work. So can you tell me more about the procurement piece and how do you get industry to really move? One of the arguments I hear all the time is, well, government's going to take forever, right? We've seen in technology, certain Silicon Valley say, government takes forever, we'll apologize later. Where do you stand on all of these things?
So the president has a Buy Clean initiative. If you Google it, you'll see maybe 2 weeks ago a White House fact sheet on where the Buy Clean initiative is right now. It's pretty amazing. And this concept of the federal government leading on climate where it can, where it has some hands on the dials, obviously. Offshore wind and onshore renewable energy on the public lands are the hands on the dial, so they're being dialed up. Procurement is, the U.S. government is the largest buyer in the world, $650 billion a year. And the Defense Department, the Transportation Department, the big buyers are on board here, and also the Inflation Reduction Act and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law both reinforce this notion. In fact, there is a real push for products to come with environmental disclosures about the embodied carbon in them. There are discussions with the EU about trade being subject to consideration of climate impacts. And I actually think there's going to be a global push here. This is one way to make sure that countries that are investing in making lower carbon investments do not get flooded with high carbon materials, but you have a basis basically based on the carbon, embodied carbon for making those distinctions and potentially putting up trade barriers, frankly. The infrastructure, the Inflation Reduction Act gives EPA an obligation to develop these environmental disclosure documents, and much like they have done on life cycle analysis, they are going to be putting their shoulder to the wheel on figuring out what standards there should be for low carbon materials. In the meantime, though, already DOT, excuse me.
It's the president calling.
He can wait. This is more important. In the meantime, the GSA, the largest procurer of government services, buildings, et cetera, already is essentially challenging industry to come in with the low carbon cement, low carbon steel, et cetera, and they're creating their own standards in the meantime. Meanwhile, of course, there's a huge amount of money under the Inflation Reduction Act, that $369 billion, to help companies reimagine how they are making these materials. So I was actually a few months ago at an international building conference talking about all this stuff, and folks were amazed and unaware that it was happening. But in the meantime, I've stayed in touch with some of these folks, and there is a revolution going on right now based on procurement. And then the other piece of it, it's not just the government. Companies like the Microsofts of the world, and the Googles of the world, and the Fords of the world, and the GMs of the world are also interested in the embodied carbon issues that they are dealing with. They know they're going to be judged on this as well. Their employees care about it. Many of their customers care about it. So this is a case where I think, Malo, the government is leading, but they're not out there by themselves. And the combination of global trade implications, of customer desires, and the recognition that this is sort of the combination. What Susan was talking about, what you want to get is a place where you're doing a lot of things at once. So you're trying to create resilience infrastructure. You're trying to also deal with lower carbon, help the decarbonization, move away, and you're trying to also incorporate to the extent you can in these buildings that have the lower carbon materials, distributed clean energy too. And those things are happening right now.
Yeah, could I?
Yes, I was actually going to go to you right now. Yes, please.
I would love to jump in here because I just want to give credit to local businesses right here in Charlottesville and Albemarle County. So, 99% of Virginia businesses are fewer than 500 employees. So they are locally owned, they're locally headquartered, and they're trying to figure out their role in all of this. They don't have directors of sustainability on their staff. So we pulled together a group of 16 major employers initially here in Charlottesville in 2021. And it includes Sentara Martha Jefferson Hospital, it includes CFA Institute, Willow Tree, many others, but there's some surprising voices among that, including Tiger Fuel Company. And so when we're talking about innovators in this space, so here we have a local fuel company who has 200 local employees. The owners their dad owned the business, they've inherited it. They have 10 gas stations in our community. They do propane delivery in the wintertime, but they're a company that really cares about this community and the outcomes of this community. So much so that even in the summer, their fuel drivers do local housing rehabilitation work through Albemarle Housing Improvement Program. So this is a company that really, their brand is a community one. So they recently purchased a solar company. So now they have Tiger Solar in addition to having gas stations and propane delivery. And they are looking at the future of their company and this business model and how do we exist? How do we keep all these employees working? They're putting in EV charging stations and their gas stations. They're putting solar on their gas station canopies and all their buildings. And we work with them, we collect all of their energy data of all these companies every year, and they are setting a path to reduce their emissions by 45% by 2025. So 5 years ahead of our local governmental commitments. And we are on track to add another 11 businesses here locally to that group. This spring, we're going to be announcing that in just a month or so, there's another really interesting mix of businesses that are a part of that. And when you're working with these local companies and you see the technology they're using and you see the solutions that currently exist, you also see the challenges and the gaps where we don't really have a solution for that company yet for this type of truck that they use, or they're not economically accessible to local companies. So there's a lot of challenges that we can see as these companies are really trying to do the right thing, but they are confronted with obstacles. So there is a lot of work to be done in this space, and our work with them is to just, look, let's move as much as we can now with the technology that exists while we work on figuring out what the solutions are going to be 5 years from now.
Yeah, I would just add, one of our performance measures really needs to be addressing wealth inequality. So with all of this procurement opportunity coming out, we cannot leave behind small women and minority-owned businesses as a part of the groups that are eligible either directly for procurement opportunities or in partnership with other companies and firms. One statistic that has always jumped out to me, and this is down the disaster response lane, Hurricane Katrina is still one of our most expensive disasters in history. Only 1% of those contracts went to small women and minority-owned firms. And so these communities are at the forefront of disaster impacts, but are also being left behind as it relates to procurement opportunities. We need to make sure that we're really intentional in ensuring that there's a space at the table. And there's also research that talks about how disaster recovery programs increase wealth inequality. Because again, it comes down to access and the ability to access those recovery programs. So there's a lot of data information that says that this is an area that we really need to focus attention on. And so again, there's a great opportunity with these new grants and funding for infrastructure, but we have to be really intentional that we're not leaving these small companies and minority companies behind.
Thank you all for that. One thing that's come up in the conversation today is the issue of data, the issue of narratives. You talked about, Susan, earlier about build local tools that you're using. What role does data and narratives play in all of this in terms of telling people's story of who's being disproportionately impacted? We know it's real and it's not people's imagination. And so when I hear David speak, I'm excited about what's happening in the federal government and private sector. And then I put on my hat of being a Charlottesville resident or living in the county and seeing the storm that came through last year. In January, we had an ice storm and a snowstorm that followed right after that, knocked out power, and people had no power for over a week. No power for over a week. Roads were not cleared. People lost all their food. Their children couldn't go to school. They had no heat. And that's their everyday reality, and you talked about, so how do you reconcile those things? Thinking about data and narratives, I know it's, I'm a dean, I have to ask these questions about that, but I see my colleagues who are doing great work around the world, right, and working in various communities, and they're seeing very similar things. And so how does that translate to you all as thinking about the work you do in government and whatnot?
I think local data is really important because people understand it. It feels more tangible to communities, right? When they hear data about their neighborhood, their community, their school, If you hear data that's, federally or even state level data, it can sound like noise. But when you can attach it to people, when you can attach it to communities, neighborhoods, streets, schools, we did a report in 2020 that really looked at where is energy burden the highest in our community. And so energy burden is the amount of the percent of your income that you pay on energy costs. So we all have energy burden. But if you have an energy burden of more than 6% or higher, if you're paying more than 6% of your income on energy costs, that's unsustainable. So if you look at Charlottesville broadly, because of our wealth inequalities in this community, the average energy burden that you see is like 2%. Wow, you think Charlottesville doesn't have an energy burden problem, but if you drill down to that census tract level, you begin to see the disparities in the data. The inequities are hidden among the averages, and so you really have to drill down to that level. And so there's the 10th and Page neighborhood in Charlottesville has 54% of households with an energy burden of 10% or higher. So that's more than 1 out of every 2 households. So if you're implementing an energy efficiency program for Charlottesville, well, if you knock on doors in that community, 1 out of every other house you knock on, you're going to find somebody who is facing or having challenges paying their energy bills. And what does this mean for electrification and future energy sources is another really important problem. Charlottesville owns a municipal gas utility. We are one of 3 communities in Virginia that do. Richmond, Charlottesville, and Danville own municipal gas utilities. We need to decarbonize that utility. We know that this utility is leaking methane regularly. In 2021, Charlottesville had 91 self-reported methane leaks in our system. Richmond had 960 methane leaks. And this is, methane is 20 times the warming potential of CO2, which is what is produced after you burn the methane gas. So we need to remove this from our communities, but how do we do this equitably? How do we do this so when the family who loses power and needs to cook or run, an elderly person who needs heat in their home, and normally they might open their oven, turn on a stove, or have gas heat. How do we manage that? And this is a really important, we have to be really thoughtful in this solution. Yes, it is urgent that we decarbonize our municipal gas utility, but it is also urgent that we do it equitably and we do it right, because if we start wrong, if we start down the wrong road, we could set back that decarbonization 5, 10, 15 years. So there's just some really important local stories, local challenges that we've got to grapple with. And we also have this risk where the last 2 years in Virginia's General Assembly, the gas industry has pushed a bill to take local decision-making authority away in management of municipal gas decisions. So it's been defeated 2 years in a row, but because we're a Dillon Rule state, the state can override local authority for cities to manage their own municipal utilities. So we've got a lot of challenges here to grapple with, which also means we have a lot of potential solutions to create.
Response from David or Curtis?
I wish we could just go on all night here. This is really fun for us. I don't know
Over
if
dinner.
it is for
Over
you
dinner.
guys. I just want to make 2 points on your point, Malo, and Susan's point about local impacts. We are going to have to transform our energy economy, and it's not easy. Moving away from oil and gas in particular. Gas is now our predominant supplier of electricity, and yes, it's better than coal, but it's not that great, particularly when you put the methane issues in it as well, the leaks, which are serious. I hope, this is my hope, I'm an optimist, but there's a fabulous program that is starting to be rolled out, $27 billion to EPA under the Inflation Reduction Act, that is focused on community climate-based clean energy. And Jahi Wise, who worked with me in the White House, is now running that program at EPA. And it's going to be run like a green bank. There's going to be money at the local level for federal funding for distributed energy, for energy efficiency, for charging stations. I mean, $27 billion goes a long way when this is basically a revolving fund to help the smaller community agencies get financing for fundamental change in how electricity is provided. So keep your eye on that program. It's exciting. The other sort of unrelated thing I just want to mention is in terms of community-based resilience, probably the most important thing that can happen is when communities are rebuilding, that they're doing it with modern building codes. And only 30% of the communities in the United States have adopted modern building codes. And that includes the energy efficiency codes and the structural codes. And the Biden administration has initiated a national program to advance the adoption of building codes by essentially negotiating with communities that we will give you more resilience money because these are local decisions about what their building codes will be. We'll give you more money if you get your codes up. And that's super important. So I think it's something to watch, and it's something at the community level that I hope the federal government, with their incentives, it really have some success in this area.
Thank you, David. Curtis, you?
Well, to your point about, data, I agree that we need to continue to leverage data to guide our decisions, especially within the social equity space. Historically, you focus on measuring outcomes, who's most at risk, and if we don't have that data, we are not able to really guide our public policy making. Sadly, right now there's an attack against focusing on equity, and I think that a response to that is leveraging that data to show where we need to make these investments, who's suffering the most, and whether we're actually truly making an impact.
Can I just jump in? The president's executive order also set up a White House Environmental Justice task force, and working with the task force, there's now an environmental justice screening tool online at the Council on Environmental Quality, which is a fantastic tool that identifies, using a lot of different criteria, where the disadvantaged folks are. Because if we're going to measure, and we need to, that the benefits, 40% of the benefits of all climate expenditures are going to those communities, we need to know what those communities are. And the screening tool is on site, is live now. It's been through a beta test. It's going to get better and better. Interestingly, and I think importantly, actually, it's not race-based. It's economics-based. And folks on the right haven't liked this equity issue. And I'm grateful, actually, that the White House took this approach of economic-based and not race-based. So it can't be, brought into the courts or whatever as an inappropriate factor, which is an absurd idea. But we have a tool now, and California's had a tool for a while that they have used to identify these communities. And so that's data. That's mapping data. That obviously at the edges is tricky, but we've got to undertake it. It is being undertaken, and I hope it's a tool, and I think it will be a tool that will be extremely valuable.
Time is flying. I tell you, we're moving along very quickly. So I want to ask you two questions. But the first question is, when you think about our government and the fractured nature of it in terms of where we are, what role do you think higher education can play in this discussion, either as a convener, thinking about our scholarship, our data analysis, the narratives we've talked about. Do you think there's a role for higher education? If so, where? And I know 3 of the 4 panelists, and Susan, we've got to get you over at the A school somehow, but I'm working on it. We're all in higher education in one form or another.
Well, you know, I would definitely say, Dean, convening. We need to have these discussions. We need to bring the community together with academia to look at some of these challenges. But, you know, from a really hands-on approach, you know, serving the community in terms of developing these grants, having capacity from that perspective, partnering with community-based organizations to manage these investments. Some of the grants that are coming out now is looking at how higher education institutions can help build that capacity in the local governments and with those community-based organizations to serve in those roles of grant writers and helping to manage these investments. And so, you know, we are part of our communities. We're part of the Commonwealth. We're part of learning and adding to solutions broadly. And so these institutions, we can really be a part of partnering with these disadvantaged communities and community-based organizations to identify solutions and to manage these grant programs to really move a lot faster than we are now.
So, climate writ large, the Academy is indispensable to finding solutions across the board. And many, many institutions, including this one, obviously, are stepping up, whether it be how to reduce greenhouse gas emissions with new technologies, et cetera, hydrogen, whatever. In the resilience space, we were down in Florida International University and the Wall of Wind to talk about this new building code initiative that we had. And I'll give one other example. Some of the work I'm doing right now at Stanford deal with climate smart agriculture and climate smart forestry. The U.S. Agriculture Department is providing grants now of $3 billion on a new partnerships program. Almost every one of these grants, and they go up to $100 million over 5 years, has an academic institution as a partner along with a community and a cooperative. They're fantastic collaborations. And I'll end with the architecture school. These 2 days tell you about the importance of bringing together the convening and the sort of vision that you get with the architecture training, whether urban planning, landscape, et cetera. I mean, you've got a lot of disciplines under your roof, and you have an area where it's all about bringing people together and coming up with solutions that will last and be durable. And that's what we need across the board. So it's so appropriate that you guys are doing this conference, and it's been a pleasure to be part of it.
Thank you for that. Susan, what's your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, climate needs expertise. Local climate solutions need national level expertise. Our higher education institutions have that. We have groups in the community-based groups that are doing incredible work in this space. We're understaffed for the demands. I think, you know, UVA is, through its Environmental Resiliency Institute, is putting forward grant program, which I think is really important. And, you know, hopefully there'll be some great collaborations that come out of that. But I also think, you know, we struggle with staffing, and I know schools are often looking for real life applications for students. So even thinking about fellowship placements within community-based organizations where they could have, you know, more than a 20 or a 10-hour a week intern, but more somebody who could be a critical piece of projects. We have utilized UVA students in our research. We had UVA students who are co-authors on that Uncovering Energy Inequity report. We've had a transit equity report, which had UVA students as co-authors. We're releasing, tomorrow we have a webinar, we're releasing a tool, a solar climate justice scorecard tool to evaluate commercial and utility scale solar projects in communities. So there are great applications where we could plug students in more of a fellowship program. So I think there are some really creative solutions that we could create. And just co-working and thinking through these challenges with the expertise that UVA has, because some of the solutions that are happening at the local level really need that expertise, and it can be hard to come by.
My last question, thank you, first of all, for all of that. My last question, I don't want to end on a less pessimistic note. I know, David, you say you're an optimist, so that's great. I am too. I think you all are. And I've appreciated your honesty today and your energy and what you bring to the table. I feel the passion, right? I know how much you care deeply and how complicated everything is. Susan, I'll start with you. What keeps you going? What are you excited about? Where do you think the opportunities lie around the corner or tomorrow? Whatever you think. What's keeping you going? And that goes for all of you.
I think what keeps me going is just how many different types of people that I am interacting with on a daily basis about climate who never I would have imagined interacting with on climate. The movement is, people understand that this has to change and systems have to change and behavior has to change. They just simply don't know where to start. And so it also gives me hope that climate in the last 10 years has become just as associated with justice as it is with environmentalism. And the solutions that are being created are multi-solving community issues. And that is what we've all been hoping for decades. I've been doing this work for 30 years. And this has been a rapid shift over the last decade of both just general acceptance and awareness of climate change, willingness to be a part of solutions, and also recognizing that justice has to be a critical component of that future.
Thank you.
Just to echo Susan's points, I've spent my whole career in the environmental and natural resources space, energy space, and we talked about climate change in the Clinton administration. But there was no industry. There was no answer for clean energy. There was no competitor to oil and gas. Period. Bush administration was all oil and gas. Obama administration came in, started reaping some of the benefits of the investments that were being made in the 80s and 90s on the clean energy side, and started to move things. But then what happened, I think, is climate impacts were felt around the country and around the world. And the communities are getting hit again and again. And the young people coming out of the University of Virginia and so many other institutions know this is an existential threat and have had it, and are looking at our generation and saying, what the heck have you been doing? We got to fix this. And then you have a president who came in at the right time, and with this being big on the agenda, with a lot of questions about whether it would stay that on the agenda, and whether it would be part of a bigger agenda that includes justice. And guess what? In the last 2 years, have been enormous success. And I'd measure the success not only by virtue of the money that's going out with the federal government, and I will say, having this my third time in federal government, it's wonderful to have 2 nickels to put together, and like billions for everything. It's amazing. But what's equally amazing and more important probably is the private sector writ large is putting in big money. $300 billion of private investment in electric vehicles and that supply chain in the last 2 years. $300 billion in commitments. President's in North Carolina today with a big semiconductor plant, essential for. So I'm optimistic, but I'm also, it's gonna take all of us. It's so hard to transition our economy, to do so fairly and equitably, to keep prices down, to manage through this. But I'm optimistic, and we have to be, and we all have to do what we can.
Thank you, David. Curtis.
Sure, I approach this as a emergency manager, and so every year we're looking at, winter season and snow and ice, the spring that could bring a lot of tornadoes, and of course hurricane season, June 1st through the end of November. And so just realizing that we're going to continue to deal with more frequent and impactful disasters, that's going to sadly result in lives lost, as we saw in Mississippi today, this week. And so what can we do now in a really intentional fashion, focused on equity, to prepare our communities for these disaster impacts? It's a clock that is ticking. We have to navigate this bureaucracy of programs, streamline processes to move faster, and really to ultimately save lives, and to do things differently in a more resilient fashion. And so that's what really motivates me as it relates to research, as it relates to pushing the emergency management profession to think more equitably about our practices for what we can do before, during, and after disasters, and how we can build better relationships and empower historically marginalized and underserved communities. So, to me, that is the forefront of our efforts moving forward. That should guide our performance measure. What are we doing for our historically underserved and marginalized communities? The measure of success should start and end there.
Wow, what a great discussion this evening. So I just want to thank you all. I know you're incredibly busy, and you took your time to be here, and I just admire the work that you do. I'm humbled by just everything you've been doing, and I want to thank you for the work you've done. So on behalf of not only the School of Architecture, but for UVA and all of our friends and family, just want to thank you for being here. What a wonderful 2 days. I mean, that panel was amazing. All the panels have just been over the top and absolutely wonderful. And we've had the opportunity to gather. Over the last 2 days, lots of things to take in. I can't possibly summarize everything, but I just want to take my own attempt from my perspective of just what I've been blown away by and what I've walked away with. We started yesterday talking about the importance of collaboration, democracy, healing, justice and repair, the importance of community-engaged and community participatory research, putting community at the center of climate justice and climate resilience, thinking about culture and identity, design innovation, material innovation, design computation, robotic manufacturing, and beyond. And then we went over to Campbell Hall, and I got to learn about love, humanity, caring, avoiding being intellectual cynicism, digital fabrication methods, climate change and social repair, and Norfolk and enrichment. Thinking about our food systems and how it operates and what challenges it's under. Getting to hear from our wonderful UVA sawmilling team. Learning about microfarms, artificial intelligence and projecting our energy. Landscape evolution, looking at simulations and whatnot. We also had violinist and friendship. The music was wonderful from our students. Today, we started off the day visiting Milton and Morven, seeing what's in our own backyards. We had an analysis of the Mid-Atlantic and Gulf states, thinking about cultural landscapes and ecosystems, data collection and remote sensing, thinking about historical documentation, climate challenges of slow-moving landscapes, and what do we do about that? We talked about practice, having our alumni panel, and thinking about embodied carbon, biomaterials, stewardship, what it means to be a practitioner with ethics and values and morals. We discussed design methodologies, thinking about ethical collaboration across disciplines, across diverse scales, across geographies, across epistemologies, across cultures. We talked about policy from the federal, the state, the local, and you got into it. You weren't shy. I thought that, at some point I thought I might have the referee for a minute. But you did it respectfully. We talked about the systems-based approaches. My colleague Matthew Jewell, I think, brought that up. Without a doubt, as a dean of the School of Architecture here at UVA, I can be prouder of the things we're doing. And as we always say, there's nothing we can't accomplish together. And this is just a start of coming together, highlighting the great work that's being done by our students, our faculty, our alumni, our community partners, our colleagues across the Commonwealth and beyond. And for those of you who joined us online, we look forward to engaging you in future, either in-person or more online discussions. But the point is, we're going to continue to move forward. We're going to continue to try to produce the best scholarship, to produce the best students. And I just want people to know that there's no way like the UVA way, and there's no place I'd rather be than at the A School. And I'm so thankful for all of you, and I'm so thankful for our staff that have put in countless hours to make this a success. And I will say more tonight at dinner, but I just want to thank you all. It's just unbelievable what you've done for us. And thank you, thank you, thank you. We will follow up with you all, and have a good evening. Hopefully you'll go forward and think about so much. There's so much to digest. And you see the enthusiasm I have, and I'm a morning person. I get up at 4 a.m. every day. It's almost my kids joke, it's almost my bedtime. And I'm so excited. So thank you, have a good evening, and let's get after it.